It's all been leading up to this. 16 competitors entered, 8 have proven what it takes to compete for the title, America's Cup champion. And today, in the beautiful Los Angeles, we will find out who that champion will be and find out who else will be coming to represent the Americas at the World Final. Ladies and gentlemen, this is America's Cup. Hello everyone and welcome to SWC America's Cup. We're at the We Play Esports Arena in Los Angeles, and we've got these 8 competitors behind me, and let's see who has what it takes to be the next America's Cup champion. And let's see who will be joining them as runner-up. So please join me in welcoming to the stage, SPIRES! Our returning world finalist, you know him, you love him, TRUEWHALE! All the way from Canada, the Rune King himself, MADREAMDY! Hailing from Hawaii, making his first America's appearance, ZEFA! 2022 America's Cup quarterfinalist, FALLINGFLOWER! Making his SWC debut, you know him from Twitch, RHYS! Previous America's Cup champion, BIGV! And joining us remotely, all the way from Peru, DRMZJOSEPH! These are your 8 America's Cup finalists. Now we have a big day ahead of us, so I'm gonna throw it to the boys upstairs. I will see you all later.
And welcome to SWC 2023 America's Cup. My name is Evan, and with me at the table, it's Seppi. What's going on, brother?
Super happy to be here. A true dream come true to be with you and Stoic tonight to see the 8 best players in the continent battle it out and see who comes out on top.
That's right. We started with 16. It's been a long journey already through the preliminaries, and over the course of a few sessions, we've narrowed that number down to the 8 best players in the region. And by the end of today, we're going to have the 2 that will represent us at the World Finals and our 1 America's Cup champion.
Evan, a lot of familiar faces here tonight. 2 champions, 2 runner-ups, and also 7 players out of the 8 from last year. Tell us a little bit about what the tournament's going to look like.
So today we're doing best of 5 the entire way through. We're at the Regional Cup before the World Finals. This is the penultimate entry in the SWC 2023 run, and we're going to be playing using the SWC mode that we've been using this whole time, otherwise known as the Face Your Fears mode. You have a pre-ban available, but you can't consecutively pre-ban the same monster over and over again. You're eventually gonna have to face that fear and take on that wedge at somewhere down the line. And of course, we're not just playing for 2 tickets to the World Finals, which is important. There's also a prize pool of $20,000 on the line, with first place taking home the lion's share of $10,000. $5,000 goes to second, and $2,500 is split to the tied third place. It's going to be a long day with all these best of 5, Seppi.
Yeah, amazing prize pool, and these players, I think, are in it. More looking forward to the prize pool in the finals, because that first place takes home $100,000. Another incredible tournament with a lot of best of 5s, and remember, you're between the best players in the world at that point.
Oh yeah. Stoic, what do you think about this?
I mean, that's quite the number. It's outstanding that they're able to win all of this money here just playing Summoner's War, something that they've been working so hard and spending so much time, you know, and money as well to get to this point. So they want these rewards.
That's right, and you, back at home, will also get rewards just for watching. Over the course of the stream, we're going to be having some coupon codes available in chat, which you can redeem on Android and iOS devices. By using those, you'll be getting the SWC 2023 emblems. For the first time ever, SWC has its own exclusive currency, which you can redeem in the aptly named shop within the game. There's a lot of stuff over here, Seppi. I'm seeing a Devilmon, I'm seeing a Legendary Scroll.
You know, that Devilmon has my Zhengzhe's name on it. He's missing one skill up, needs it for that death break, so I'm really happy that they're giving this away.
Oh yeah, and I just got Chung Pung, so I know he's ready and waiting to eat up that Devilmon. Stoic, how was the 50-yard dash?
You know, it's great. When you look like a Ferrari, but you're built like a Volvo, you stay reliable, okay? It was easy.
Well, good. Glad to have you guys here. We're in for an awesome show. And like we talked about, we had the prelims before this. This is an overlook of what happened on day 1 of the preliminaries. At the end, we had FALLINGFLOWER and BIGV join us in the lineup. And then we went on to day number 2. Seppi, on day number 2, that one was a pretty big one. We even had SPIRES and MADREAMDY join up in the America's Cup lineup.
Yeah, very dominant performance from both of them, and the most interesting thing is that both of them draft very cleanly. They got a 2-0-3-1 from SPIRES over there, only 1 loss coming into these America's Cup. But what I'm very interested about is hearing from Stoic on his opinion on day 3, where we saw the redemption of a lot of players.
Oh man, the redemption bracket, it was, you know, there was a lot of ups and downs here. I think a lot of people have, I don't want to call them disappointments, but we saw some names up there that we're not going to be seeing today, of course, but we did see the names. Of course, DRMZJOSEPH, ZEFA, RHYS, TRUEWHALE locking in their position there in the redemption bracket on day 3. It was an incredible journey for every one of these players here in that day's tournament.
And of course, after all those prelims, we ultimately got the bracket that we're working with today. The first match is looking like a big one. We got SPIRES versus TRUEWHALE, then MADREAMDY versus ZEFA. FALLINGFLOWER and RHYS is up after that. Finally, BIGV versus DRMZJOSEPH. 2 America's Cup champions fighting right at the end. So I feel very spoiled because we've got a great bracket sandwich here. We start out strong. Well, at least the bread's really nice. You know what I'm saying? That's a good bread. And in the middle. Love it all. I'm very excited. What matches stand out to you, Seppi, in there?
Yeah, I gotta be honest, Evan, I don't know who drew this thing, but they have a gorgeous hand to get right off the bat. SPIRES versus TRUEWHALE. That's one of the most exciting matches for me because both players are excellent drafters. We have on one side someone that is an amazing player, has a great box, great units, lots of experience. On the other side, a little bit newer player, but that is a very well prepared drafter, someone that knows how to read their opponent, adapt, and, you know, has been doing great this year.
Oh yeah, Stoic, which one are you looking forward to?
I mean, it's really tough to take these things and say which one could be my favorite, because of course we have our champions match with BIGV and DRMZJOSEPH, but then of course we have SPIRES and TRUEWHALE. It's probably one of my more favorite matches out there, because I don't know if you've heard, but last year I had so much hope in SPIRES, and I'm putting a lot of weight on him. I know I am, but I do want to see, and I do believe SPIRES is my guy for today's tournament.
Let's hope he lives up to Daddy's expectations this time around there, Stoic. Let's go ahead and see what the audience is feeling, because for the first time in a while, we're live and in person at this America's Cup, and Why 'Cause I'm a G is our man on the streets. Why 'Cause, take it away.
We're live here in LA. Let's get some fans and audience opinions live in living color. With me here, we have with a Make Gurkha Great Again shirt. Your name is?
Adam.
Adam, great. Adam, where are you coming from joining us today?
Just pretty much from Simi Valley, California.
Okay, so a local. Now, I need to ask you, who do you have winning today?
I have BIGV,
And who's your runner-up?
TRUEWHALE.
TRUEWHALE. Okay, let's see how that turns out. Let's grab somebody else in the audience here. Thank you for joining us, and you're here from?
Las Vegas.
And your name is?
Mother G.
Mother G. Everybody knows Mother G now. We already know probably who she's gonna vote for, but who do you have winning today, Mother G?
SPIRES.
And who's your runner-up for the voting?
Who's what?
Your runner-up for the voting.
ZEFA.
ZEFA and SPIRES. We have very different votes. Now, the rest of the audience, on the count of three, I want you to shout out who you have winning. All right, so 1, 2, 3. No idea what they said, but you heard it here first, guys. Back to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Pat. Wow, we got a vote of confidence for both SPIRES and TRUEWHALE, who are in the first match right there. That's going to be a tough one. And I believe we also surveyed the crowd earlier and got their full predictions. Guys, do you want to share your predictions, actually? Seppi, who you got winning this whole thing?
You know, I don't know if people have a chance to change it already, so I don't want to skew them, but we see that the crowd thinks that BIGV, almost a third of them, is going to take it again and be the first repeat America's Cup champion. That would be something really cool to see, with TRUEWHALE being the second one. So, you know, Adam under there, he's apparently a specialist.
Yep, for sure. I mean, you look at Big V, and how can you not look at this man and think, like, this is a potential of America's Cup champion? We've seen him before. He does very well when it comes to these tournaments, so I, too, would believe that 29% is definitely justified in today's tournament.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE also has a sizable percentage of the votes there, and then you can see the distribution after that. Honestly, with this first matchup here between SPIRES and TRUEWHALE, Stoic, what are you feeling between these two? I know you said that you got SPIRES winning the whole thing, but looking objectively at this, TRUEWHALE had 18% of the votes.
I mean, TRUEWHALE's Legend Tournament finish, you know, TRUEWHALE's an excellent player. We know what TRUEWHALE has. He has a lot in store for all of us, and we may even see things we don't even know could happen here. But I mean, he's a very, very powerful opponent. But I know my boy here, SPIRES, definitely has what it takes to take down a giant like TRUEWHALE.
Oh yeah, Seppi, what do you think?
I just want to sit down and watch an incredible match of Summoner's War, and I think these two gladiators are here today to give us exactly that.
Oh yeah, and we've already seen a lot from both of these players at the prelims, and I felt very spoiled because SPIRES was kind enough to actually join us on stream ahead of the America's Cup, and he assured me that none of the stuff that he was drafting live on stream is going to be played here.
Yeah, and
there we go.
We look right here at the most picked units for SPIRES. It's amazing to see how he adapted very well going into the prelims. He picked a lot of that Kinky, that Riley, very tanky units, and we always know that the pocket pick of the Tianlang, one of the best counter units in the game, is there. Stoic, what do you expect to see from him today? Something like this, or maybe surprises to adapt to the playstyle that he knows is going to be brought up very aggressive turn one from his opponent?
You know, we've had moments kind of like this before where we had two people who are friends and they play a lot and they prepared a lot together as well. And we had something like this back in the Thai qualifier that we did. And that's exactly what we're going to have a repeat of, is two people that actually prepared together. So they know each other very, very well here. And I want to know, what did they prepare for one another that is something that they did not see before? So that for me is what's going to be extremely interesting. So as much as I want to say Tianlang Kinky, we may not actually see that going into this
It's not always that simple, and I'm glad you touched on that there, Stoic. These guys are really friends when you come down to it. Seppi, why don't you take us through the other half of this matchup in TRUEWHALE?
Whew, we got to see two of the most powerful LD units in the game right now. Laura with 120 base speed, very strong turn one unit that it can also build on Violent, and then Wedjet, speed lead, a monster that can give so many turns to your team. Is kind of like the premium version of Vertihill. So I expect those two to either come out or be pre-banned right here. Don't you agree, Stoic?
I do agree. And then I would also say, anybody could look at this and go, Laura Wedjet, that's what's happening. It's going to be every single match. They're going to be pre-banning back and forth, Laura Wedjet, every single match, because we're going to a best of 5. I don't know if you guys heard. This is what's happening, okay, with these two guys. But
what if it doesn't? You know what I mean? Because that's what we're talking about. Is these two could have prepared so different that we don't even see a Laura Jet. But you know what? Laura Jet is very, very good. I'm sure we might dabble in that world just a little bit here.
There's a certain old monster, Oliver, that might appear in the pre-ban instead of those LD.
Yeah,
you know?
We're about to find out. We've got Spires and TRUEWHALE ready and waiting down there. Why? Cuz introduce us to him.
All right, thank you guys. Now let's get ourselves familiarized with our first competitor. Let's check out the video for Spires.
My name is Spires. I've been playing Summoner's War for about 8 years. And obviously I'm here. So I'm a very competitive person, so competition definitely brings me in. And I think that's where my biggest passion lies. This year in particular, I mostly focused on my own box, focusing on my own strategy, upgrading my runes and artifacts. I will be the SWC America's Cup champion because I will be the best player on stage this weekend. What makes me better is I think about the draft phase a lot, and I think in particular I'm good at identifying the biggest threat to my team. The only person standing in my way, or I should say, Whale standing in my way, is going to be TRUEWHALE. He's my first round matchup, and obviously I have to beat him. I think he's probably the most difficult opponent in all of the rest of the bracket. So if I can beat him, I can pretty much take the whole way. It would mean a lot to me to be the next America's Cup champion. It's the only milestone I feel like I haven't hit yet in the game, other than Worlds. So it would mean a lot to get there. So the thing I would say to the other players is just because we're friends doesn't mean I won't take you out. Yeah, of course, I'd say thank you to all the viewers, all the people who support me, my wife, my guildies. I know there's probably a couple of them that'll be in the crowd, so definitely appreciate them coming out again. And yeah, just anyone who supports me. If I won, the first thing I would do would definitely be to call my wife. She's my biggest supporter.
Guys, I think he has his entire guild here and a lot of support elsewhere. Please help me by welcoming onto the stage, Spires. All right, I know you guys are excited, so let's not waste any more time to see who Spires will be playing against. We all know him, the one, the only, TRUEWHALE. Let's check it out.
Hi, I'm TRUEWHALE. I've been playing Summoner's War for 9 years. I'm very competitive. As you can see, I played many Legend tournaments. I've always been at the top of the ladder. Some people may say they farm dungeons, but for me, I farm the ladder. For me, it's business as usual, right? Always focused on getting the right stats and using the right monsters to my advantage. I'm gonna prove myself this year by beating my opponents on their first game and every other game that I get a chance. It would mean a lot to me if I were to become the next America's Cup champion because I pretty much have every other in-game title already for Legend. And this is just the next milestone that I'm missing, and I'm hoping to get that this year. So what do I want to say to the other players? Good luck trying to figure out who to pre-ban. For the people watching this America's Cup championship, thank you for all your support. I hope I don't disappoint you all.
Probably the fan and mostly everybody's favorite, the biggest LD box in the field. Please help me by welcoming on stage Spires' opponent, TRUEWHALE. All right, gentlemen, head to your seats. Best of luck. Everybody, are you ready? Great, guys. Enjoy the show. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pat. Man, he farms the ladder, my guys. That's so good. The coldest line.
One of my favorite lines of all time, right up top, together with the famous "No" from our good friend.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I am shook after both those player intros. I am shook. I want to try and use that line myself some people farm dungeons, but I farm conqueror rank players. But that's just not true. All I do is lose. Let's just be real. But I want to try and use that. It's so good.
I love the specific conqueror rank players.
Yeah.
Man, they are both after similar things too. Both these guys are achievement hunting, you know? And TRUEWHALE is almost there as well. He mentioned that he feels like he's gotten every other title, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. Fill out the collection of available Summoners War titles. There's Seppi. He's already got Legend.
Yeah, he's done so much in this game that this is just the next step. He's been in Worlds already, so what he probably wants is win this and then try to go for the World Championship. He's been the best in the world, you know, on a season, but he hasn't been the best in the world in the whole year through SWC. So we can see why he's so driven. And then on Spire's side is so wholesome to see that the first thing that he would do is call his wife. How don't you love guys like these? You know, I would do the same. I love my wife.
I taught him well.
Yeah.
Well, you're a great dad. Here's your son, after all. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint you like last year, as you say. You give him a hard time. We all love Spires. It's going to be a great match. Yeah, Stoic. And you mentioned earlier, these guys are friends. Sometimes that can be a benefit, though sometimes that actually could hurt you.
That's right. I mean, we talked about that earlier as well. Like these two, they do know each other very, very well. They have prepared with each other for a while as well, until they found out that hey, now they have to play each other in their first round. So we'll see. So since they should know each other very, very well, you know, I want to know, what did they prepare that one another does not know?
Yeah, and we talked about that too. It's like Spires is really good at doing his homework, but he's also good at applying it, Seppi.
Yeah, I agree with you, Evan. I think we can break it down and discuss a little bit about, you know, the areas in each one of these players that are going to prevail. If we think about box, you know, TRUEWHALE takes the edge over that. The rune quality a little bit higher as well. Then Spires, prep, and drafting, maybe he takes a little bit of the edge there, even though TRUEWHALE is a great drafter as well. And then I think what Stoy brought up will be the biggest thing, which is the surprise factor, right?
Yeah.
What are these guys going to take out that's going to have to shift the strategy of their opponent, changing what the pre-ban they plan is going to be like? And then the last thing, they're in a live stage in front of a lot of people that love them, you know, and pressure comes with that. We know that that's not an easy thing to do. So someone that can keep it cool and focus in the game is definitely going to be coming out on top.
You know, I'm so glad you mentioned surprises there, Seppi, because something that TRUEWHALE mentioned in his player profile right there is that he said good luck on figuring out who to pre-ban, which really stood out to me as like, I've got something that you're not going to see coming. Now, guys, with the limited information that we've gotten from the prelims so far, start with Stoic on this one. What do you think the safest first pre-ban would be for TRUEWHALE?
I mean, it all revolves around that one unit, and I think that one unit is, and they both share it, is of course that Oliver, that 33 speed lead. I feel like that's something that we can't help but see go onto a pre-ban. Obviously, you might be able to see like a Tian Lang, but keeping in mind that both players in this match here do have Tian Lang, so that could be something on the board there. But I think Oliver remains, throughout all areas of SWC, remains as a unit that potentially makes his way to the pre-ban stage.
Yeah, and Seppi, what do you think? If you're going up against TRUEWHALE, who do you pre-ban?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to do that. I think the phrase that he said is so truthful because he has so many units, but right now, comfort-wise, you want to take that Wedget away or that Laura, definitely. But like Stoic said, the safest choice is definitely the Oliver because if you take the Wedget, he still gets an even better speed lead, which is 33, right? But you have to think about 2 monsters to pre-ban and then adapt more. So maybe later on in the matchup, he'll be swapping to other monsters that become harder to play against, like a Valantis, like a Juno even. We've seen these players modify their pre-bans as the match goes by and not just sticking to something because their boxes are so big and they're so versatile.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that too. My vote was for Wedget. You know, over the course of the prelims, when TRUEWHALE got the Wedget taken away from him early, it tended to impact the gameplay a little bit, but honestly, not for very long, because the guy is great in the pick ban phase. And we're in a really interesting spot between Spires and TRUEWHALE right now, because this is both of their admitted biggest obstacles going into this, Seppi.
Yeah, I definitely can see someone that comes out from this matchup going all the way to the finals. We have a lot of strong players today, but this right here will not only be a big challenge for both of them, but also a big boost in confidence. Whoever wins this comes out of it as like, whoa, I just got through a mountain. Like, how would you feel with that, Stoic?
Yeah, definitely these first rounds, I think everybody's going to be wiping their brow here knowing that it just got a lot easier, but it's still not the end because anybody moving forward is going to be another mountain to climb. So all these players today are definitely on a trek, but we'll see how TRUEWHALE and SPIRES get through this one because we've got round number 1 starting right now with the pre-bans coming out here.
Ah, Stoic, I'm so excited. The recent change of adding the best record from each player is so cool. You can see that legend in there, TRUEWHALE. Maybe one day I'll get that. Not just kidding. I won't have that one. SPIRES with the top 12. So 2 incredible players. And we see the Gianna pre-ban on one side and, as we called it, Wet Jet on the other one.
Yeah, let's see what SPIRES going to be taking as a first pick here. There, of course, is that Oliver locking in that 33 speed lead. I do believe all these players today should probably be taking their time because when it comes to these live performances, everyone wants to get their full thought process coming out here. And, of course, we're going to be seeing a Laura potentially hitting the field with that cigar as well.
I love the cigar pick. The quick answer, not letting him have the Juno. We talked about how this unit is so important. You know, the despair, the interruption, the cutting in, and the sustain that it brings to the team. And for newer players to the game, Oliver is so powerful, not only because of the speedy, but it's a unit that takes away attack bar, gains attack bar through it, and resets units. So in here, taking away the Tianlang, we talked about stolen units. Why is that unit so powerful in this matchup?
It's so powerful because we've got 2 other units on this field have a lot of attack bar gain. We've got an Oliver, we've got a Juno, and what they're supposed to be doing is Juno's hopefully going to be revenging and getting a lot of attack bar, if it's built on revenge, of course. And then Oliver's trying to get all that attack bar back. But Tianlang, he's going to disrupt a lot of that play here.
I really like the last pick of Riley from SPIRES. He brings in more sustain, guaranteeing that he can withstand a lot of damage, and TRUEWHALE slapping that Masha, the monster that is the face of the America's Cup. That is a big threat. It's a monster that can remove someone from the field, and you're not taking it back. If you manage to get that death break into the proc or more damage on the next turn, what do you think these players are going to do right now? Which looks like the biggest threat on TRUEWHALE's side?
Well, for SPIRES, I really like that Riley, and I like that Kinky as well, because a Moore or a Wateroo got placed on the side of TRUEWHALE, and that's going to really help out SPIRES here. So I feel like one of those units are probably going to be going, and it is going to be the Kinky. Kinky's going to get the ban here. Masha, as you were saying, massive threat here, gets the ban as well. We've got a 33 speed lead coming out for SPIRES and a 24 speed lead here for TRUEWHALE.
This is gonna be an incredible match, everyone. A little bit more mid-range. It's not about turn 1, but it's taken by TRUEWHALE. Here we go. Wateroo removes from everyone, and there's a big opportunity for the Laura to get some stuns out, but he goes for the damage because he knows that he has the attack bar reduction from his win center.
Look at that, Juno already being put down to almost 50% here, and of course we're gonna get Cigar here, looking to get the reset on top of the Juno, reducing the attack bar, speed buff ups, provokes across the field as well.
A lot of damage coming out. It's that additional damage. Oh my God, a proc! He can try to remove this Juno from the field with the additional damage, and he kills her!
Wow, such great damage coming from that Tianlang. What an incredible violent proc there from TRUEWHALE, able to drop that Juno just as fast as that. I would say this first round is probably already done in right here, because these provokes, these slows, are going to be way too impactful. SPIRES to try and do anything with this match here.
Yeah, he's gonna need a lot of procs to come back into the match because the Juno was a key unit. She was bringing so much interruption to the other side, and we gotta say it, the Tianlang so far, the MVP, the difference maker, and also the artifacts on TRUEWHALE's side, because the multi-hits, Stoic, with the amount of damage that came out, we didn't expect that to happen.
It's that additional damage, man, pummeling so much damage after every single hit, and there's so many multi-hits out of that unit as well. Way too impactful here. But let's see what's happened, because we ended up getting a very nice cleanse out of the Riley. Of course, we got that third skill coming out there where all things, everything drops on the field with the Shizuka. So that might actually be his ability to bounce back here, but keep in mind that this Oliver's not going to get the full effect here with the Tianlang.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Stoic. The Tianlang creates so many troubles, and the problem is that with Shizuka, you don't even want to bring this Juno back, because once you use the second skill, the Juno doesn't have its passive, so it doesn't do anything else. You can try to get, you know, some damage, a despair stun, but it's not as much value as a unit that has a bunch of cooldowns that you can use.
Definitely. Now, TRUEWHALE's getting a couple additional turns here. Now, keep in mind, this Riley's, her ability to proc is definitely going to be rising up, and I think the more additional turns that this Riley can take is going to actually actually what's going to potentially keep Spires alive, and I think that's what he's really looking for. So you're going to see more resets, more attack bar pushback, obviously not to the full effect. The Tian Lang still on the field here, but Riley really needs to get the ball rolling for Spires to keep him alive in this match.
I agree with you, and it's a big point right now. If he manages to remove that Tian Lang, he might have a way back. Oh my god, that Panda hit so hard.
It really does. Crazy additional damage coming in here. And I think he's going to want to try and get rid of that Shizuka as soon as possible. Of course, the immunity is definitely to keep this unit alive. No attack break, no provokes him out of those units there. He needs an additional turn. He does get the additional turn. Doesn't actually have any skills up there, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult moment because even though he can steal the full attack bar, he's not going to gain it back because of that Panda, but he does laugh. If he gets this big heal right now and manages to remove this Panda from the field, that would be super, super key for him to get back into this match.
Most definitely. I think he should probably keep paying attention to that Tian Lang. I think Tian Lang's the unit that you really want to try and get rid of, but it looks like he's looking towards dropping some attack bar and potentially getting some resets out there for some of the units that are happening here. But Riley, ultimately, I think it comes, oh my lord, comes down to all the healing Spires able to bring to his team, but that's a massive additional turn, defense break, and the attack. There goes the Shizuka. Now, the Shizuka was playing a really big part there for Spires, but that unit is going to be gone now.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to see units like this Cigar, and why is it so strong, or in this case, the Wind Bison, because even when you reset it, the skill 1 is so good. That Provoke helps you control the other team and not let them use the skills that they want. But we got to talk about this once again. The monster that they both share, the Tian Lang taking the match away by himself, and TRUEWHALE wins game number 1.
What a round. And it's such a strong statement start for TRUEWHALE.
It really was. It's a massive statement. It's incredible to get those first round victories right there. So TRUEWHALE looking very, very strong with that victory over Spires. Tian Lang playing a massive impact here. It really was. So keep in mind, TRUEWHALE now has first pick going into next match because Oliver was the first pick coming out of Spires. So round 2, does he potentially take the Tian Lang away?
Yeah, and let me tell you guys something. There is an unsung hero, you know, someone that is doing kind of like that Ganymede job. We don't notice him doing too much, but more has been instrumental. He managed to get a lot of strips, opening up the way for the other monsters to deal a lot of damage, reduce attack bars with the Cigar. The thing that I really like about TRUEWHALE's comp is he has a lot of overlapping abilities. So a lot of beneficial effect removers, a lot of attack bar reducers. You know, he has a lot of options in there. Do you think that for Spires to adapt right now, he would try to steal that Tian Lang away?
Potentially. We'll see what happens here because we have a Lore and we have a Kinky pre-ban right now. So when TRUEWHALE's pre-banning out a Kinky, you can't help but think that maybe he's drafting a little bit more AoE units going into this match here, that he doesn't want to have to deal with the Kinky because he had banned it in the last match.
Yeah, it's looking for me more like his comp that he brings the Volantis and the Juno, or is he going to adapt to that, knowing that Spires now is trying to go for turn 1. A Chiwu coming out. Is this going to be a Gianna game into, you know, some control, some attack bar reduction, or is he gonna wait for it? He steals the Tian Lang. I really love that.
Interesting. So about the draft already for Spires right now, I think when you saw the Kinky getting pre-banned here, TRUEWHALE was 100% going turn 1. So if he had tried to speed contest, it becomes a speed contest match, and I don't think that is kind of what Spires was looking for right here. So we ended up going with a Cigar came in here, Tian Lang getting locked in as well, and we're seeing a little bit more turn 1 play coming out of TRUEWHALE with the Changpeng and that Masha. Yeah,
you know what? I kind of like both ways for him. He can even go back to that turn 1 because these 2 units are so versatile, and that's it. The Gianna apparently being slapped, the Chiwu. I kind of like that option because he puts TRUEWHALE on his back foot right now, and he has to make a choice with the last 2 units. Do I bring everything to outspeed you, or do I sit back, take turn 2, and bring it back? So we might see right now a Heigang is a good option. The Juno's still on the table. A Volantis, you know, he has a lot of those counter units that are very strong into this composition.
Yep, exactly. So I really do like that Chew, and I like that Fire and Bice and Connell. I think these are great units. He does have a speed lead locked in here, so I think potentially Spires may need to take another speed lead since he already laid down that Chiwu, so we might already know what's coming in for as this last pick. It's probably going to be something in the 33 speed realm. And of course, the Water Ryu and the Shan coming in here, so we have a 100% speed-based team coming out of TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, you know what I would really love into this? I think a Vanessa is a nice choice into it. Oh, he slaps the fastest monster in the game, Leo, that sets everyone's speed up to his. So that's going to be a very interesting choice because it does hurt his opponent, but it also hurts himself a little bit.
Yeah, most definitely. So in this route right now, so either you ban out the Leo, which is probably going to be happening here because everything's going to be speed scaling for TRUEWHALE. That's what happens here. So we lose the Leo, and we're going to be losing that Sean here, and we're going to have a 24 speed lead versus 24 speed lead. We'll find out how fast is Spire or how fast is TRUEWHALE in this second round match right here.
Woo! Who farms Giants the most? And here we go. This Water Ryu, turn 1, gets the reduction, but doesn't get it on everyone. The strip doesn't go out, and now he's going to push the attack bars up and doesn't get cut by the Chiwu. So close. Oh my God, gets the reduction. The Masha can try to remove a unit from the field. Probably he wants to go for the Panda, and that's what he does.
Ooh, big defense break. A lot of damage there. I think if we had seen additional turn pop out there, we could have been seeing a missing Panda here. But we'll see what happens. We've got a third skill available. No immunity on the side of TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, I really love both of the Bisons coming out. Gets a one stun that is a little bit hurtful. He needs the death break to land, and he needs this Masha not to proc because you want to drop her from the chair, and you want to probably use the skill 3 from Chiu right now, so the attack bar is not increased, and he misses one of them, but he can try to drop her with skill 2. I would definitely dump it.
Yeah, 100%. He's got to go for the dismount, and that is definitely going to be the unit of choice there. So Masha does get dismount. Of course, we've got second skill available. Attack break slow sitting on top of our Cigar right there. Defense break does land on top of that Water Ryu.
Yeah, he needs to keep this Panda alive. The Panda is the core of the game once again. Keeps going for it. He has skill 2 right now. Big opening and gets a stun on the Masha. That's super big. He needs to remove the highest damage monster off the field as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's technically what both players are trying to do right now. We got SPIRES trying to remove the Masha. We got TRUEWHALE trying to remove that Tian Lang, but it looks like Tian Lang might get removed right here. And Tian Lang does hold on. Oh! But the additional turns. Masha is going to be primed and ready to drop the Panda. That's going to be gone here. So SPIRES once again back on the back foot here. Connell, with only the first skill available, looking to keep something under control.
He wants to remove the Masha, but the problem is that this bird, the Wedget, will have the skill right now to use it, so you either have to pray for a kill right now or a control from the Cigar. Does he go? He doesn't risk it. I love that play, but the problem right now is that he's going to get so many turns ahead with the skill 2 from the Wedget.
Yep, there's that second skill going out there. We got the defense buff, and we've got attack bars getting boosted right here. You can see that he's probably going to try and get rid of the next unit that he can, because it's really important to remove units off the field, and it looks like Chiwu is going to be the next unit that TRUEWHALE's trying to take out here.
Yeah, you need a big proc from that Bison. He doesn't get it. The big problem right now, no sleep on the Chung Pung. He's going to get some damage on the Cigar, gets the attack bar reduction, an opportunity to remove him from the field because the Water Ryu goes right after him.
There we go, a little bit of attack bar reduction. Cigar still staying alive. We got a skill 2 coming out here, dropping 2 units. This is definitely TRUEWHALE locking in that second round victory up here against SPIRES.
Yeah, I think that the biggest problem right here was that this Fire and Bison didn't do enough. He only got 1 stun, didn't apply as many debuffs as you hoped it would, so maybe the Gianna would have been a better choice into this Wedget. You know, now SPIRES is probably thinking about how to adapt for this game number 3. He has his backs against the wall, but he needs to respond. Even with the Tian Lang, it was not enough.
Yep, definitely not enough there.
TRUEWHALE all of a sudden sitting at match point here, Stoic.
I mean, it's really scary for my boy up here. You know, I still think SPIRES is the kind of guy, he can come through with this one here, but he's got a really, really tough match because it's really tough, especially on the mental, when you know that you're 2 matches down.
And that's the thing. That's the other half of RTA. It's the psychological warfare that's happening in the background. And right now, SPIRES just can't get in that hole of thinking that he's out because he's not. Here we go. Match point, TRUEWHALE. We're going into the 3rd round.
Yeah, going through his mind right now, should I stick with the strategy stealing away the Tian Lang? He knows how difficult it is to play against it, but he sticks with this Oliver. Very important unit. The speed lead has the reset. Now, will we see the Laura? He has the opening to take the Panda.
Yep, well, there's Laura, and then there's Cigar getting locked in there. Shizuka Juno. Is this a repeat of that first match here? I'm not too sure if it was the Cigar that was placed by TRUEWHALE, though. It was?
Yeah, and he responds, and he takes the Panda once again. So very, very consistent draft on this side. Now, SPIRES has the opportunity to change it or to go once again with the Kinky and the Riley, bringing some sustain. He knows that didn't work out, but maybe he's thinking, if I ban the Panda this time, maybe I can withstand that damage. Goes with the same draft. Sometimes I love that. You know, sometimes it's RNG, sometimes it's the monster you banned. There's a lot of adaptations you can bring up to the table, and now he has the same choice. Do I ban the Masha, or do I take this Panda out? Or you can even think about removing the reset, you know? There's a lot of options in there. Oh, it is the same match as match 1.
Yeah, same as match number 1 here. Speed leads for both players there. So as we watched in that very first match there, I think the only way that SPIRES was able to really, come back there is those additional turns coming out of the RHYS. So if RHYS can be extremely oppressive, we can see another outcome in this match right here. So let's see what happens.
Yes, or if this Panda doesn't proc and kill the Juno. Let's see how much damage comes out this time. Here we go. The Cigar or the Wind and Bison's gonna hit the skill 3. Doesn't reduce the Juno. This is very important. Can he try to remove her from the field? No proc. He breaks the saves! He gets the proc!
Oh, Lord.
It's like a replay and removes her from the field.
That's so crazy.
Woo! The Juno resisted the attack bar reduction. Now Delora with the proc on skill 1 once again. Salt in the wound and gets it a 3rd time.
What is going on down there?
I am reading the description of skill 1 on Delora. And that's what it do. TRUEWHALE taking the win.
TRUEWHALE moves forward.
Welcome to Summoner's War, gentlemen.
After a redo of match number 1.
Wow, guys.
Now TRUEWHALE moves on.
What a match. TRUEWHALE, can I get you to join me on stage here for a quick 2 questions, just 2 questions, real quick. First off, guys, can we get a round of applause for TRUEWHALE and SPIRES, please? Great sportsmanship, guys. That's awesome. I love to see it now. I know you may not have needed it, but that, my friend, was a lot of violent procs. How'd you feel?
I'm sorry, SPIRES.
Laura went off, Tianlang went off, but more importantly, great performance, great show. Congratulations. Moving on to the next round. You ready for your next opponent, despite who they are, not knowing who they are going to be yet?
Yeah, I mean, everyone here is strong, so can't let my guard down.
All right, well, best of luck to you, TRUEWHALE. On to the next round. And back to you guys. Thank you.
Wow. What a first set there, guys. And we got a repeat of match number 1 in it. Seppi, what'd you think of that?
You know what? Sometimes it's not your day. RNG is a difficult lady. And today, that was very difficult. Yeah, I hope that people at home see if I lost to RNG in 1 draft, I'm not going to repeat that draft. That's the thing. That's what I would do.
It was the repeat draft was the nail in the coffin there, and we saw the Tianlang pop off. It was looking more like 100% there, Stoic.
Yeah, I want to find TRUEWHALE and see where he's. What did you do to my boy?
My boy!
Oh, man. That was brutal. That really was. But like we said, it did come down to the draft there. We kind of knew how things needed to react based off of that first round. Okay, like if you throw the violent side there, and we had a great opportunity where the Juno did resist the attack bar there, which is extremely important. Right. And then, of course, we had a repeat of that first round. But what needed to happen, let's say, Juno did survive, we did look at that first round. I think we were still in a position of really hoping that Riley was able to proc and get lots of sustain and kind of turn things around there. So again, I think we are back to relying on that. Draft being said, I do think TRUEWHALE takes that first round, does take that 3rd round as well.
I agree with you. The RNG did help a little bit, but it's so much damage. When you look at SPIRES units, after all of the units from TRUEWHALE's side take a turn, his units have no HP. Like, even if he was alive with the Juno over there, it would have been very difficult to come back. Like you said, the Riley would have been super key, and then he's missing a little bit of damage, and that game number 1, he tried to bring it back. It was missing so much from it. Game number 2, though, I really like this draft. I think the thing was the Fire and Bison was the main unit that kind of just didn't do enough. If he had another unit in that position that could have helped, even a Rika, you know, another fire unit, the Gianna, something that could have controlled attack bars or stunned on the other side, he could have won that. But now, game 1 and game number 3, I feel that when you're playing turn 2, you're kind of more susceptible to that RNG, you know?
Yeah, there was a clear game plan for both players in that second round. It's one is destroy the Masha and two is protect the Panda. There was an interesting interplay there, but then look at TRUEWHALE. Oh, he knows. He knows, and ultimately here's the result of what we just saw, 3-0, the first one of the tournament from TRUEWHALE, so he gets to move forward. What a game, and I understand wanting to run it back. You know, the strategy was there, but we also saw the way that it started before. Like you said, Stoic, discounting the violent proc. We knew how that game began.
Yeah, we did. In my opinion, the writing was a little bit on the wall. I don't want to say like the writing was on the wall, you lose here. But like it helped us when we saw that first match because we had a replay of pretty much what that first match was. We knew kind of how it was going to happen. And TRUEWHALE landed everything he needed to and some.
And we knew the speeds, exactly.
Evan, about the repeat, I'm going to drop a little bit of wisdom. I love both
got
of
a
you
hot
boys,
take.
but I'm the oldest here. So there's a saying that says, when you're walking in a forest and you see the same tree twice, it means you're lost. I would have swapped the draft.
Suspiciously applicable in this situation right now. We definitely saw the same tree a couple times, actually. That was a great first match to start out the America's Cup. To see that happen live, something else. And we have so many more awesome matches to look forward to. We're about to head into MADREAMDY versus ZEFA here in a second. Now, MADREAMDY had some pretty cool units in the preliminaries in Doman, the Dark-owned Miyuji.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had said it before during our preliminaries when we got to this point here. ZEFA, one of the cleanest drafters in the tournament. MADREAMDY, also one of the cleanest drafters in the tournament as well. These two are phenomenal in the draft phase. And this is going to be something, this is going to be a treat for all of us, okay? Both these players put on an absolute clinic when it comes to drafting. So I want to see, what do they have? What are we going to be bringing out here when we have two great drafters like these two?
I got to tell you something, Stoic. Come once again, surprise. You know, I think ZEFA is the kind of player that he'll bring something out that we're not expecting, and this crowd is going to blow up. One of my favorite things of the match number 1 was hearing everyone here, and it gets so loud. I can only imagine for these players being up on that stage, feeling the pressure of hearing this big crowd.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see it unfold in a second. Why? Because go ahead and introduce us to these players.
All right, guys, on to the second match of the quarterfinals. Let's get familiarized with the Rune King himself, MADREAMDY.
我游戏里面的名字叫MADREAMDY，我玩魔灵召唤8年了。上面说我每一天都要玩，应该是我生命中的一部分吧。我每一天都看对手出什么魔灵，我要想去怎么去针对他，都每一天观察他怎么玩的。下一届的北美第一的话，因为我每一天都在玩嘛，因为我会比别人厉害。下一次的北美冠军如果赢的话，我应该会证明我自己会比以前厉害。我证明我自己今年的话，我就看我比赛，今年我第一个对手，我应该打他没有之前的那几年压力大。我应该要证明自己，我这次第一个对手我会赢的。我的对手呢，就大家一起加油嘛！我希望我打赢你吧。还有别的对手就都要大家一起加油。粉丝我家人他们在家里有的都有看我打比赛，我要对他们说谢谢你们的支持。
Guys, known as the Rune King, he has some of the fastest, if not the fastest, violent and despair sets in the world. Please help me welcome onto the stage, MADREAMDY. And without further ado, we'll check out his opponent, coming from Hawaii, ZEFA.
Hi, my name is ZEFA, and I've been playing Summoner's War for 9 years. This year, I'll try to take it more seriously, I guess. I think the only thing that can stop me from becoming the next champ is just bad luck. I'm just gonna prove myself by giving everything I got. I think I'm better than my competition just because I'm willing to try new things and explore new routes. It doesn't work all the time, but it happens. I just want to let everybody know that I'm ready, and let's get it on.
Guys, we pretty much see him every year. He was Zefarius, now he is ZEFA. He almost didn't make it here today, but please help me welcome him to the stage, ZEFA. Gentlemen, take your seats. My audience, you guys ready for this match? All right, sounds like everybody's ready, so take it away, boys. Thank you.
Well, I'm certainly ready for this match, and we have quite a matchup here. MADREAMDY, confident, sticks to his guns and plays really well. And then we've got ZEFA, the trailblazer here, Stoic. This is a really interesting comparison of philosophies.
It really is. I'm looking forward to both these guys here today. I do love ZEFA. I think ZEFA is a super, super solid player here. I know he hasn't gotten as far as MADREAMDY has in these tournaments here in America's Cup, and I know we've got a lot of experience behind ZEFA as well, so I'm expecting that experience to show here. But MADREAMDY, he has been drafting phenomenally. He has some great tools, and we saw this Dakoni Yuji come into play here. This is a very, very tough unit. Dormammu, I've come to bargain, and we're going to see more of this unit today.
Oh, yeah. I hope to see more, Doman. It's going to be really cool. MADREAMDY always gives us fun games to watch here, Seppi. Now, of course, on the other side of this is ZEFA, who is determined to prove that he can take things a little more seriously. We'll see how that goes. I kind of personally like the way his cadence carries out in the middle of a game.
Yeah, I appreciate his creativity. You know, we see a lot of similar units when we're playing in the meta, and these players want to be very competitive, but he's someone that brings a little bit of spice, a little bit of flavor to the drafts, bringing units like the Momo that we saw, like the Light Ezio. So I hope that we continue to see those units and that he surprises his opponents. You know, a cool thing to see as well in here is how both of these players are going to react to their opponent's style. Like we were talking about, we know MADREAMDY is a very, very fast player. So if you know you can't outspeed someone, what's the best route, you know, to deal with it?
You know, during the prelims, I thought, you know, my own bias aside for that Light Ezio, it was
should have been Cassandra.
It's okay in prelim. I don't want to see it today.
I want to see it again.
Sure it's entertaining. Not tonight.
Well, I was entertained. And like it said in those quotes on his player profile right there, that's what he wants his pick ban phases to be. He wants them to be entertaining. But what was interesting to me there, Seppi, is at the bottom, he actually sees that creativity, not taking it seriously, is actually a weakness of his. I personally see it as a strength because it's harder to predict.
Yeah, I agree with you. And thinking about underdog stories, when you're the dominant side, you know, I do think that that is a weakness. But when you're someone that maybe are seen as the underdog that can surprise the other one, we can see a David versus Goliath story right here. So it's going to be really interesting to see how both players are going to adapt to each other's style and if that surprise factor is going to come into play.
Oh, yeah, and Stoic. So we talked about the Momo. That was actually a Guildy request, I believe. The first person who said something got to do it. He straight up asked me today. He's like, Evan, what do you want me to pick? I'll pick it. I'll put it in the draft. So what would you have him pick if you got a vote?
I believe the Dak Cassandra is in the wheelhouse. So I kind of would like to see the Dak Cassandra. And if it's not the Dak Cassandra, maybe the Fire Cassandra. I'm a big fan of both those units there. So I would like to see those. Maybe not, you know, again, that light, you know, if the Light Ezio happens, it happens.
Okay, Stoic, my dear friend, you know I love you, but the Fire Cassandra appeared that day and she hit for 34K and the Light Ezio hit for 37. So that's all I'm saying. Maybe we'll see the Light Ezio.
Here we go. We're going to find out how this plays out. MADREAMDY versus ZEFA is happening right now. We're going into round one. Take it away, guys.
Yep, pre-bans coming out right here. We've got that Oliver, of course, getting pre-banned, and Laura. This is going to be something we see a lot of, these two units getting pre-banned today.
Well, if you watched the last match and what Laura did, you definitely don't want to go against that monster. The Oliver on the other side, very, you know, safe. pre-ban, so I really like that.
That's for you, Evan.
Yeah, that's for me.
Ooh,
The
that's
Nikki.
for me. I
Yeah.
love the Nikki. I think Nikki's great, the unit that I have, and I've been trying to use as much as possible. Big fan of this pick right here from ZEFA. And of course, we've got MADREAMDY showcasing a Moore/Water Ryu, obviously locking in a 24 speed lead. So we'll see what kind of route that MADREAMDY's going to be taking, potentially a turn 1 playstyle.
Yeah, and I love the Nikki play because she gives you both opportunities, right? She can be a turn 1 comp, turn 2 is a unit that deals a lot of damage, attack buffs. She has the heal and the cleanse. But right now, MADREAMDY says, I am not worried about your Nikki because I will reset her cooldowns and I will remove that will on turn 1.
Yeah, so this is a very popular play, very predictable play in my eyes right now. So with the Moore and the Chung Pung getting locked in here, but we have a 33 speed lead in the form of Vanessa being drafted right now. So ZEFA is ready to speed contest.
And a buffed Heigang. We've seen how much more this Heigang has appeared after its buff, and it's great against these two units because they do strip, but they don't reduce or increase attack bar, so you're gonna get cut anyway. So right now he's saying, you either ban my Heigang or you bring something else that can help you deal with it.
Now, let's see what happens here. MADREAMDY is going to be responding right here as we get this countdown pretty low here. And we got Juno in that Dark Dumon's going to hit the field.
Yeah, very strong unit into this draft still. There is some sustain, but we know once she hits you with a Curse of Death, that's going to be really difficult to shake off. ZEFA quickly with a Rakuni and a Camilla. I actually really like the Camilla against this whole comp. The question is that he doesn't have the last pick. So I think right now, what MADREAMDY can do is just ban that Heigang, go for turn 1 and bring something else that rounds out very well this draft. Either a secondary speed lead or something that brings in some threat of killing this strong water and fire units.
Yeah, let's see what this last pick's going to be, because I think what this says right now is ZEFA's very comfortable banning out that Dumon, that Dako Miyuji. I think that's going to be banned out here. I do love that Dako Nimushi being drafted by MADREAMDY because that's a lot of firepower, synergizing with the team that he just brought as well.
Yeah, we're talking about it's either speed lead or something that can kill something quickly, and that's definitely a monster that if it hits with skill 2 then gets a proc or, you know, lands a death break, it's going to be a unit that is gone from the field. Ban's coming in. The speed lead is removed, and then the Heigang, like we called out, we could see that from a mile away. The question is, does that tell you that ZEFA believes in his speed and he can try to kill something right away?
We'll see. I think a lot of it's depending on this Nikki, what kind of damage coming out here. We've got a Swift Vanessa looking for a defense break, trying to set a unit up here. Let's see what happens.
Oh, misses the strip and no death break. He's thinking right now, looks at the game, trying to give the turn back or just keeping it for later. Now the Nikki goes with big damage. The attack buff is gonna come on, and I think it's gonna be really difficult to remove something from the field, and there's gonna be a big opening for both this Chung Pung and then the Dark Onimusha.
Yeah, so that's really great damage there coming towards that Dark Onimusha. Dark Onimusha looking super low right now. Juno looking to get some Despair Stones out onto the field. Doesn't receive anything, not even stripping either.
Oh, doesn't, but the Chung Pung comes in. There's a couple death breaks, and the damage is huge.
My Lord.
Gets the proc to remove someone from the field, but remember, there is the Vanessa. I don't think she got reset. Goes for the Camilla, and she comes back.
There we go. So the Vanessa was not reset in that case there. So Camilla does come back, attack buff as well. But look how healthy our Dark Onimusha is looking right now.
This is going to be really interesting. He opts to put it on the Nikki. Very interesting, because the Rakuni right now can try to give a turn to itself so he can heal, or he can go for the riskier move, which is trying to land the death break. Goes for the death break. One monster off the field. The Camilla! Look at that damage!
Insane damage coming out of the Camilla with the defense break sitting on top of the Dark Onimusha. Dark Onimusha gets drops there, so a little bit of attention here from MADREAMDY going towards this Vanessa, trying to remove this unit from the field here. I think he's going to be staying pretty consistent, trying to keep that Vanessa down, because we got Camilla really, really low right now as well.
Yeah, the Camilla looks on the high damage, low tankiness side, so he noticed that. MADREAMDY is, I'm gonna go for her, remove it from the field before the Vanessa gets the skill back for reviving, and this Rakuni is gonna be super key with procs, and gets an important proc. Do right now, the Vanessa trying to land some damage on the Dumon. Can the Camilla proc? No, she doesn't get it.
Yeah, ZEFA's really got to get rid of this Dumon. This Dumon's super dangerous right now. Defense breaks laying across the field as well. Not at all what ZEFA wanted to see. Rakuni's got a lot of work ahead to try and cleanse all of that.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage, my friend. The death break's coming in. The Juno removes the Vanessa. Now it's a 2v3. You don't have the opportunity to revive, but the cleanse from the Rakuni gives an opening. You can try to freeze this monster, but she resists.
Definitely a max resistant Dumon as well. All the attack bar manipulations coming out there. We're keeping that Camilla back as much as possible, but Dumon is the unit that ZEFA really has to get rid of.
Landing right now, the Curse of Death can mean that the game's over, and she does. Puts it on 4 turns. The clock is ticking for this Camilla to be removed from the field, and even the Juno is dealing so much damage on a water unit.
Yeah, that's got to be the... Oh, he needed to get that kill. If he got that kill there, we'd be able to try and bounce back here, but that's not what's happening. Zeph is definitely in a lot of trouble there. He's trying to keep that Rakuni down as low as possible so to stop the healing going to Camilla.
Yeah, I don't know. I think right now, looking at it, the Changpeng was such a key unit. The death breaks coming in, and he landed a lot of them. Stoic got a couple of very important procs and was kind of the monster that allowed others to deal damage and finish with MADREAMDY taking game number 1.
1 point on the board for MADREAMDY. You're right, you called it out. The Changpeng was a very key unit, MVP of the game. I have to say, though, I was very impressed with the damage on the Camilla from Zepha's side there, Seppi.
Yeah, she was hitting very, very hard. And like Stoic said, if she managed to get a couple procs and remove from the field that Dumon, it could have been a different game, but she was very tanky, and she was definitely 100% res.
Yeah, once that Mark of Death came out there on top of the Camilla, that was game over. There's no way that you're able to heal yourself through that Mark of Death. It's it. You're marked for death. And that Camilla dropped there, and that ended that match right there.
Oh, look at this change in pace. A surprising Vanessa Preben. We talked about how players adapt and realize that other monsters become more important in this matchup. And he saw that this Vanessa was specifically prepared for him. He can take away the 33 speed lead and says, now you don't have a way to contest this.
Yep, and right away, MADREAMDY's going to drop in his own 33 speed lead, taking that Oliver, locks that in here. ZEFA with the Jemire and the Shizuka. Great little combination there.
I really like this response, and I know that a lot of people pick them without the tableau, but you know, it is Saturday. I would love to see a tableau on the field. The Laura coming out, so a speed lead with 120 base speed monster, and now MADREAMDY is thinking, do I bring, yes, a lot of variety with another speed lead and another very fast monster that got banned on the first match?
Nope, double speed lead coming up from MADREAMDY. He has said he really wants that turn 1. He's going to be playing that turn 1 style here. I think Zepha's potentially thinking about backing it up here. And no, I don't think that necessarily says he's backing it up here, because we got a Gianna and we have a Dark Monkey King hitting the field.
The Dark Monkey King is such a high base speed monster as well, so it might be on Swift. If he closes out with a secondary speed lead, he has the opportunity to fight for turn 1, and now the Heigang. I really think the Heigang is super strong in this matchup, and you might need to ban that, but then it tells you that the Laura is probably going to take turn 1.
Yep, exactly. Let's see what happens here with MADREAMDY. He does have that Heigang. He is going to be bringing the very fast Ethna. We know this unit for taking turn 1 here. We know that the base speed is like on that Ethna, and ZEFA needs to wrap up his draft here with something extremely impactful, because right now, MADREAMDY is looking for that control immediately.
Yeah, very, very strong comp. There's one interesting thing, though. If you remove the Ethna, there is no death break on that team. The question is his comp tanky enough to withstand the damage? He brings a very tanky unit in the Fire and Bison, so now it's very difficult. He tells you, I want to play turn 2 and bends the Ethna. I like that, you know? It didn't surprise me.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. 33 speed lead coming out for MADREAMDY. HP lead coming out for ZEFA as well. ZEFA looking to hopefully stay alive with this assault that MADREAMDY is going to place on.
Yeah, let's go. Turn 1 out of the water. Ryu gets the removal. Let's see how much damage this Laura can put in. And then the question is, can this Oliver land everything? Oh my God, triple stun. The Heigang, can he get the 4 stun, or will the Shizuka bring the game back? He gets it. Here we go.
You can always rely on Heigang to get the spear stun out there. And of course, Oliver's going to be super oppressive right now. Lots of attack bar pushback. We're going to see additional turns popping out to push back even more attack bar. New additional turns coming out for ZEFA as well. So definitely ZEFA being placed on the back foot early, getting a proc, not able to do too much here with this Connell.
But he can try to control the Laura. Yes, sir. The thing was very well played by MADREAMDY, resetting the Cardinal and not another unit. He knew that the proc from that unit was the most impactful, so very well played and carefully.
Yeah, most definitely. So you're going to be seeing this big third skill coming out here. ZEFA really needs to see some additional turn and defense breaks, to be honest with you. And only one's going to be landing there in that water Ryu.
No control, no stuns right now. The damage is coming out, and now the glancing is so powerful, but he goes for it anyways, and nothing lands. Just one miserable slow on the Laura. The damage is coming out. This unit is so oppressive, and the thing is, even if the Gianna had the strip, the Heigang's on the other side. You're just going to give him a cleanse for free.
Yeah, that's a really, really tough situation for ZEFA to be in right now. He's trying all that he can to bounce back here. But I do think MADREAMDY has the much cleaner draft going into this round here, and he's looking very, very safe where he is right now, putting ZEFA absolutely on the back foot.
Yeah, I really like his draft. Very strong. In the turn 2, everything landed on Cardinal's shoulders, so he had to get everything right, or the Shizuka had to 100% resist everything, which is something so hard to do. Very dominant performance from MADREAMDY, taking the 2-0 lead.
MADREAMDY all of a sudden sitting at match point with a great showcase of crowd control there, Seppi.
Yeah, excellent draft. Very good balance between having enough speed to take turn 1, but also counter-picking your opponent, because when he saw that his opponent ZEFA was trying to go for turn 1, he brought out that Heigang that just kills Gianna. Right, Stoic?
Yep, exactly. Well, you can see the pre-bans from last time, Vanessa, Nikki. They will be available as we get into this round number 3. Match points for MADREAMDY, potential another 3-0. I don't want to say it. Not going to be a caster's curse over here, but a potential. It's there. We've got pre-bans coming out right now. It could be anything at this point.
Yeah, let's see what happens. They have to swap it out. They're going to go back to the match 1 pre-bans, or will they adapt to something that they saw right here? Has ZEFA prepared a different draft to go against MADREAMDY? Maybe something, you know, up his sleeve in case he was backed up against the wall like he is right now.
Yeah, probably going to see a little bit of a switch here, and we're going to see a Gianna getting pre-banned, a Laura getting pre-banned here, ZEFA with the first pick. I don't know what he has to take. Does he have to take something away from MADREAMDY, or is he also going to be locking in that Oliver?
Yeah, I would steal away that Oliver. It's just such an oppressive unit, and if you choose turn 2, you would have to go with something like more heavy fire, you know, a Juno, a Fire Monkey, and we haven't seen those from him yet, so I think he prefers to steal it away.
Yep, I think that's definitely the right decision here. Let's see what MADREAMDY is going to be doing. Is he still going to be speed contesting Oliver? Water Ryu, Chung, Punk potentially coming out here for MADREAMDY.
Yeah, I really like the Etna pick because it was almost a surefire must ban, you know? So right now he's thinking about it. Do I change my style a little bit? The Chung Punk would be a very safe choice. He can also bring a Juno. I really love that. Juno very strong. We mentioned against an Oliver, Juno, Fire Monkey, those units become super important.
Yep, most definitely. Let's see what ZEFA's going to be drafting here. He's got to know that potentially that Dumon might hit the field once again. He also has to keep in mind of that Dakoni Musha. We know how oppressive that unit can be. Both those Dak units are very, very oppressive.
Can I say something crazy? If we see from MADREAMDY right now, no reset coming out in the next 2 monsters, this opens the door for something like an Abellio to interrupt the Dark Onimusha. So I'm gonna be super interested to see what those 2 picks are, because if he brings the Chung Punk right now, he can be in trouble, because you can pick a lot of fire units in the end right there and be very tanky. The Masha is super dangerous right here. We know that Masha ignores water units and just crits on their face.
Yep, most definitely. I mean, there's that Dumon already being drafted by MADREAMDY. That might get locked in right here. And of course with the Pra, I think a Pra is an excellent pick right there.
Excellent monster, another source of trip, and also has the speed buff, the heal. You know, the question right now is there's no reset. So there's a lot of units that come to mind for me right now. Even though the Pra is strong, he has a little bit less kill potential, and he doesn't have cooldown reset. Now ZEFA can go with, turn 1 unit, the Etna, strip, stun, death break. Very, very strong unit, and close it out with another speed lead, or the Rakuni. He got the Holy Trinity finally for the first time today.
Yeah, so he had played the Holy Trinity before in the prelim, so it looks like he's going to be bringing it back right here. Oliver Miles Rakuni, for those who don't know about that Holy Trinity, is those 3 units. MADREAMDY with this last pick. It could be that Dakoni Musha. I don't think the Dakoni Musha is too bad right now, but I would like to see more defense breaks if he was going to be bringing that Dakoni Musha to the field.
Yeah, and can I say something else? There's only 2 single target strip units on that side. A Wusa or a Shizuka would not be bad right here, and banning the Etna. But he does bring the Nikki. Nikki on both sides. Very interesting. Does it still look like an Etna ban for you, or do you think that there's another unit that's very strong?
I mean, I think Etna is really, really good to ban out here. I feel like Masha's always like a really, really big threat as well. So you know what? I would actually say that Ethna is probably it. Because that Ethna is going to set the tone there for ZEFA, and I do think that's something that MADREAMDY is probably going to have to ban out.
Yeah, picking 2 water units into it, it's very dangerous, but he removes the other win unit and says, I am going to take turn 1, and with a Nikki, I can maybe kill something. So I like that more aggressive playstyle, but I also like ZEFA's ban. Not gonna deal with that Dumont. Let's not die to that monster. Turn 1, going to MADREAMDY. He comes in, strips, misses on the Etna. Can this Etna? No, but she gets stunned.
Yeah, misses on the Etna, but it's the perfect Disparison to get on top of that unit right there. And you can clearly see MADREAMDY really wants to get rid of that Masha. There's gonna be a ton of additional damage with the heal blocks landing on top of the field as well. Masha does stay alive though.
1
HP
HP.
available, and he's gonna try and pump a unit here. I think he should probably go for that Nikki. I think the Nikki's the unit that he's gotta get rid of, but he goes right after that Juno. We do have the second skill available. He's going to try and pump that Juno in.
I love this option, and now he has the Rakuni that can give a turn back, and he can even be to the Masha to remove the Juno once and for all. He gives it to the Edna. He can go AoE, or he can go for the stun. I think there's 2 options, and there's a greedy one. He goes for the greedier one, because if this Braha procs, you will cry. She doesn't. Okay.
There's that Juno's going to be dropping right there. No additional turns going to be coming out of that Masha. Of course, we're going to be healing up with getting additional turn from this Nikki as well. Nikki's going to be looking to get a big sleep potentially on top of the Miles. It is going to be the unit that's going to be going next here, but it looks like he's really focused at trying to get that dismount on top of the Masha.
My man, this Masha does not want to fall. She stuck to 1 HP a couple times. Can the Rakuni proc? No! She will finally probably leave the field right now and fall off the chair. That's what she does. Can she get a proc to try to remove this Nikki? Skill 1 into skill 2 is very powerful damage. Gets it? No proc!
No additional damage, no additional turns going to be coming out there, but what we're seeing right now is a lot of attention obviously coming towards that Rakuni and that Miles as well. They want to keep both these units really low to stop all that holy additional damage coming out of that Moore as well. Is absolutely insane. Masha's going to need some saving grace right now. No additional turns again coming out for ZEFA.
I gotta tell you something, this Nikki is too tanky, my friend. I think this is a very high attack, HP, and defense. Wow. Nikki taking the home for MADREAMDY the win.
A dominant showing from the Rune King with our second 3-0 of the day. MADREAMDY taking it to go, saying that he's willing to do whatever it takes to move forward there, Stoic.
Yeah, who would have thought double 3-0s just like that in today's tournament?
Let's give it up for ZEFA and MADREAMDY. I mean, I stated earlier that, you know, some of the fastest Violent Despair sets in the world, and you got to see it moving at speeds like Swift. And you still see it stun. So obviously those sets were on Despair. That was fantastic. MADREAMDY, congratulations. Moving on to the next round. How did you feel going into the match?
Nervous.
The translation is nervous. And how do you feel going into the next round to fight TRUEWHALE?
TRUEWHALE. Maybe I kick his ass.
He said, maybe I kick his butt. All right. Thank you, MADREAMDY. Congratulations. Good luck in the next round. Back to you guys.
I mean, I'd be that confident too after that game. Wow.
I gotta tell you something. I really like the participants' phrases this year.
Yeah, between that.
A lot of storylines being
ladder.
created, some rivalries. Very excited to see if TRUEWHALE is gonna keep farming people on the ladder, if MADREAMDY is gonna, you know, do something to TRUEWHALE. I can't say the words.
I would be that confident too. He really is the Rune King. Check out these highlights from that set we just saw, because I can barely believe it.
Yeah, to be completely honest, Evan, once again, we saw a little bit of a difference in runes. The additional damage coming out, that very powerful LD unit and Dumont taking the win. What do you think, Stoic?
I mean, this was crazy. We saw a lot of things that ZEFA was not able to take care of here. And I think that we had those oppressive units like that Dako Nimusha. And I feel like even in the draft, it's playing mind games with you, because you're like, I don't want to let that unit through. Or he always has it, and it's like, it's there. So it was kind of like that Dumont was really just weighing over his head. And it's just like, he couldn't figure it out there in this matchup clearly here. So it ended up being a 3-0, ended up being in MADREAMDY's favor. It was a great, well-drafted match here for MADREAMDY, and it really did show that he is the Rune King, because he showed how fast he was, his great additional damage. It was well thought out for MADREAMDY, and I thought it was incredible gameplay coming out of him.
Agree with you. And there's another thing. We've been seeing certain units popping off today and showing how strong they are, like the Laura, the Oliver being super effective, the Water Ryu, and then we've seen Cardinal that has had a couple opportunities in a draft that he fit really well, but couldn't do much, you know? No immunity on the other side, had to land stuff, but it's a slower unit, you know, you can control it, you can put some glancing on it, and then, boom, one slow only on your opponent.
Yeah, if I had to describe that using 2 words, it would be the word oppressive 2 times. It was crazy. You just couldn't get off the ground. He was controlled the entire time. And ZEFA, we even saw a change in strategy in that last round there, Stoic, where he changed into something a little bit more familiar, brought the Holy Trinity along with him too into the game.
He did. So the only problem with the Holy Trinity, it is a great Trinity, but the problem is so many people are well versed in it. You know what I mean? We see it all the time on the ladder, so a lot of people see this, and there's a comfort that kind of sets with it because you know what to do when you see these 3 units at the field.
Yeah.
Exactly. You've had time to train against it, right, Seppi?
I agree, Evan, and I think that MADREAMDY's choice of banning one of the 3, being Oliver, and guaranteeing that his whole combo and damage will go in was a very good choice. He knew that he could get the other team down and he could try to remove one unit off the field, and once again, we got to talk about that stun on Etna was definitely very decisive.
So key. Seriously, MADREAMDY's Despair runes look like Swift runes. The dude's so fast.
He's very, very fast. MADREAMDY is known to be one of the faster players here in America's Cup, and he's clearly showing it. He's clearly showing it. We call him the Rune King for a reason. We really do.
Yeah, he really did earn it. Again, 2 incredible series already starting us off at the America's Cup, and we get to look forward to more. Next up, we have FALLINGFLOWER versus RHYS coming up here, guys. So now, Seppi, looking at these 2 players between the 2, which do you think has the best shot at taking the series?
Yeah, we got to talk about both of these players are very consistent. They have a couple units that they share. I think FALLINGFLOWER has a little bit more experience and pedigree in the tournament, so he's going to be a little bit calmer. But the thing with RHYS is he doesn't have anything to lose, right? So maybe he's coming in without any stress just to have some fun, and that can bring him up, you know?
That's a weapon. Honestly, that's a huge asset to have in your corner if you don't have a lot at stake here, though. We know they want to win that $10,000. So Stoic, we talked about earlier how the bracket is mostly the same except for one, and that's RHYS. That's what we were talking about.
RHYS is our newcomer, and there's something that we bring up most of the tournaments here, and that's that experience. You know, a lot of people come in there, and we've seen people hit the stage already, and they're prepared, they're ready. They got the cameras and the lights and everything, a live audience. And for RHYS's experience, this is his first experience out here with a live audience. This is not remote for him, so it's like this is very, very different. You're no longer in the comfort of your own home in front of your camera live on Twitch, so this is going to be very, very different for RHYS. But I do think he's the kind of guy that he can get over this. I think RHYS has earned his spot here. He went through the prelims and he made it. So I think he can do well here, but FALLINGFLOWER is not an easy opponent.
That's very true. Let's go ahead and get to know them a little bit better. Why? Cuz take it away.
Excellent analysis. Thank you, guys. Let's familiarize ourselves with our first player, FALLINGFLOWER.
我游戏 ID 叫花落之秋，每天大概有6小时左右都花在游戏这上面，通过各方面的 RTA 啊，各方面游戏任务啊。现在我对于其他选手来说，各方面帮魔灵啊和魔灵符文啊，我觉得应该都会比其他选手比较强。就是如果我第一轮挑战过第一轮选手的话，我会在第2轮遇到大威，他是我比较好的一个朋友。就是如果我能战胜他，我可以拿下冠军。拿下这届美洲杯，就是对于我9年的游戏生涯来说，是一个很大的肯定。然后也能去泰国去见 Nest。就世界总冠军的话，我觉得每个人是都有机会的。因为各方面帮 pick 临场发挥，也运气也会占一大部分原因。这个赛季，我从 RTA 上来讲的话，就刚开始的话打得会比较好打一点，现在是比较艰难，因为各方面应对我魔灵的玩家都会有所针对。我肯定会拿下这届美洲杯冠军的，也会亲手打败你们。大家一起来欣赏 最高水平的 RTA 赛事在这一届美洲杯上面。真的拿了冠军的话，我会在我工会群里发红包。
At the end there, the translation was he said he would share some of the winnings with his guildies, so I'm sure his guildies are rooting for him. Welcome to the stage, FALLINGFLOWER. And for FALLINGFLOWER's opponent, we're probably least familiar with him. But he's a full-time streamer on Twitch, guys. Let's give it up for RHYS and learn a little bit about him.
Hi, my name is RHYS, and I've been playing Summoner's War for 5 years. I don't think I'm that passionate about Summoner's War, but it's definitely a lot of fun. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really prepped for America's Cup yet, but I'll try my best. This is my first time actually being in a tournament, and to be honest, I don't really have a clue on like where to start prepping, so it was like hard for me. The whole experience in like coming out here has been really fun. I got to meet a lot of the new players and see like what goes behind like the production team. It's been a really good experience. I don't think I'll be the next SWC champion, but I'll try my best. I guess if I won this tournament, I'd be really excited because I would get to travel to like the international one and meet like a lot of like other new players. I think what separates me from like the rest of the competition is that I like to play like multiple play styles, I guess. Just because it's my first time at America's Cup doesn't mean I'm gonna lose, I guess. I just want my competition to know that I can beat them and I'm ready this year. And I'm ready to prove myself this year. I would just like to thank everyone that supported me, and I'll try my best.
Again, guys, very unorthodox, but he decided to stream every day for the last week before the competition. But let's wish good luck and welcome onto the stage, RHYS. Gentlemen, return to your seats. All right, guys, less familiar players, but are we excited to see this one unfold? Yeah! All right, guys, the crowd is ready, so let's get the show on the road. Up to you, boys.
I think RHYS single-handedly won over the entire crowd with that player profile. I'm a RHYS fan now.
I too am a RHYS fan. Protect this man at all costs.
He's never sweat a day in his life. He's chill as heck. He can't even be stopped, man. Seppi, what did you think of that?
Man, I think he has a superpower. You know, not only getting the crowd behind him, but that thing about I haven't even prepared yet reminds me of me trying to get into law school, and I was like, you don't care, how will I do this? And sometimes it just happens. So that lightness about him might make him win. FALLINGFLOWER, Stoic, what are we hoping to see from him today?
I want to say the words like consistency with FALLINGFLOWER, because that's how FALLINGFLOWER was playing throughout all the prelims. He was very, very consistent when it came to the draft and came to the units that he brought to the field, the decisions he was making as well. FALLINGFLOWER is a very consistent player. As you can tell, he plays that Oliver and that Raccoon as well. It's the Holy Trinity. We've seen it before, and that might be something that he likes to fall back on. But of course, we're seeing that big, powerful Laura hit the field as well, and it's like another situation. You have the Laura style draft, you've got the Trinity draft, but then he also plays a lot of Diana. And for me, when I see Diana play style like this, I see someone who's trying to adjust to a lot of AoE nonsense coming at him, and he might rely back to this Diana style play style. So we'll see what happens as we get into this first match here.
Yeah, well said, man. And then on the other half of this, we've got RHYS, who's his opponent, who also chose to stream every day leading up to the tournament, Seppi. That is quite unorthodox.
A man of the people. You know, he gives them what they want, and he's here today to show us what he can do. The cool thing to see right here, Stoic, as you were saying, I think he is a very versatile player, right? And both of them have something in common that we didn't talk about. Both of them beat one of the best players in the world, Thompson. So we're going to see how they adapt to each other. We see a lot of high sustain, very tanky units in here with the Praha, the Wusa, the Rakuni, the more, and you were talking about how good that Diana is into the AoE units, especially the more, the Praha, you know, the Wusa, and even if you bring a Miles, is the kind of unit that with a proc can bring a Miles very close to death.
Yep, exactly. Now, both players, I think, might be fighting over that Rakuni. I think Rakuni's going to go on both sides here. I still want to say that Oliver is going to be a very popular first pick when it comes to both these players here. So we'll see what happens with the Oliver, if that is going to be something that we're going to be choosing to lock down here. But we'll find out here, because we do have a very exciting match here. I do think RHYS has what it takes to be America's Cup champion, but he's got to try and take down FALLINGFLOWER first.
Yeah, one of his goals was to win just one match coming here. So we'll see if he can make it this one, because it's a really tough one. FALLINGFLOWER is not a pushover. It's going to take a lot to get the flower to fall. Now, the thing about FALLINGFLOWER that I really liked is that he was just excited to be here amongst the best players. I think that's really cool. He wants to test his skill up against the other people here.
Yeah, Evan, and he sounded very confident. You know, that's something that we've seen as a trend today. A lot of confident players about their own skill, about their decision-making, and his drafting ability. And to be honest, I think both of these players are great drafters. The thing that we're going to see is, can they steal units away from their opponents and still have a cohesive strategy? You know, or will they get lost into the worries of going against something specific? Here we go. FALLINGFLOWER, best rank, 7th in the world, and RHYS, 15. We have a lot of very high-ranking players today, Stoic.
Yep, we really do, and you can see those pre-bans getting locked in right here. Wedgette is going to be pre-banned, so we know about the Laura Wedgette coming from FALLINGFLOWER, so Wedgette's going to get the pre-ban here, and of course Chung Peng is going to get the pre-ban going up against RHYS.
Very, very good pre-ban. The Oliver being locked in, still the priority pick in a lot of these matchups. Will he still bring the Laura without the Wedgette? We know it's very strong. Maybe a Water Ryu. Oh, an early Cardinal that hasn't been very effective, but maybe together with a Laura, it starts working.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. A ton of additional damage, but it also means your team's going to be pretty tanky as well. I love the double Oracle draft here coming from RHYS, so a lot of sustain, a lot of preparation. Preparation here. Let's call it preparation. And then a Juno Pra. I think these are great 2 picks here in response.
Yeah, I really like those picks. Some sustain, you know, and now the Riley Kinky that we've seen from SPIRES coming out. A lot of sustain, an opportunity to counter, you know, to bring back this match. Very tanky units. The HP lead from the Cardinal has a lot of synergy into this comp, and now he goes with the double, the Taeor, and the better Taeor. But the thing is, if you pick a Leo, you need to ban the Leo, and then the question is, killing this Kinky might be a little bit difficult.
Yep, we'll see what happens, because I mean, we got an HP lead here for FALLINGFLOWER and a speed lead coming out here for RHYS. Of course, that Leo's going to be banned with that double Squall being drafted there. We'll see if that Squall has what it takes to take a unit away from FALLINGFLOWER. But RHYS is going to be taking first turn with a very fast Juno.
Very, very fast, and the Pra follows right after. Can he get the strips? Gets 2 of them. Now, does he go for the slave or does he risk it? He risks it and gets it. Now, the Oliver will have an opening. Does he go for this Laura or for the Riley? Goes for the Riley, but misses it a little bit on the greedier side. But his whole comp is so well speed-tuned that the Taeor has the next turn. Can he get full attack bar reduction? Yes, sir, except on the Cardinal, but it's reset.
Yeah, beautiful freeze there sitting on top of that Laura as well there, so very, very nice to see that. We're looking for more Despair Stuns, a lot of attack bar gain coming out of this Juno as well. I think the unit's focus probably is going to remain this Riley. I think he wants to try and get rid of this unit as quick as possible. You're gonna see a lot of resets coming out here for the highest units. He keeps getting resisted here with this Oliver, but oh my god, it's additional turns coming up from Laura. Laura's looking to get the sleeps. Nothing's gonna be happening though.
Yeah, I would definitely use the 3rd skill right now just to get that speed buff on my team, get all the cooldowns back, and then try to go for the kill with the Taeor. He does that, but resisted on this Riley. Crits on her, but very tanky unit. The Juno coming up with a stun. Super important, Stoic.
Yeah, beautiful Despair Stun right there as well. We're going to see this 3rd skill probably going out. It's going to choose to go to the Laura instead here. Interesting.
Yeah, the RHYS gets a tech bar reset. He doesn't want to deal with a proc from that unit, and once again, the Cardinal just stopped on his tracks. The Oliver with a big proc. She resisted the reset, though. We can have the opportunity of Allura sleeping and getting turns back. He guarantees that this RHYS's dead with that 2-turn dock.
Yep, exactly. So he's going to be getting more resets. Oliver's just been so oppressive throughout this entire match here. Juno's been getting some really nice despair stuns as well, but we're going to see so much attack bar gain from those first skills of both the Oracles. Almost finishes off the Laura. The Tortoise Squall is going to be there to drop that Laura as well. Looking fantastic for RHYS.
Gotta tell you something, the Oliver has been oppressive, but the Tayor on that first attack bar reduction with a freeze has been the most important turn in the whole match. And frankly, the freeze on the Kinky right now with a Skull coming up right after with lots of damage from both of these Oracles has been incredible. Look at that Tayor damage. What a dominant performance from RHYS. Taking game 1.
A clean performance from RHYS. He got his victory like he was looking for, but can he get 2 more?
Oh, clean. The chillest dude gets the first game. And it was so interesting to see the crit on the Kinky at the end. It's rare you get to see that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see the Tayor as a counter to him, guaranteed crit. And the other cool thing in here was we knew that the Leo was getting banned and there were a lot of opportunities and even missing some attack bar reduction on the RHYS, but he had so many ways to reduce attack bar. You know, he prepared for this. He had the Tayor, he had the Oliver, and then the damage that these 2 Oracles deal, right? Stoic, 2k per hit. That is so much. 2.3 on that prop.
Yeah, so much additional damage coming out of both those Oracles. And of course, we're going to be seeing that Oliver getting taken. There's no way that FALLINGFLOWER is going to let that slide again. But of course, RHYS is still going to be speed contesting. We've got a more, and we've got a segment hitting the field here.
Okay, I'm starting to suspect that him not preparing was a lie because this looks like very good preparation. The segment coming out, very high base speed unit. If people don't know her yet, is one of the highest in the game, and it has a reset with a strip. Also has a very strong skill too that is the same one as her water sister. The Wedget finally hit in the field, but won't have the Laura to rip off of.
Yep, let's see what happens. And he's going to be bringing out a Connell in here. I think this Connell is an okay pick coming out for FALLINGFLOWER right here. But of course, right now, we do have a speed contest. I mean, we're going to be watching both these players looking to take turn 1. RHYS does have to lock in another speed lead, though.
Yeah, I would love to see saving that for last pick. I like that. I like the Raccoony and the Miles very strong into 2 out of the 3 units. Now, the question is, he has still the option even to go turn 2. He doesn't need per se to pick that. Depends on what FALLINGFLOWER does right now. If I remember correctly, FALLINGFLOWER also has a Gianna. In this draft, not necessarily the best pick, but picks the Leo to counter the Miles and a Verd, Leo Verd. I don't know. I don't know if I love the Verd and the Cardinal, to be honest. I think you can exactly pick a fire unit or a water unit last, and you don't have to be too worried. You can even ban this Wedget and playing against this whole comp.
Yeah, let's see what happens, because I mean, I think that's definitely a fair ban. We could be seeing the Leo, but there's a world we do see that Wedget ban as well. On the side of RHYS, you might have to actually ban out whatever kickstarts this whole thing. We could be seeing like potentially a segment ban.
Ooh, he was afraid of the Douglas. So the double trip, I really like the Douglas pick then to get away. The question right now is, can this segment land her skills? And with that, not letting this Wedget pop off. Does he go for it, or does he go for one of the other units?
Well, he's got to attempt it here, so we're going to see that third skill going off, and he does, and nail it. Majority of time, when Segment's able to nail that reset there, things do bode well.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the Cardinal was the choice. You have 2 water units. I wasn't too worried about the Cardinal. I'm more worried about that Wedget giving turns for his team together with a Verd. Even if you reset the Cardinal, he's going to get the turns back.
Well, it looks like Raccoony's able to resist absolutely everything right now, so a lot of damage, and he's going to be pushing all that health all the way back there, so all that work FALLINGFLOWER put into Raccoony, it's almost gone already.
Yeah, given the turn to Segment right now will open up an opportunity to hit, oh, he goes for the Miles, to hit the Death Breaks, and then the strip and damage from the Moor coming out.
Yeah, definitely could have been what's happening there. Keep in mind, though, that Wedget's also going to be healing based off the negative effects there, so he could have capitalized off that Curse of Beautiful.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. We're going to see a nice first kill. He's really... FALLINGFLOWER's really trying to get rid of this Miles first.
Yeah, he's going great stun on the Oliver. There's a big opening right now. Damage and proc from the Cardinal. Is he turning the tides today? 2 water units? No stuns, no slow. The Cardinal continues not to do anything, but the Verd is countering relentlessly.
Yeah, it really is trying to counter as much as possible. I think that's what keeps FALLINGFLOWER in this game for sure, but RHYS really needs to get rid of this vertical as soon as possible. He's looking to land these provokes and does land on top of the Kuni as well. Second skill available, does get some defense breaks on the field.
Glancing and heal block are huge right here, because then what you were talking about, the Wedget passive is not as powerful. He can get some resets right here, but this Verd will probably be off the field next turn. The question is, who can kill him? Can this Rakuni get a proc right here? A lot of damage. Can he crit? One glancing and the Rakuni survives!
It'd be really scary to go for that vertical. I don't think he hits that vertical with that Rakuni. He can't have that revenge proc coming out there. So he does choose to go for the defense break sitting on top of that Oliver. Is this going to be enough? Does he choose to go after that vertical with just his first skill?
Yeah, I would go for it. You gotta risk it at this point. He gets the stun on the Oliver, but it procs.
Yeah, man, the proc comes out there right after that despair stun. You hate to see it.
Yeah.
More attack power reduction is going to go out on top of this Miles. Third skill is available. This could actually be enough to go on top of that vertical, but he is going to choose to go for the defense break and not get the strip, though.
Yeah, very dangerous moment. Now the Verd can double crit, give attack bar to the whole team, and the Oliver's coming out. The Miles can remove him from the field. He's dead. It's a 4v3, but now the opening stance. The Rakuni might die if he risks it. Does he go for it? Yes, sir, and gets it!
Oh, man, gets a big shot there on top of that Rakuni as well. Of course, we're going to see another turn coming out of this Oliver. Oliver looking to reduce the attack bar of that Miles, and we've got more coming in with an attack break. No attack break, no despair stun is resisted on top of that Wedget.
Yeah, I think the long game right here is Wedgets. It's so powerful with the removal of the Rakuni. The source of sustain is out of the field, and now 2 water units versus a very oppressive Oliver, reducing attack bars, resetting cooldowns. Even though this Cardinal didn't do much, his supporting cast, let's call them, were extremely oppressive.
Yep, it really was. There's so much attack bar reduction, and FALLINGFLOWER is able to, maintain RHYS to almost not even get a turn at this point here. He's got the third skill of Kynal as well. Kynal's able to get the stuns and able to apply so much additional damage on top of that. It's very, very comfortable position here for FALLINGFLOWER.
Yeah, I love his draft. It was very, very strong, and the thing was that reset on turn 1 on the Cardinal, I think choosing the Wedget instead would have been a better avenue to follow.
Yeah, the Wedget proving to be really strong and helping FALLINGFLOWER get a point on the board, denying RHYS match point. We're going into a big one, guys. Who do you think is going to take this next one?
Oh, man, I really have to stay here with RHYS. I feel like RHYS can do it. I'm loving him right now. I love that intro video. He's just got my vote and everything right now.
Yeah, Seppi?
Well, if he gets the comp that he wants to play, I think RHYS has game 3, but I expect FALLINGFLOWER to adapt and instead pre-ban the Oliver. You don't want them to just keep swapping pre-bans. He knows that RHYS has the first pick right now and he can steal that unit. It's been very decisive today.
Yep, definitely not expecting to see an Oliver pre-ban coming out of RHYS, but I could actually see a world where the pre-ban for FALLINGFLOWER is going to be that Oliver, not letting RHYS have that.
Let's see. Yes, sir. We called it. And the Wedget on the other side. We're going to see Laura hit the field, and the question is, does he continue to trust this Cardinal?
We'll see what happens. We've got RHYS this first pick. Let's see what he chooses to potentially take away from FALLINGFLOWER here.
Yeah, the Water Ryu is a very strong unit in that comp as well. Will he take it away? We haven't seen much of that Chung Pung yet, but might be a good option with a pre-ban of the Oliver.
Yep, let's see what happens. First pick is going to be that more Water Ryu coming out of RHYS. FALLINGFLOWER taking his time now, slowing it down. This is the live events, guys. Laura and Saga going to be the 2 units FALLINGFLOWER is going to bring here.
Sagar appearing for the first time in this matchup. Very good unit. The reset is very strong against the the Water Ryu that we talked about. The question right now is, does RHYS bring something that counter these 2 later on, like a Hey Gang, because you don't want to bring double water so early, but you can go once again with a Juno and maybe a Chung Pung like we talked about.
Yep, well, there's that combination, the Water Ryu, the Chung Pung, and of course Juno. I think Juno's an excellent pick for RHYS to drop in here. We saw the great additional damage coming into that unit, used it very, very well. FALLINGFLOWER potentially looking to respond here. I think he might back it up and not choose to go turn 1 anymore.
Yeah, he went with a Hey Gang because he knew he could be stolen. Another thing that I would love to see here is a triple revenge Verd on RHYS side actually looks very, very good, because this Hey Gang, to be honest, I think it will have to be removed off the field, or he can bring another speed lead to guarantee turn 1.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. As RHYS is looking to wrap up his draft with this very last pick as the clock comes down here. I really hope we don't see a forced pick here, and we are going to be seeing a Raccoony. I think Raccoony's he's a fine unit here to bring in.
Yeah, I see a lot of fire, so that makes me think that FALLINGFLOWER can bring a must-ban water unit and stick with his comp that looks very strong with the Hagan countering the strip, or a Vertihill as well. That tells us that maybe he's keeping this Chungpung right here, and he might ban one of the sustain units or the turn 1 segment.
Yeah, it might be that turn 1 segment that gets banned out here, or potentially might be the Juno, because the Juno is going to be bringing a ton of volatility against FALLINGFLOWER. We know how much additional damage is going to be coming out of that. We know how long it's going to be staying alive when you have that Laura, when you have the Cigar, when you have that Connell as well.
I would ban this Hagang right here. I think it just adds too much variance, so much trouble, but the Verge soaks up the ban, the Juno on the other side, and we're going to see a turn 1 segment having to do some magic.
Yep, let's see what happens. RHYS has the speed lead. He should be taking the turn 1 with a very fast segment, and he is going to be doing that exactly. Let's see who he chooses to reset here. More than likely that Laura.
Yeah, does he get it? Goes for the Cigar, gets the reset, and the Cigar, obviously because of the passive of Hagan, gets pushed up and takes the turn right now, which is great. He will come out of that protection, goes for the more, forces the attack. Now the question is, does he want to push them up? Yes, sir. Doesn't get cut. The Raccoony gets the turn, can give it back to get some death breaks, some heal blocks. Glancing, and the Chungpung will push back. Beautiful play from RHYS.
Yeah, that's incredible. Able to capitalize off all of these defense breaks that he has here. He can kind of go for any unit that he wants right now. Gets the attack break, a little bit more damage coming towards that Laura as well. Third skill is available going on the Connell this time. It does get resisted though.
Yeah, it gets resisted, but he has a glancing. Very important. The reduction from the Moore was so key right here, and gets us done. More so far shining. The Raccoony, one more proc. The Hagan can't do much right now, but gets a clutch stun on his brother Chungpung.
King's just so good at those clutch stuns. Able to get that on top of the Chungpung. Provoke trying to get landed on top of that segment. Not landing. He's got the big skill too. Not able to drop any units here, but I do think he's able to take out this Laura though.
Yeah, he goes for the damage. Oh no! It doesn't kill it. He can get some reduction right here, but he can finish the job with the more. Does he get greedy? That's a little bit greedy.
That's definitely a little bit greedy here. He's got to try and take out this Laura right now. When you have we've talked about this before, when you got an opportunity to take a unit out, you take a unit out. Does have skill 2 available, does drop that Laura here. We have that Cigar who's stunned up right now, which is very, very good right now for RHYS.
Yeah, he needs to remove the Cigar from the field because one of the strongest counters to the Moore, but the Moore has been dealing so much damage. So many turns this Raccoony has given to his team, and the combo of the giving the turn back to the segment into the Chungpung has worked so well, and RHYS takes game number 3, as we called it.
Yep, number 3, round number 3, going right to RHYS. Well done, RHYS there, really keeping FALLINGFLOWER back.
RHYS showing he deserves to be here at his first SWC appearance with the 1-2 combo there, Seppi.
Yeah, Evan, I'm just sad for him because he failed his desire. He wanted to win 1 game. Now he has 1-2. So, you know, he didn't win 1.
The man's an overachiever. That's what we're seeing right now. We love to see it for RHYS. This is a great debut for him.
And all of a sudden at match point, by the way, this could potentially be the last game of RHYS versus FALLINGFLOWER.
Yeah, and remembering right now, he can't ban that Oliver, so he's gonna have that Oliver supposedly like on turn 1, and he doesn't. He denies it. He says, FALLINGFLOWER, you don't get the Oliver. He does get the combo, my friend, the Laura Wedget. You know, you take the Oliver off their hands, they're gonna play with it.
Yep, and I think the Oliver is definitely the right ban for RHYS. You can't let that unit through. That's a very, very solid ban. Totally see that Sean being an excellent ban as well for FALLINGFLOWER. We've got the Wedget being hit on the field already as a first pick for FALLINGFLOWER. RHYS looking to respond already. Let's see who's going to be bringing in here.
Yeah, if you know someone's bringing that wedge at Laura, the Juno becomes so much more important. You know, the Pra is a very important unit right here. We saw them perform really well. Brings the Juno instead of the Pra, the Shizuka. I also like that. So very good draft so far from both sides. We'll see if FALLINGFLOWER brings over the Laura already or waits a little bit more with some mid-range units. The Chungpung comes to mind since you don't have the reset from the Oliver. What would you like to see, Stuck?
I mean, I can't help but think that he's just going to be bringing that Laura once again with paired up with that Wedget. This is a combination that works really, really well. But I do think this is a combination RHYS is going to be prepared for. I think the Julian is insane, though. I think this is a very, very good unit. A solid pick right here. because this gives RHYS a lot to think about right now.
And recently buffed, even stronger right now. All light comp, is that what we're seeing? He can close it off, you know, with a Lauren and a Fran, just kidding, with a couple other very powerful light units. But he does leave the Chungpung on the other side. Nope. Oh, I like this change from RHYS. I like the Chungpung though. I really like the Chungpung.
So what we have seen before, and we've seen this Dakpyr Vanilla do very, very well, it's always been extremely fast on all the times that we've seen this unit do well. So I'm curious to see the speed of this unit there, because we've always seen it at such an incredible speed where it exceeded over his opponent. Light monkey.
Is that a Jogun in SWC together with my son? Your son is Aspires. My son is the Light Monkey King. Kitian Desheng making an appearance. Last pick now. You have to decide, do I want to play against this monster, or can I bring a Fire Monkey and remove the damage from the field and try to survive with the Juno and the Fire Monkey? The Rakuni comes to mind as well, but the Sekhmet turn 1 comes here. Does that telegraph, yes, that the ban is the Wedget? Yes, sir.
There we go. So the Wedget is going to get the ban right here. That Dakpyr Vanilla is going to get the ban as well. We've got a resistance lead coming up for Falling Flower and an HP lead for RHYS. RHYS, this could be match point.
Yes, sir. The Sekhmet is definitely taking that turn 1. Can she reset? The Laura, does he go for the Monkey King? There's a lot of good options right here because he knows that the attack bar on the other side is very high. Increased cool time on her. What can he do? Nada.
Well, let's see what happens here with the second skill. Looking for some big strip. Beautiful Despair stun, though, landing on top of that Julian.
You go for the reset. Skill 3 resisted on the monkey. Now he can put a unit away and go for the strip. Yes, the Juno is so powerful right here, so you want to try to remove her from the field, but he opts for the Chungpung. Now, doesn't want to use the strip because he knows that
the Jogun.
Yeah, very interesting. He knows that the Shizuka has the protection.
Yep, well, Shizuka with all skills available. We could see that skill 2 going right back to the Sekhmet to try and get cooldowns back up here. Off skill for that third skill, getting some stunts across the field. Curse of Beautiful is going to be landing. A lot of defense break, a lot of heal blocks coming out on the field as well. Looking for some big damage, but additional turns on the reset Laura.
Yeah, that's such a fast Laura. The stun on the Jogun was so powerful. Now there's no strip to set it up for the Kitian Desheng. Here we go. Can he remove someone from the field in this turn and not leave an opening? This Julian is very, very low, but he has a passive that takes HP away from his friends, from his team, and keeps him alive.
I think he's got to put the skill 3 back onto the Light Monkey, but he chose to go back onto the Laura here. I think he was trying to get that big kill right there. Does have that dot landing on top of that Light Monkey King. Oof.
Yeah, he trusts a proc right here. Doesn't die to the dot. A little bit greedy. I would have killed it as well. The Monkey King coming into play. You can even go for damage on the Juno. Yes, sir. And try to finish her up with the Laura. The Monkey getting one turn right there might have been a big deal.
He's got to take out that Light Monkey King here. Is there going to be any additional turn? No additional turns are going to be popping out. I think he actually goes to the skill 2. He goes to the skill 2, tries to get the kill. Oh! Is that
a triple stun is what it is, my friend Stoic. Here we go. The monster is very low. He can just keep pummeling damage on the Julian, sucking it up from the other ones, and gets another stun. Salt in the wound. Can we already call Juno the MVP of this specific game?
Yeah, really. Juno is absolutely insane right now. The Despair Stuns are landing across the field. Julian trying to do all he can to get rid of that unit. Finally drops it right there. Of course, the Despair Sun sitting on top of our Laura. No additional turns going to be popping out just yet here. We're going to get a full strip. Defense breaks landing across the field right now. Looking for attack bar reduction. Does get that on top of the Sekhmet. We're going to see some big damage with the skill 2 coming out onto the Chungpung, getting that the stun as well.
Yeah, you need procs with a Julian, but he hasn't gotten procs. He can't get the second skill back up quickly enough. A proc from the Shizuka, finishing up little by little. Yes, I think that is, well, he will take a turn though.
No.
Can he proc?
Push back here.
Can he proc?
He needs to proc. No! But he's got that skill 2 available. Keep in mind, Shizuka's got some big skills. RHYS taking full control and taking down Falling Flower.
It's RHYS!
Guys, give it up for Falling Flower and RHYS. You're not going nowhere. You don't get away from this. Now, you told everybody you'll be happy if you win one match. So, are you a overachiever or
Yeah, I guess I'm a overachiever.
So now that you accidentally won your first match, can you accidentally win another one?
Big V is definitely. Oh, sorry.
Big V or Dreams Joseph. We know who he voted for.
The winner is definitely gonna be a little bit harder than FALLINGFLOWER.
Okay, so you felt comfortable with that match?
Yeah, I did.
All right, well, congratulations. Moving on. Thank you for your time. Give him a nice round of applause, guys. He did great for his first time out here, guys. Take it away, boys.
In there, it was so phenomenal. You know, one of my favorite parts of RHYS's player profiles, where he said his opponent was easy. I thought that was fantastic. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the other one. It was really incredible to see a match like that. I am so proud of RHYS. He did a phenomenal job in that. It was great drafting. It was great gameplay. He really did put on an excellent performance on his first debut here in SWC.
Oh yeah, he allegedly had nothing prepared, nothing to lose, wasn't expecting anything, and yet he won his first series and made it look borderline easy along the way.
Yeah, Evan, it's been an incredible display of multiple strategies, right? I love that on game one, he brought something that has been seen, but it's not a meta unit like a Teor. Then we saw a little bit of a different style, more meta with a Raccoon, and it was a very close match in which FALLINGFLOWER managed to bring it back. But RHYS right here showing that underdog stories are real.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it so much. I love a great underdog. And I feel like out of all SWC, we keep talking about underdogs throughout all the regions here. We have the biggest underdog right here in the form of RHYS, and he came in here and he made a statement, and I love every bit of that.
Yeah, it definitely was a statement match. The guy is super chill. Look at him. He's just happy to be here. That's crazy. That's so fun. Oh, he's probably going to get some more people watching him on Twitch after this, too. I'll be one of them. Heck, I've had a great time watching him play.
And we'll tell you something, Sekhmet today is doing very well, hitting those turn one resets and being a key unit. Another cool thing to see, Stoic, was how he chose to play around the Julianne passive very meticulously, taking it lower, controlling the Laura, the stuns, and obviously the Juno performance was incredible.
It really was. And I love that you brought that up, Evan, about Sekhmet, or I'm sorry, Seppi, that Sekhmet's just been so consistent, because usually that sets the tone there. When Sekhmet's able to get those resets on that first turn, it's huge, because usually if she misses it, things start to go downhill immediately. And honestly, throughout all of America's Cup, I feel like Sekhmet has been consistent. So we'll see if Sekhmet continues to be consistent throughout the tournament today.
Yeah.
And that's how she stops being consistent. Thank you,
That's Stoic. All future Sekhmet misses are attributed to that comment right now. We talked about it before, but in the Thai qualifier, she was 100%. Today, she's got a good streak. It's not exactly 100, but she's almost there. There's the crowd. Let's hear it for those players. Let's hear it for RHYS.
Yeah, we got a packed house today, Evan. I can barely hear you guys, and having a lot of fun, incredible atmosphere. Imagine how RHYS is feeling, right? He was smiling a lot. That's beautiful to
I'd
see.
be smiling a lot too, man. That was awesome. It's great to have that new blood here, you know, and he really put his stamp on the day today. And we still have one more game in these quarterfinals before we move forward, and it's a big one. It's Big V versus DRMZJOSEPH. Now, these are two previous America's Cup champions, and DRMZJOSEPH won back in 2018. So going into this one here, Seppi, who do you anticipate is going to take it?
You know what? Like the first match, we have the favorite, and the favorite is Big V. Even though both of them are champions, Big V has the better box, the better runes, has a lot of pedigree, but we can't forget that DRMZJOSEPH is the kind of player that just surprised you. Back in 2018, he went against some titans, including Thompson, and took it all whenever no one expected. So I'm not counting him out. If he gets to pick some of his most important units like the Masha, the Vanessa coming out, and if he gets comfortable, he can make it all the way to the finals.
So as you just said that right there, gets comfortable and brings out those units once again here. I do think the biggest disadvantage, we talked about this before with DRMZJOSEPH, was he doesn't have that Miles, and this is something that Big V does have. And now something that DRMZJOSEPH did ride to victory a lot was that Vanessa Masha. So if Big V is able to lock down Vanessa and Masha and not have to worry about those units, I do think DRMZJOSEPH is going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, that's something that we like to talk about frequently with DRMZJOSEPH. He has a more limited monster box, but he knows how to push it to its absolute limits. And we've seen that in the prelims. You brought up that Masha there, Stoic. That Masha was doing so much damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
What I love about his strategy is that, like you said, since his monster box is a little bit more limited, he has his best runes, his highest efficiency on some monsters that other people might not use as much. So he keeps them, and then these monsters overperform. You know, they do better than normal Mashas. People might have, you know, their 7th, 8th, 9th best Vial set on them, and he has his best one. So if that Masha procs, a monster's going down.
Yeah, and that's a very consistent tip, too. People always tell you, rune fewer monsters so they're all better. Let's go ahead and get more familiar with these players. Why? 'Cause introduce us to them.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. First and foremost, let's check out our perennial contestant, DRMZJOSEPH.
Hola, yo soy DRMZJOSEPH y tengo 8 años y 2 meses jugando a Summoner's War. Con respecto a Summoner's War, creo que como cualquier jugador, soy algo apasionado a veces y a veces se le odia demasiado. La verdad es que para la Copa América últimamente solo he estado en modo farming y las estrategias las voy a preparar recién desde hoy día en la noche. Yo creo que puedo tener las chances de ser el campeón de la Copa América, siempre y cuando el RNG me bendiga con mobs de agua, y de ser así podría ser el campeón en las finales. Yo creo que como cualquier jugador, el RNG siempre lo puede detener de ser campeón. Lo que significaría para mí volver a ser el campeón de la Copa América es algo que, desde mi no humilde opinión, que me vengo mereciendo desde hace años, solo que el metagame no se me dan los monstruos completamente, no tengo el deck completo. Mi parte favorita de estar en la Copa América es la posibilidad de ganarme los $10,000 y el viaje a la final. Fuera de Summoner's War también soy muy bueno en matemáticas, razonando más que nada. Nos vemos, chicos. Convenzan a Contuas para que me invitan al encuentro no Brasil para gente da comunidad do Brasil.
Guys, once again, with the smaller monster box, but never count them out, joining us virtually, DRMZJOSEPH. All right, guys, and his opponent was our 2021 America's Cup champion, BIGV.
My name is BIGV, and I have played the game like 9 years. 非常喜欢这个游戏，然后因为已经玩了9年了，所以基本每天都在玩这个游戏，所以非常有热情。就是作为 SWC 的选手吧，会有一些压力，然后呢，就是这些压力会让你去更加努力，然后去研究这个游戏，去每天去练习，然后以至于每天不断的练习，然后才能让你更加的提高。No one can stop me become the next champion. 成为下一届美洲杯冠军，那我就会是最特殊的一个，因为从来没有人2次得过美洲杯冠军，那我就会是唯一的一个，证明了我就是最大的热门，然后我也会成为最终的冠军。很荣幸你们可以见证我第2次成为美洲杯冠军。就很感谢观众们的支持和喜爱，让我从第1年的只有6%的支持率，到现在有30%的支持率，成为最大的热门。很感谢大家的喜爱和支持，我会一直努力，然后期待与你们的相见。
All right, guys, again, our 2021 America's Cup champion. Let's see if he can climb the ladder again. Starting with DRMZJOSEPH, let's welcome to the stage, BIGV. Okay, you can take your seats. Take your seats. You guys ready to see 2 of the perennial players that we always see every year? DRMZJOSEPH and BIGV. Awesome. Good luck, guys. Take it away, boys.
Here we go, guys. Big V versus DRMZJOSEPH. Big V being the favorite from the crowd. When we checked the predictions earlier, he was carrying nearly a third of the votes. And on the other hand, we've got DRMZJOSEPH, who's a repeating player, and also he feels that he is owed this championship here, Seppi.
Yeah, very interesting. One of them is the biggest favorite. The other one was the one with the least votes. We have another underdog matchup. But in this case, both of them have been champions before, so it makes us all that more interesting. You know, as someone from the BR community, I can't ignore the shout out for him to be in there in the event, the love for the community. So it's always good to see people from different countries of the Americas coming to this tournament and representing. I love to see that.
Yeah, that's one of the coolest parts. I mean, this broadcast is in 3 different languages as well. Salve Brasil, you know, it's like they're right next to us over there. He wants to go visit the Brazilian community. We'll see if we can make that happen. Stoic, who you got winning this set?
I mean, this is a tough one. I think actually DRMZJOSEPH said it the best, and his biggest flaw was not having all the meta units that are being used today, where Big V can say that. So with Big V having the better box, and not just the better box having like LD Net 5s and whatnot, but having all the meta picks, having the units that, you know, DRMZJOSEPH wish he could have drafted here, you got to give a lot of favor right now to Big V.
Yeah, and that's what I'm really curious about here. Is Big V going to commit to playing his strategy, or is he going to try to do additional pre-bans, that's in air quotes, and take away some of DRMZJOSEPH's picks? Now, Seppi, why don't you walk us through what we've seen from DRMZJOSEPH thus far?
Yeah, very interesting. Like we talked about, he likes to pick a lot of the Vanessa, the Masha, very fire-heavy draft. He does have the more in one of the strong water units, but you notice the highly picked Camilla tells you that he's missing a lot of strong meta water units, right? It's still a good unit, but not for every case. And a couple of his losses came out when he was put against the wall, and he had to pick that Camilla in non-optimal situations, right, Stoic?
That's right, but we do know that the Camilla's run very, very well. We saw him at times where he brought both Valkyries to the table, where we had Vanessa and Camilla, you know, trying to vibe off one another defense breaks. The big second skill now coming from Camilla. He was able to produce lots of damage that way. So we'll see what happens as we get into these matches today. Is that something that potentially we will see? Well, we're definitely going to be seeing that Masha, though. But we'll see if Big V is able to keep that under wraps.
The Masha really made an impression on me, Stoic, and I'm glad you brought that up, because it did do a ton of damage. A proc from that monster, you'll get more mileage out of a proc from DRMZJOSEPH's Masha in particular than a lot of other units than you'll see in this tournament. Now, here's the other half of the final set in the quarterfinals here, Seppi. It's Big V.
Yeah, Big V just has this super interesting play style. He is a very aggressive turn 1 player. He does have a bigger box. We see the cigar right there, a unit that strip, resets, reduce attack bar, provokes. There's so much Volantis in the same style. And interestingly enough, we see also a Shiho that I didn't see as much from him, but might appear today.
Yeah, it's one of those it's one of those units that you'll last pick there. If you see all that fire come out there, maybe in the case of seeing that Masha, you know, that Water Monkey King may make his appearance there for moments like that. But we also know that Doc Pure Vanilla to be very, very fast. We know that it's a turn 1 unit here, and it can be very oppressive if it's not kept under wraps.
The Elena, yeah, we've seen that one go off in previous days in the preliminaries, and it was really difficult to navigate. And I like that you mentioned that the Shiho is an excellent answer to the Masha, too. See, that's the thing. Because we know the majority of what DRMZJOSEPH has to pick, it's way easier to prep for his matches in theory than other people's there, Seppi.
Yeah, you have to adapt for that, and then the Etna becomes a great answer to that Shiho. The problem is that, like Stoic said, if you pick it as a counter pick, a last pick, second to last, is very hard to respond to it. I do expect Joseph to try to surprise in some ways his opponent, because on the ladder sometimes we see him when stuff is taken away and water heavy drafts appear, he falls back into the Ganithor, you know, and some wind units that he still has that are not super meta.
Yeah, and you have to try to surprise somebody like Big V over there, Stoic. When he's got the pedigree of SWC behind him and the majority of the votes, you got to bring out something unexpected in order to have a chance against him.
It's really, really tough to bring out something unexpected with Big V, because we know Big V for bringing things that are unexpected at the same time. So, like I said, like DRMZJOSEPH definitely has a really, really big match ahead of him in the form of Big V, where Big V is able to do just so much more than he's able to draft himself. So we'll find out, though. Let's see if DRMZJOSEPH has what it takes to take down someone of the likes of Big V.
Let's do this. Vamos, Joseph. We see the best rank, 17 for Joseph, 19 for Big V. Both of them did somewhat of their study because I see a pre-ban on the Oliver on one side and the Volantis on the other side. DRMZJOSEPH doesn't want to see it. We still know that the cigar might come out, but maybe he waits later for it because he knows fire-heavy units are coming from Joseph's side.
So for BIGV right now, I would actually be very comfortable if we saw a Vanessa come out as a first pick for BIGV, but it looks like Laura comes out. Laura is super strong, very oppressive unit here that BIGV is going to take first.
And to be honest, DRMZJOSEPH is very used to play against this unit, and G3, we know that a lot of players have it. It's very difficult to deal because you can even run it on Violent because the base speed is so high, and we've seen multiple of them on Violent tonight, and outspeeding Swift units, Despair units, etc.
Yep, exactly. So there's that unit that DRMZJOSEPH is very comfortable drafting here. Masha hits the field. BIGV looking to respond after seeing both these units here. And it looks like he wants to speed contest. He's going to be taking this Chiwu. One other pick here that BIGV is looking to bring, and it is going to be the Kinky. Interesting.
Very interesting. I don't know how this Kinky fits into the comp. Even Joseph's face right there acting kind of surprised. Does that tell you that he's going to bring some sustain right after it? Maybe a Riley, you know, something of that like. Also a Praha fits into that comp versus the Matcha very well. And now he brings a Nanavel. I'm a huge fan of Nanavel in this matchup. There's not a lot of damage on the other side. The sustain, the cleanse, the death break, slows, very good pick.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that Nanavel. In some response there after seeing this Nanavel, you'll probably bring like maybe a cigar, but it's super dangerous. The fire units on the other side of the field. I feel like he's trying to bait out one of those reset units and see the cigar and see the Chung Punk at the field, but BIGV doesn't look like he's falling for it. We're going to see a couple more water units come to the field. Looks like a Shizuka and that Water Monkey King.
And we see the Shiho, and I gotta tell you, this Shiho looks like a must ban. You only have one strip on your side. Even if you bring the Cigar or the Etna, it's gonna be probably get banned. And then how do you deal with this monkey? The Shizuka pick, like we said, maybe a Shizuka, Rakuni, Riley, anything with sustain would be really good in there. And it can help counter this Anavel and the Cardinal.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I think that Water Monkey King is definitely going to be the ban here. So the problem that DRMZJOSEPH is having, he knows that Kinky is right there. So he kept bringing all these units at AoE, and Kinky is going to be taking advantage of all of that because he needs to deal with that Shizuka, and the Laura is what gets the ban out here.
Ooh, that is very interesting. I don't know. I would have liked either a Monkey King or a Shizuka ban. The Cigar ban was kind of telegraphed. He had to ban it, but the question is, does Joseph ruin this more a little bit differently to try to counteract his opponent? Now we know that he can land glancing right now, even on a water unit, and making Moore's life so much more difficult, but misses it.
Yeah, we only get that glance. He's going to be landing on top of that Connell. And there's that big skill, too, coming out of DRMZJOSEPH with the Despair Stun out on that Water Monkey King as well. We've got that skill 3 available, and I do believe he has to use it.
Yeah, he has to use it to enjoy all of the damage that come out from this Masha. I would just go for the kill on the and gets a proc to remove her from the field. The thing is, there's a problem. The Shizuka is so fast, and I think she comes in with a little bit more attack bar than the Cardinal.
Yeah, that's definitely the move right there to drop that Chew. If you have an opportunity to do that, you have to do it there. We're going to see a first skill looking for a defense break on the Anavel, not receiving it though.
Wait, the slow is in there, but the glancing, and there's a water unit on the other side. This glancing from the Chi was super important. He has to go for the AoE just for damage, but can't apply anything.
So there's that defense break coming out of the Kinky. That's something that DRMZJOSEPH knows he has to worry about. We do have all things on that third skill, and it's going to land all the things as well.
Oof. Now there's a big opening for the Monkey. He can remove a unit from the field. There's 3 options with Death Break. Will we choose to go for the Anavel? Yes, sir. Goes, and she doesn't proc to cleanse. It's ally.
Yeah, 100% the Anavel. I think you go with the skill 2 right now. Try to get some extra damage out there and make sure you're going to hit that Anavel as well. And I think he really is trying to get rid of the Anavel here.
You can remove the Shizuka! Can he resist an AoE stun from this Monkey? Everything comes down to Monkey and Kinky. Gets the stun, a proc, no proc from the Anavel. He really needed that proc, Stoic.
So this Water Monkey King is the perfect unit to try and do away with everything DRMZJOSEPH has. So it is not over yet for BIGV, but it is looking very good for DRMZJOSEPH still.
Ah, that proc might have sealed it right there. Lady
a really good moment.
RNG says No, sir. I really liked how the game was looking for Joseph, but the problem is that this monkey just refuses to give up. You have to be very careful right now and play around everything. The Moor doesn't have a passive, and that is a big problem. It's a mountain to climb back, but you know what? Joseph showed like he had a game plan. He executed it correctly. A couple moments in there, you know, that proc, the lack of procs from the Anavel, no in the match, so yeah, that kind of sealed it.
Yeah, most definitely. He's got the skill 2 available, finishes off the Moor right there, gets that stun. Additional turn does come out there, but it is going to be enough. He's got to worry about those Revengers coming in there, gets that defense break as well. This is a really tough position here for the Masha. The Masha still is mounted, should get dismounted here. Never mind, we've got skills.
Yeah, the Shiho definitely locked down and tells us once again, maybe the Shiho could have gotten the ban, right?
Yeah, 100%. We really thought that Shiho was going to get the ban here. It is a violent Kinky. We're going to keep that in mind. I believe that's the first violent proc we saw from Kinky. But a very commanding victory coming out of Big V in that first round.
Watch out for that Shiho. Newly buffed and ready for action, that Shiho.
Yeah, the dubbed favorite monster from the devs.
Let's give him
buffed,
an extra hit.
You know,
Let's let him stun.
Yeah, well, now it's stuns.
Now
Next
it's
will
done.
be like last hit, ignore defense if it crits. No, just kidding.
Additional
I don't have any
damage by
information.
300% on the path.
Let's see how DRMZJOSEPH adapts to the second round. Now that we saw this, Stoic, the lack of strip from his side was what put him against the wall, right? Once you know you can't strip that monkey, it becomes so much more powerful.
Yeah, most definitely. And I like that look that we just saw in DRMZJOSEPH's face here, and he noticed that Hagen getting pre-banned. I feel like he wasn't expecting to see a Hagen pre-ban, and DRMZJOSEPH is going to be taking that Oliver. So I'm curious if banning out that Hagen just means we're going to see something that Big V wants to draft here, where Hagen would have been obviously very impactful what he's going to be drafting.
Yeah, the Oliver coming out, very strong first pick, but you have to pair it with units that open up the field for him, right? We know that Big V has a lot of protection if he wants to. There's other LD units that he hasn't brought, but he goes for turn 1. We know he's really fast. Chiwu coming out, a swift unit, and then the Cigar. We know his Cigar is generally on Violent, but we can be surprised.
Yeah, we have to see this Masha. I believe it's going to... Oh, it's not going to be a Masha. Interesting. So we're going to be going with the double strip here. We've got the Moor, we've got the Juno being drafted. And I think these are two great picks for DRMZJOSEPH here.
Yeah, I love this. The holy trinity of elements, you know, one of each. And now the Ragdoll and Volantis coming out. You know what? The Juno's still really strong. The Veromos is a great pick, actually, but I would love to see a Vertihil. You know, a Vertihil is so strong into this. The Fire Monkey, too. I don't know if it's enough to survive. Maybe instead of the Veromos, I would like a Verd, but two very strong picks.
I know what my hat wants to say here, but I'm going to get a lot of flack for it if I go ahead and say Ragdoll's not that great. Everybody's going to hate me once again. But again, like, I don't know, I can't help but think, like, Ragdoll's not super impactful, but there's a lot of critting out there, so I get it. It's going to work out for him. Big V taking that Volantis Ragdoll. It's still working here. We've got this one last pick for Big V.
Yeah, I didn't know you moonlighted as a stand-up comedian, my friend, Stoic. I love you. I'm kidding. The Ragdoll is definitely way less powerful than it used to be. You can't just like first pick Ragdoll in RTA nowadays, but still very powerful unit into a lot of AoE. The Anavel swapping sides. Okay, question right now. If you're Big V, are you afraid of this Juno or are you afraid of this monkey?
I think you're afraid of the Juno more. I think Juno is something that you really got to worry about. It's really going to disrupt everything that is. And I feel like that Anavel even says that Juno's probably going to get the ban here.
I agree with you. The thing with Joseph right now is if you let him have the whole combo, at least you have to remove this Anavel because she is the heal. Oh, he opts for the other Juno, quote unquote. The Veromos goes out. I really like drafts on both sides, but I favor Joseph a little bit more if he doesn't get fully reduced, obviously. We know that Cigars can be crazy.
Yep, let's see what happens. And that Fire Monkey King can be extremely crazy as well. But again, let's see what happens here because we need to get a full strip here, and we do get a lot of glancing landing on the field as well. So very much in the favor of Big V. Despair Stun does go out on top of the Shiwu, though.
Yeah, he missed a couple important strips right there, and now he can go for the reset on this Oliver to completely nullify the unit, or he can go greedy and go on the monkey. He goes on the safe one, resisted though, but the Death Break can come in with this proc, and then lots of damage from Ragdoll.
Yep, I agree. He's going to try and get that defense break on top of that more. He's really going to try and take advantage of it. We need to see a Despair Stun come out here. No Despair Stun's going to be happening. Big skill, too. He's going to be coming in more, taking a lot of damage, though. No additional turn from that Ragdoll, of course. A little bit of damage happening right here. Nice AoE, a lot of dots, a lot of negative effects on the field. Juno is going to be healing up just a little bit, though.
I really like the targeting from both sides. You want to remove that more, and on the other side, you want to get rid of the reset, Death Break. It's the enabler of the damage, and the Monkey shows he's ready for that. Joseph, very important step towards this match. Now you basically kill this more. You're not worried about him. Volantis is going to be so important moving forward.
Yep, he really is. You can see that. Oh my god, the 2-turn sleep is going to be landing true. On top of that, Oliver, we're going to see the Despair Stuns coming out of this Juno. Not just yet.
Yeah, I love to see the targeting on Joseph. He knows this Chu is a little bit squishier, and you don't want to make this Volantis stun you in the counter, so he goes for a Death Break and a big proc. The Monkey is coming on top. We said we really like this draft. Joseph playing it to perfection. This stun on the Juno is actually delicious because she gets that speed buff on her face. Can he land the Death Break on the Volantis? Misses it, but it's so much damage.
It's a lot of damage. We knew this Fire Monkey was definitely going to be a problem here, and it's providing a lot of utility and a lot of damage for DRMZJOSEPH. A big thorn in Big V's side right now with this Fire Monkey.
Nice wordplay, my friend, and let me tell you something. Joseph just might have locked one win right here. A proc from the Monkey, completely unnecessary because actually puts him in a more difficult position, but takes Game 2 by Joseph.
A great draft from Joseph and well piloted there, Seppi.
Yes, sir, and let me tell you that ban, not banning either the Monkey or Juno, it's so much damage. Like, the Veramos is a problem, definitely. It brings heals, you know, but a Veramos doesn't hit hard like a Juno or a Monkey.
Yep. You know what? You want to know what the issue here was? I watched the Ragdoll do nothing.
You did say something along the lines of that.
Hey, let me tell you something. The Ragdoll dealt a lot of damage and killed them more, so he might have been the best monster on that side.
Sure, sure.
You know, I've forgotten how
to each their own.
Yeah, to each
no,
their own.
but jokes aside, a very important thing is whenever you play Volantis, and we have seen this from other players like TRUEWHALE, done very well, he generally picks the Juno earlier and brings the Volantis. We know when you bring a Volantis that a Juno is one of the best counter picks, so I think Big V got a little bit confident in there and didn't prepare very well, set the stage for that Volantis to shine.
Well said.
Well, let's see what happens. We got more Connell coming up for DRMZJOSEPH. Laura as the first pick for Big V, looking to capitalize on these other two units. Volantis and Oliver are the pre-bans.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Cardinal this early, but you know, like we said, he has a more limited box. He has to make choices. The Annabelle is a quick reply, and the segment contesting for turn 1. 2 very high base speed units, but Stoic, no speed lead so far, so it means that he really trusts his runes.
Yep, definitely trusting his runes, and we know Segment can be that unit without a speed lead, has that ability to take turn 1 here, but I do think Big V needs some really nice damage dealers to really round out this draft here, because he's got to be careful with bringing not as much damage. Raccoon Raccoon is an excellent unit in this case right now, because if you don't bring high damage, Raccoon is going to be a problem.
I really like the Etna pick in here because it tells you I don't need to ban this Annabelle. I can go against it. The Kinky comes in. I don't know if I'm a big fan in this matchup. I think there's a lot of ways that you can get rid of him, but if he brings something besides it, like a Riley, you know, like the Shizuka, then it might be a very, very strong pick.
I'll tell you what, Kinky's a lot better than Ragdoll right now here, and I kind of do like this Vertial for Big V, but again, I do think Raccoon is going to be a problem because that's not a ton of damage and volatility coming from Big V.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I really like the 2 high base speed units on both sides. The Shiho coming in as the last pick is very strong. If you don't ban that speed lead, one of those units can take turn 1 and create a lot of trouble.
Yep, let's see what happens. That Water Monkey is going to get the ban. Laura is going to get the ban as well. We'll see what happens here because there is no speed lead on the side of Big V, but a speed lead on the side of DRMZJOSEPH. He should be able to still outspeed this segment with that Ethna.
I agree with you. The thing is, can the Etna guarantee that this... What? The segment outspeeds without a speed lead. Oh my God. Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah. Well, there's that third skill going out on top of the Kano. That's the unit you chose to reset here. So we still get Ethna's ability. It gets resisted.
Ooh, gets the resist and the reset on the other side. I think that the plan kind of changed a lot. We know that this Kinky is on Violent and the Vertihill has no way of being controlled. So right now you have to give the turn back to the Raccoony so he can cleanse this Death Break and keep the Cardinal alive until he gets his turns back.
Yep, and that's exactly what's happening right there. Raccoony using that second skill on itself here. Provoke's going to be landing out on this field. Does a land.
Oh, what a big proc from the Annabelle. He chose the targeting perfectly. And now she can AoE or she can play it safe. She goes for the safe play. And we're good with that.
Yeah, definitely the safe play. I think he needed to heal himself up. As much as I wanted to see that third skill lay out there and get some big opportunities here, but we do have the Curse, the Beautiful. Well, we had the Curse of the Beautiful. It didn't do anything.
The Curse of the Beautiful exists. Was it effective? We'll refrain from talk about that.
I still think he has to go with the second skill right here, but opting to go with the first skill there on top of the Raccoony. But I would like to see, oh, he really wants to capitalize off the third skill with the Annabelle, so he's going to be holding on to that with a Shadow coming out here and really not getting a ton of value.
The
Double
counter.
revenge is happening there.
No, no, no. Lady RNG once again says, no, my friend. And let me tell you something. The Laura ban, I understand how impressive that unit can be, but Sekhmet is just destroying Joseph this match. The Sekhmet pick was really smart, and he wasn't expecting it to take turn one without a speed lead, right?
Damage. Oh, man. Ethna's looking so low right now, and the Raccoony's got to pump those skill 2s into himself here. And, of course, we've got the defense breaks laying across this Connell and more as well. Not looking good for DRMZJOSEPH.
Oh, I was going to say, no, he needs to pray for the Annabelle to not pop off, but she does. Gets the heal in, protects the Vertihill, and now you have a huge wall to climb. Very difficult moment. Is this Edna on Violent, maybe? Like, that's why she got outspeed? I don't know.
I have no clue, but this is looking really, really bad for DRMZJOSEPH right now. He's trying to find a window of opportunity, and he's not really finding him right now. Because there goes that Ethna. Ethna's going to be dropping here. We've got defense breaks in the perfect spots for this Occult Girl. Third skill goes out, and that's definitely going to be it for DRMZJOSEPH here in this round number 3.
Yeah. So far, Stoic, people that have drafted better have taken the matches. Let's be honest, this draft from Big V was very well-rounded. The Annabelle was very difficult to deal with. The Sekhmet, right, Evan?
Oh, yeah, the draft was impeccable from Big V, and now all of a sudden he's sitting at match point. What does Joseph have to do to bring this back, Stoic?
I mean, it's tough, man. It's tough because, like we said before, not having all those meta-relevant units, it really puts you in a rough position where Big V's not having that similar struggle. So Big V gets to ban and take advantage of his opponent here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stoic. The point right now is on the second match, he dealt very well with what Big V offered. Maybe he can do something similar to that with a couple changes, because I'm sure Big V has noticed what that pattern was, and now he bans the Juno. That was a big problem. So now he only has the Monkey to deal with the Volantis strategy.
Yep, well, let's see what happens, because we're probably going to be seeing that Volantis going into this match right here. Laura's going to be banned out as well. First pick is coming to DRMZJOSEPH.
Yeah, I would love to see that, Oliver. Very strong unit. You don't want to leave it to Big V, but Big V can still bring the reset from other win units, like the Chung Pong, like the Cigar that we've seen it, and a very strong fire unit that's been performing amazingly well today, Sekhmet.
Or a Sekhmet that doesn't need a speed lead in the end. Like, it's just so crazy.
Once again, relying on the Annabelle, and very early. It's like I'm watching the EU Cup. That's where normally you see the Annabelle early picked. The Masha is an interesting pick. Not super strong into the Annabelle, but has the protection from the immunity on itself and from its passive.
Yeah, I'm loving this back and forth Annabelle play where DRMZJOSEPH played it, Big V took it, and here we are again. And this Volantis, we knew the Volantis was coming to the field when we saw that Juno ban there. And I do think this Kinky is a very, very good pick here, because right now it has been revenging at perfect times here, landing those defense breaks, causing a lot of problems with DRMZJOSEPH, so I'm a fan of this Kinky.
Yeah, there's only one reset on the field. I think that there's a lot of options right here. You know what? The Hagang versus this Volantis might be really good, but then you have to ban the Sekhmet and take whatever the last pick is, right? And we know like that Vanilla might be still a unit that is super strong in this match.
It is, when you've laid down a couple passives in there. We've got quite a few passives in there.
The Oblivion.
That Doc Pure Vanilla is definitely a great unit that he could be dropping in here, but I think it would be an automatic ban, in my opinion, if he does choose to do that. So let's see what Big V is going to be doing.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Couple fire units. He can bring another water unit as well. There's only one reset on the field. If you ban the Oliver and bring an Abellio, it's also a very oppressive monster into this. The Nikki double Occult Girl is like, you pre-banned the Laura, I will bring 2 of her sisters.
Yep. We'll play a little bit of double Occult Girl later on, Seppi. I'll show you how powerful this can be. This is going to be insane. I really hope this is something that does go through, but I think it's extremely scary. We could be seeing a, a Vero ban once again. We saw that in previous before because he already banned out the Juno. Oh, no, he banned out the Vero and then left the Juno through, but the Juno's pre-banned. The Vero's probably going to get banned out in this match right here.
Yeah, I'm expecting... Oh, the Oliver, interesting. He didn't want to deal with a reset on 2 units. I like the Nikki ban. I think Nikki was going to be too oppressive, the damage into the Death Break. We have 2 options of AoE Death Break, so it was going to be a very strong unit. Match point for Big V. Here we go. Segment taking turn 1. Who will she reset?
Immunity on the other side of the field as well. I think you kind of have to go for the reset on top of that Masha, stopping that unit from doing anything crazy. Here we go. We do land that reset. Gets that slow, though, on top of that segment.
Yeah, and the good thing is you can save that skill too right now. You can go for a strip and stun, and he hits it on the main unit you want to hit it to. Do you give the turn back to Veramos to go for a stun? Yes, sir! Yeah. Gets it on the Annabelle. Look at Veramos showing up in the biggest stage on Earth.
Yeah, DRMZJOSEPH definitely staying alive right now. Putting Big V on the back foot with those Despair stuns out there. No additional turns going to be popping out. We know this is a violent Kinky. It's not a Despair Kinky, so we're not going to see any trick Despair stuns happening here.
Yeah, very good point. The Veramos doing some work. If he procs right here, he can remove a unit, but he doesn't. The thing is, the Annabelle will come online if he doesn't get stunned right now. Does he go for it? Yes!
Oh, man.
A beautiful targeting choice on the Annabelle. He goes for it, though. She doesn't proc. Now it's going to be everything on Veramos and Raccooni's hands to keep their team alive. Give the turn back to this Masha, and you can go ham on removing this segment from the field. No greed shown from Joseph.
Yeah, none at all. So much damage coming out of that Masha, able to remove the unit from the field here. We've got this light Druid Volantis looking to try and do anything that he can, but the biggest problem here is this Veramos and this Raccoon bringing out way too much sustain for Big V.
Yes, sir. The Annabelle is finally going to take a turn, but the question is, do you play risky or do you just heal?
Honestly, I think he's at a point where he has to play risky. I want to see that 3rd skill hit the floor, and then he has that 2nd skill primed and ready.
The best of both worlds! He was due a proc, and he gets it. A lot of damage.
One defense break's going to land on the field, though.
Yeah. Oh! 1 HP on the Mar! Can he save it? No proc from the Raccoon, a proc from the Masha? No, sir. But the heals come in. The Veramos doing silent work. Carrying the load of keeping its team alive. Keeps hitting. Can he get something that I'm not going to call it? Because if I say it, it's going to be my fault.
Oh, well, let's see what happens, because this Animal's trying to take a turn here, but no additional turns and no sleep's going to be happening there. Beautiful Despair stuns, though. Looks like DRMZJOSEPH really finding his opening here with all that sustain.
Everything on Kinky. Kinky has to be so clutch in here with a Death Break into a proc, because if you don't proc, the Veramos and the Raccoon will cleanse the team and keep them alive. The Masha misses, but keeps whiling down and getting lots of damage on this Volantis. Once you kill the Volantis, this game, the proc that we talked about.
That's a really big proc there. He's able to drop a unit. Looking a little bit better for Big V right now, though.
Yeah, this is a very close match. Any proc on each side can define it. Let's see if the Masha also gets a proc on her side. No proc from Annabelle. One touch. You don't even need to use the skill, but he uses it to get some healing in there. Gets countered, gets another proc, and gets the skill back.
I think Masha can potentially end this thing. We'll see what happens, though. Does get a beautiful stun. No 2nd skills available on this Masha, so he's going to keep coming. Does get that 2nd skills available with a kill on that Volantis. Looking a lot better right now.
Agility from the Raccoon. He doesn't even need to use it, or he can give it to Veramos to get the 2nd skill back. Keeps dealing damage. Can she crit? No, she doesn't land the Death Break, and the heal from Annabelle comes out. This is a super close match.
I feel like he's got to keep going at this Masha. He has to get this dismount because he's able to violent proc. This could be absolutely huge. Not violent procking here. We got more damage coming toward the Annabelle. Annabelle's trying to get rid of beautiful stuns on both those units on Big V's side of the field right now. He's going to keep pummeling away the damage on top of that Annabelle, though.
I love the targeting on DRMZJOSEPH's side again. focusing the right units one by one. The biggest threats are falling. He's taking deep breaths. The hit doesn't work for the Annabelle. Damage coming in. Can the Masha kill her?
Needs to crit water. He's got to go in.
Yes,
That kill there. And that's got to be it, though. I know the Kinky's going to be really tough to deal with, though. So I think he has to honestly open up with a second skill here. Doesn't choose to open up with a second skill.
Yeah, if he gets a stun with Veramos, the game's over. But he doesn't. Damage still coming out. This Masha hits so hard that doesn't even proc the passive.
It's a lot of damage, though.
So much damage.
Is there an additional turn coming out of Masha? No additional turn. He's got to go second skill. I think he has to go second skill. He has to.
Yeah, you got to drop her. You got to guarantee a drop. He's thinking about it. He doesn't want it. And 1 HP. The Masha survives. No death break on the way back. The Masha bringing it. Not enough damage. Gets countered, but the Veramos. Yes, sir.
That's enough damage.
2-2.
Man.
Like a true champion, DRMZJOSEPH gets game number 4, and we get our first best of 5 all the way.
Joseph showing that he has what it takes to take on BIGV, but is he going to take it in the long run? Both players at match point right now. Let's ask the audience. Who do you think has this next one? Wow.
There's a big V crowd over here. Let's see if DRMZJOSEPH can adapt on this game. And now showing he could play without the Juno, right, Stoic?
Yeah, he definitely can, and that Veramos was super impactful. There's that ban going out on that Kinky. Doesn't want to see it. BIGV doesn't want to see that Oliver either, though.
I like the adaptation. The only problem is that now you have to deal with that Laura for sure, and you're gonna have to find a way to not have to go against the triple girls. We might see the Laura segment into Annabelle Nikki.
We might see that Hay gang as well, because BIGV was pre-banning out that Hay gang, and we might see it going into this match, and we're going to see that bread and butter come back with DRMZJOSEPH. We've got the Moa, we've got the Masha coming back in, yeah.
The best ruined units. I love that. Go with what you know, and then adapt to what your opponent is doing. Let's see what BIGV brings to the table. Will he go with also something that he feels secure about? Yeah, we called it. Annabelle and Sekhmet. They've been working great for him. In the last match, the Annabelle was controlled, but he's like, that cannot happen twice.
No, let's see what happens. Annabelle and Sekhmet come back to the table. Raccoony and Camilla, I do think that's a strong draft here. It's very, very difficult to deal with both these units, and it worked out very, very well for DRMZJOSEPH in the past.
Yeah, I prefer the Raccoony to the Juno here because there's so much AoE and double AoE death break, and oh my god, a lot of passives, 4 to be exact. And if you pick a Juno, it's 5, so Oblivion is on the table, the Dark Pure Vanilla, and an Asima showing off without any immunity.
So
Great
that
pick.
Asima is a fantastic pick right there, because I feel like we all know that Dark Pure Vanilla is not making it way through. But at the same time,
oh, I loved the Asima, actually.
Too.
I loved, he goes for the safest, let's say, because the Nikki brings more sustain to the table. You know, like you said, maybe the Dark Pure Vanilla is getting banned, so you got afraid of the combo not going through, so, you know, trust the player.
Let's also keep in mind, DRMZJOSEPH's drafting completely unwill. There's no will on DRMZJOSEPH's side of the field. We've seen this plenty of times before. I don't even think the Ethna is built on will either, but that's Triple Coco. Triple Coco can be extremely dangerous.
Very good point. Right now, will he continue to ban the Laura or swap it up this time? Yeah, he says, I don't want to play against the Laura.
That's wild.
And it's very interesting because we're going to see a very fast segment taking turn 1, resetting something, then there's going to be heal block coming out from Nikki. Is this a very fast Nikki that just outspeeds Joseph even with a speed lead? Let's find out.
This is wild here. We got this third skill. Let's see if he lands it. Does it stay true? It has to stay on top of this Masha to keep that damage back for DRMZJOSEPH.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, he goes for the more. It's a surprise. Can the Masha remove with a proc right here? No, resisted.
No defense break either. If he saw that, I think BIGV would be in a lot of trouble right now if he had gotten that, but he didn't get it here. I think he's going to stay on that segment. He's really trying to get the damage in here. That Oblivion has only one place to go.
Misses, but he has the opportunity to land the Oblivion. Who do you like as a target for it?
I feel like he's got to put it on top of the Raccoony. I know this unit's built on max resistance, but he chooses to put it on top of this Annabelle, this Camilla here. We're going to see this skill 3 into another skill 3, or he has to go back-to-back with these units.
I think so. I think so. I agree with you.
Oh!
There's a... Oh! It doesn't land anything.
Nothing. We got absolutely
Full
nothing.
res. To be honest, I can almost guarantee you this. Raccoon has 100% res, and the Camilla is very high res, but not landing on the more is a surprise. Oh my God, so much damage.
Imagine if those defense breaks were there. Would have been
No
insane.
stuns on the way back though. He lands the oh, a block from Masha to finish up the segment. He needs procs from the Raccoon to be back on this match, and he gets it.
Oh,
yes,
man.
sir. Raccoon showing up to the match is everything on the pure vanilla Stoic. He keeps going. He needs the extra turns. If he lands asleep, might change completely the match, and he gets it.
He does get it down. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say anymore. But this could be really, really bad if he's able. Oh! I didn't want to say it.
Oh my God, that hurts so
Look at the damage.
much.
Look at this damage.
Can the Masha remove the Nikki or the pure vanilla? He goes for the Nikki.
Yusuf.
Oh, but
Beautiful
doesn't
additional turn
land.
there. He's able to get that. Nikki's put down to a very, very low amount of HP. I do believe Annabelle's got skills up the.
No! He deserved. He
Wow.
deserved to keep that monster alive. He finishes it off. He needs a proc from Camilla. It's due. No proc. He will get the heal and everything right now. Lands on Raccoon. Raccoon can go for the himself to try to cleanse, but doesn't get it.
Yep, doesn't get it there. We need that Raccoon to get the additional turns, try and get as much sand on the field. Same thing with the Camilla. We want to see lots of additional turns at both these units here, but this is very, very tough. I think he has to just go with the skill 2. Use that skill 2, get that slow off your Nikki. That's got to go. There's no way you don't use that.
So many resistances coming out of this Nikki, and this Nikki just keep procking and no procs on the Raccoon and the Camilla. Now there's an opening for the Oblivion. He can even go for skill 3 and then reduce. The slow is so hurtful. Lots of damage. The Masha, please land a death break.
Doesn't
It doesn't.
land that death break, doesn't get the additional turn. If he had gotten that additional turn or that defense breaks, he'd be regretting not using that skill 2 cleanse on himself.
Everything's on the Raccoon right now, so he has to try to throw it on her again. Oh, he misplayed. You had to throw it on the Raccoon, so he couldn't cleanse it. Throws it on the Rug unit. There's an opening for Joseph. Give it to the Masha. Give it to the Masha right now, or you can give it to the Camilla and pray for a proc. Gives it to the Camilla.
Wow, gives it to Camilla.
Pray for a proc.
Unit up here. No proc, and now he has that skill 2 to heal himself up there. No additional turns going to be popping out here. Annabelle with a very dangerous first skill.
The RNG is saying no.
Goes in with the skill 3. Does land defense breaks on top of this Camilla, though.
He's due a proc at this point. No
proc's going to be coming. We do have, I believe, Nikki with that 3rd skill available in some very low units on the side of Dreams with another additional turn here popping out here for Big V with skill 2 available. Obviously to place the Oblivion on top of this Raccoon this time. Does land it.
Now he plays it right. The Camilla has to land this.
Wow.
100% res. Nothing gets on this Nikki. The Nikki is definitely the MVP in here. So much damage. Takes it home. Big V with big damage from the Nikki. A proc from the Masha to try to finish her, and this Nikki is unkillable.
Unkillable indeed. It's crazy to see how far this Nikki's lasted here, and it's just more additional turns coming out of this first skill, man. Absolutely insane. Occult Girls Are Wild, round 5, going to Big V.
And it's Big V!
Wait till I get it out.
It goes to Waika, right? Yep.
Guys, our first game 5. Congratulations, guys. Let's hear it for DRMZJOSEPH and Big V. Big V, very well played, done very well. Congratulations. First off, when it got to game 5, did you get nervous?
打到第5局了，紧张不？还好，so.
Okay, so more importantly now, how do you feel about your next match against RHYS?
你现在感觉怎么样？对下一场对战 RHYS？
我想先对，就是我现在这个对手。跟他说不要躲在屏幕后面，明年来到现场，然后我们再战。
he want to say something to DRMZJOSEPH first. Say, don't hide behind the screen. See you on the arena next year.
And how do you feel about RHYS?
RHYS.
He's so strong and he's smart and will为FALLINGFLOWER 报仇。
I'll take revenge for FALLINGFLOWER.
Yes, he said he's very strong, he's very smart, but he's going to get revenge for FALLINGFLOWER. Thank you, Big V. Congratulations. Thank you, Translator. All right, guys, I guess you got your answer. You heard it here first. Take it away, boys.
Big V with a great showing already, and he's got aspirations beyond this. He's out for revenge for FALLINGFLOWER there, Seppi.
Yeah, very, very interesting match, Evan. Our first Game 5. I'm super excited. We got these incredible pick and bans, a lot of variety, and who would have thought? A lot of occult girls today.
That's right. You know, I would go as far to say is today has been spicy.
Very spicy.
Spicy.
Suspiciously spicy. Yeah, very spicy indeed. It was a privilege to watch those two players play. I forgot how much I actually love watching Joseph's matches because he emotes so much. You can see inside his head what's going on. He clearly tells you. Take a look at the highlights here, guys.
Yeah, let's see what happened in these matches. A highlight right there of a monster attacking a human.
Yep. It's called boop in the snoot.
The first match decided by that water monkey, you know, the pick and ban was very strong from Big V's side. Joseph was not ready for it, so not a big surprise. Then game 2, we saw the other side of the story, right, Stoic?
Yep, that's right. I mean, it was a great play, a great game for DRMZJOSEPH there in that round number 2. It really is. I feel like this is just one of those things where it was such a night and day to watch and go back and forth with DRMZJOSEPH's victories over Big V, but then ultimately, of course, Big V taking his victory over him. Like, this is a David and Goliath moment with these two players. And it was a great show. It really was. It was a great show for both of them.
Yeah, I agree. It could have gone either way on that match number 5. RNG was a little bit more towards one side. We have to check the resistance on that Nikki because nothing got through on her. You know, it resisted literally everything the whole match.
Oh, and I loved getting to see the Veramos in play there.
And shining, Evan. How cool is to see my first 6-star in the game, actually.
Yeah, mine too. That was a really cool match to see. He did a lot for the whole team. He was one of the MVPs in that whole game.
Totally agree with you.
Thompson's face is so good.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see a monster like Kinky that it's so hard to counter, being countered by, you know, a lot of sustain on the Rakuni and a lot of damage from the Masha. At the end there, a couple of times she attacked and hit so hard that it didn't even counter, right?
Yep,
it went over that threshold.
Yep, exactly. Awesome gameplay there. Yeah. I love the Kinky. The use of the Kinky was definitely something that Big V, I don't want to say relied on, but it's something that he definitely was able to put to use here. Up against the majority of his matches with DRMZJOSEPH, it became a massive problem for him to deal with.
Yeah, this match was very interesting. I think another key moment was the Nikki popping off and just, you know, getting those extra turns, dealing a lot of damage, and the Camilla missing that crit. He had the choice between giving the turn to either Camilla or Masha. I would have given it to the Masha and just try to go for the kill into the proc. The Camilla missed the crit and didn't proc. There was definitely a little bit of RNG involved there in the end, but it could have gone either way.
Yeah, and you can see the Big V was still trying to learn how to navigate Joseph. Joseph gave him a run for his money there too, and you know, he was even thinking about, do I put the Oblivion on the Rakuni? Do I put it on the Camilla? Something like that, and just trying to feel out that matchup a little bit. And the Nikki really shined. You remember, guys, the Nikki was almost an Asuma at the start of this game too, which shows that Big V has tools left that we haven't seen.
Yep, that's right. I mean, we saw that Asuma. We were a little disappointed the Asuma didn't go through, but clearly the Occult Girls are what shined throughout that match. So you know what? Nikki was an excellent decision, you know, after we see that match played out there. But I do think, you know, we did see a little bit of misplays with Big V playing around that Rakuni. Like you said, Rakuni's just such a difficult unit to play around, and you're placing Oblivions, you're placing negative effects, but Rakuni's in a position where he's going to be cleansing it out. So the misplay was obviously placing on Rakuni in that moment where we watched Rakuni cleanse up the Camilla at that time. So that's definitely a troublesome unit. It's not the end of Rakuni. We're still going to see lots of Rakuni throughout the day, you know, and like you said, it's a tough unit to play around for sure.
Yeah, and you called it out too, Seppi. There was an exchange there of, I'll use the word misplay. It sounds a little extreme to call it that. I'll use the word misplay. It's like, you know, putting the Oblivion on the Camilla instead of the Rakuni, and then we had DRMZJOSEPH right after that, giving the turn to the Camilla, instead banking on the Violent proc, which is admittedly way less consistent than Masha.
There's a couple options there for people at home that have to think about how to play around a Rakuni. You have to take into account that once you hit a monster, the HP will go low, and probably that's going to be the one that's going to be the lowest, and then the Rakuni will cleanse it, right? So you don't want to put a bunch of debuffs in there, but I hear we got something on screen over here.
Oh yeah, something keeps popping up below us right there. That might have been one of the foretold codes that we talked about at the top of the show. Like we said, guys, we have the SWC 2023 emblems as well as other codes along the way too, so be sure to keep an eye out. Right there is the first one. LA, are you ready for SWC 23? I would hope so, because we've already started.
Is this my guaranteed Juno? I see a fire scroll.
Maybe.
If you at home believe that I will finally pull Juno tonight and that this is it, fingers crossed.
I believe. Let's get you a Jameer and a Juno. You've been wanting one for so long.
Wouldn't
that be great? That'd be awesome. Yeah, we'll have to redeem that later. Somebody write down that code for us. And if you're on iOS, remember that we have lovely mods in chat. We're posting links there, so be sure to interact with the link, redeem the code, take a screenshot for later, share it with your friends. It'll be a great time.
Share some love with our mods. They do a hard job, you know? And thank you everyone at home for being here with us. It's such a beautiful day, amazing players, a lot of variety of strategies, you know? And we haven't seen Ganithor, which is always
It's always a pleasure, you know, to see a Ganithor. Guys, we've had such great games already. The quarterfinals are behind us, but we're still looking forward to the semis. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this short break.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the show. I'm out here outside the arena. Gonna get some people's feedback that are watching on the big screen back here. And follow me. Hello, sir. Can you state your name?
My name's Gabriel.
Gabriel, are you enjoying your time here, sir?
With my son.
So are you having a good time?
I am having a good time. It was very interesting. That last match was insane.
You enjoyed that Game 5 a lot, huh? It was awesome. It's nice to see a Game 5, and it was a really good showing.
Yeah, it was.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for TRUEWHALE, so I'm...
All right, we got a TRUEWHALE supporter. Thank you, guys. On to this gentleman with the lovely beard. And he looks like he brought the boys out with him.
This is Tommy, this is William, and Big Tom.
Big Tom. You got two Toms and a Will. All right, guys. How you enjoying the time out here?
Absolutely loving it.
Yeah.
Good time?
Yeah.
Good, good, good. Who'd you guys vote for?
I voted for TRUEWHALE. DRMZJOSEPH.
DRMZJOSEPH. Okay, so your guys out.
Yeah, so is mine. I went with FALLINGFLOWER.
Okay, we have FALLINGFLOWER. We got one family, 3 different votes. But enjoy the show, guys. Hang tight, grab some food, and thank you for your time. And follow me, follow me, follow me. And we got another lovely lady here. Could we have your name?
Oh, hi, I'm Terry.
Terry, are you enjoying your time here today?
It's wonderful. The weather's great, too.
It's great. It is great to be out here. The competition's been fierce, and we've had a great time so far.
Yes, absolutely.
And who'd you vote for?
I voted for SPIRES.
We got a SPIRES supporter, but maybe next year.
Yeah, next year. But now I've turned into a RHYS fan for sure.
Okay, I think RHYS won over a lot of the crowd. But we're going to break, guys. We'll see you back in a few minutes. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the show. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
everyone, and welcome back to SWC 2023 America's Cup, this time for the semifinals. I'm still Evan, and with me still, it's Stoic and Seppi. Stoic, what have you thought of the game so far?
Spicy, Evan, spicy. I feel like I can't help but just say that sums up the entire event today, because it's been a wild one for all of us.
Oh yeah, we've had bold claims and big games so far, huh, Seppi?
2 words for you, Evan. Occult. Girls, I did not wake up today, look in the mirror, and think I was gonna see a Nikki and an Annabelle destroy in here. So, very exciting matches, and looking forward to our semi-finals. TRUEWHALE and MADREAMDY, both of them dominant performances, 3-0s, you know, very interesting. And then on the other side, two players that had to go through a harder path, if you will.
Yeah, RHYS made a big name for himself in his game against FALLINGFLOWER, proving that he deserves to stand up against the likes of BIGV in his semifinals match. It's truly a great day, and some of the best games are still ahead of us. Looking ahead to TRUEWHALE versus MADREAMDY here, guys, I think this is a game that a lot of people were really looking forward to seeing, Stoic.
Yep, definitely. Now, there is something that MADREAMDY has that, of course, TRUEWHALE doesn't, and it's that Doomon. So the Doomon's something that TRUEWHALE is going to have to figure out, and it's kind of similar to the match before where, you know, we watched someone who wasn't able to figure out how to control that Doomon here. We'll see if TRUEWHALE does a little bit better job handling that unit. Maybe what needs to happen here is TRUEWHALE needs to throw something that MADREAMDY can't handle to try to, you know, throw off the gameplay to maybe push for something else, but we'll see what happens when we get into matches like this one.
Yeah, well said there, Stoic and Seppi. These players aren't necessarily used to having to dance around other people's monsters this way. They have such a wide monster box to pull from. So what do you think they got to do to differentiate their style enough to pull ahead?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to respond very well to each other. I think core units that are non-LD are going to be the ones that are going to define this. Units like the Oliver, units like the Juno, the Raccoony. We haven't seen them much Miles, but might come into play in here. It's a unit that's really good against Doomon because it can try to remove her quickly from the field. So I expect to see those units, or someone that was very powerful before a recent nerf, like a Shizuka. So very interested for those. And this is a very cool storyline as well. 2 of these guys, both of them, are runner-ups, right? So they have an opportunity right here to go to the finals once again and to change history and be the winners. So I think both of them have that extra motivation, and both of them are probably the best runes that we have in the tournament today.
Well said. We're about to see a narrative play out right now, and it all begins here. Why? 'Cause take it away.
All right, guys, welcome back from the break. Hope you guys use the restroom. Hope you guys pop some new popcorn, because you're not going to want to miss a second of the next matches we have coming up. The semifinals starts now. Guys, we all know who he is. Once again, please help me welcome onto the stage the first contestant in the semifinals, TRUEWHALE. And now to meet his opponent, again, the so-called Rune King himself, MADREAMDY. Both these players had excellent showings with 3-0 victories in the first round of the quarterfinals. Let's see how they square up against each other. Once again, they share a lot of the same units. Welcome, MADREAMDY. All right, good luck, gentlemen. Take it away, boys. Ready for your casting.
Thank you so much there, Pat. Now, these guys, like he pointed out there, Stoic, These guys both have 3-0s under their belt already today. Do they have what it takes to make each other sweat, or are we going to see another 3-0 right now?
I think we're going to see a lot of sweating in here, and I do think we see a Game 5, because we've watched both these guys go 3-0. Like we said, they were both runner-ups in their respective tournaments that they finished in here, and they're trying to get that next spot as a potential runner-up going here in today's tournament as well.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't agree more. If there was going to be a set that I'd like to see go to 5 rounds, it would be this one, huh, Seppi? Do you agree?
I agree with you. This is going to be a very interesting set of matches, and we're going to have to see how well they adapt based on their pre-ban. So in past ones, we saw players swap their pre-bans, you know, to units that they were not prepared to do. So I want to see how well they change that, and they go away from the LD units to the Elemental. Once again, the Wedget, the Laura coming on in there. Cigar has been super important. We haven't seen the Wusa, and we haven't seen the Miles from him yet, but instead, we've seen more aggressive picks, and, you know, the Tian Lang has been the MVP, for sure.
Yeah, definitely one of those units that I think MADREAMDY is going to be worrying about, of course, is that Tian Lang, for any of his attack by gaining units that he could possibly be drafting, said Oliver, who's been making it into most drafts today. So I'm expecting to see a turn 1 where either we're seeing some bans on Oliver or turn 1 picks where we're going into Olivers for most of our drafts here. But obviously, Laura getting a lot of action, Wajette getting a lot of action. That's probably not going to change here. We're probably still going to be seeing a lot of Laura and Wajette. But let's keep in mind that there's still a lot of exciting units there left in TRUEWHALE's box that we haven't even seen tonight. There's a lot of weapons in play, man. There really is.
Oh, yeah, and TRUEWHALE didn't have to show everything in his arsenal just yet. Neither did MADREAMDY, for that matter. They both have things in their pocket that they're ready to show later in terms of monsters from that box. I'm really excited to see what they have in store here, and there's that dome in there, Seppi.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think that Juno will be the key unit in this matchup. And why? Because the Volantis is very powerful, but once you slap and steal that Juno away with the Doma, it's going to be really hard to play into it. And we haven't seen a lot of snipe units come out from TRUEWHALE, so you either have to ban the Doman or bring something that can get rid of it very quickly.
I think when it comes to a player like MADREAMDY, I don't think we're going to see that high volatility snipers that we've seen before from TRUEWHALE. I think he's going to reel it back in, play a little bit more Bruiser, or if he's going to be trying to attempt turn 1, he can attempt turn 1. He does have all those units out there with Jet, Laura, you know, so on and so forth that you would bring and synergize with that to take over turn 1 there. But I do think we're probably going to be seeing both of these guys. I think we're going to be seeing this Bruiser style play, both of them choosing to go with a turn 2 route.
Yeah, MADREAMDY definitely has that playstyle kind of on lock, like you said there, Stoic. And Seppi, you pointed out earlier that, like, we hadn't seen TRUEWHALE picking that Miles. We hadn't seen him picking those units that he's sticking to that core of the Wedget and Laura, but he has been playing more aggressive, and I'd like to see him keep that up.
Yeah, and another unit that's coming in to replace the Miles has been the Water Ryu, because it's also a water unit, deals a lot of damage, but has that speed lead, right? And you want to make sure that the Laura's paired up with a couple speed leads, and he hasn't been able to play with both Laura and Wedget, so he needs a replacement to that Wedget speed lead, and Miles doesn't bring that to the table, so I agree with him on bringing the Water Ryu instead.
Yeah, he's adapting really well. Now, like Stoic said, I don't necessarily think that we'll be seeing a snipe. However, it'd be pretty cool to see something that's like a one-turn, like first-turn snipe there, Stoic.
Oh, it's always neat to see that because we have seen that before from TRUEWHALE. It brings that high volatility. But at the same time, we've also seen the crazy Dakonimusha in Nikki drafts from MADREAMDY as well, where he brings in a ton of volatility and does that himself. Now, I'm not too sure that's what we see when it comes up to going against TRUEWHALE. I don't know if he's going to be playing. I think he's going to be playing something a little bit more safer going into TRUEWHALE, and I think TRUEWHALE is going to pretty much do the same. We're going to see a lot of respect for both these players have for one another.
Yeah, it would be really cool to see him bring out that Onkiyuki one more time just to see if he could get that big damage, take out the whole enemy team on turn 1 style again. But the last time we saw it got hit for 23k by a Camilla and kind of got knocked out pretty fast. So I don't know if his confidence has been shook. We'll have to see. These players are getting ready to go into this first game here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what units are going to show up and also what play style. Like you said, Stoic, we expect mid-range comps from both of them, but let's see if maybe they've prepared something special for each other. You know, they were the favorites in their respective matchups and they took it, so maybe these guys have prepared for each other already. The double ban of two of the highest picked LD units in the meta. Wedget on one side pre-ban, then the pre-ban on Laura on the other one.
Yep, exactly. Well, the first pick's going to be here from MADREAMDY. Looks like he's going to opt to take a Water Ryu and not that Oliver. So let's see what TRUEWHALE is going to be taking here. Could be a lot of things.
That I can...
Obviously, those two big pre-bans down there, two things that TRUEWHALE can draft, but there's just so much more left in that box that he could be taking here. So I'm pretty sure he's not too affected by that. It looks like there's going to be a Shizuka hitting the field, which, you know, can dabble in both realms of turn 1 and turn 2. And it looks like Ragdoll is going to hit the field for TRUEWHALE.
Very good pick, but a tad early, dare I say. It gives a lot of opportunity for MADREAMDY to adjust. I love the Juno. We talked about it so far. A lot of the units that we suggested are hitting the field. Now we'll see if TRUEWHALE really goes for that turn 2 bruisery comp, a little bit more sustained, maybe even a Leo-less pick, depending on what shows up. But the thing is, Dumon is so good against those comps, right?
Yeah. As much as I want to talk bad about the Ragdoll, I think it's totally fine after you see a Water Ryu. Of course, now Juno justifies everything. The Dumon's definitely going to be one of those problem units here. I do like the Chungpong and I do like the Shan. I think these are great units here. MADREAMDY already drafting a Heigang, and I think the Heigang right now is just is okay in my eyes.
I agree with you. I don't know if I'm a big fan unless he brings some big damage control on this last pick, because what TRUEWHALE can do is bring a very strong win unit, ban the Dumon. Oh, that's a great pick. Yeah. Now you have more control, so you can ban either the Dumon or the Oliver and go against this team. But TRUEWHALE has an option. There's must bans in here as well. Like, he can bring a big counter pick like a Douglas.
Yep. Well, I do like that Oliver. Oliver is something that we were expecting to see as a first pick coming out of MADREAMDY, coming in here at the back end with that Heigang as well. TRUEWHALE looking to draft the Fire Pure Vanilla. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Fire Pure Vanilla, only because I'm a bigger fan of Jackson. But Fire Pure Vanilla obviously still bringing a lot of utility at the same time here. Ragdoll's gonna get the ban here in this match.
I really like the Ragdoll ban, and I love the Dumon ban. So I think on both sides, very good bans. The thing is, MADREAMDY is proposing to play turn 1, right? So he has to take control over this and not let TRUEWHALE take a turn. No resist on the side. Here comes the Heigang, gets a key stun on the Shizuka.
Yeah, beautiful Despair Stun right there on the Shizuka. Looking for another Despair Stun on the Shan, and Chungpong not receiving it though. Chungpong is the unit of focus right now for MADREAMDY. He's able to get that skill 3 into a skill 2 right onto this Chungpong, putting him very, very low where there is a little bit of a lack of sustain. Beautiful additional turn here coming out of TRUEWHALE. He does have the third skill available.
And let me tell you something, he didn't notice it apparently, but the Chungpong is not reset. The Chungpong has skills. It resisted it. Let's see if that's confirmed. Yes, it resisted it. So you can just reset. Don't strip, please, because you're going to bring back, well, only if you want the Juno to go back up and lose that.
Not going to matter too much here, so the serious matter does land true here. But of course, we've got Shizuka, does have that path, that third skill available right now.
Yeah, you can even save it. Wait for them to come up from the stun and you can re-stun them, and then with the Shan you try to deal lots of damage and get rid either of this Oliver or the Juno. Big stun from the Juno, very, very key on the Chungpong.
Yeah, Juno I think is definitely the unit of focus right now for TRUEWHALE. He's got to get rid of that unit. We do have a little bit of sustain coming out of this Fire Pure Vanilla, able to throw those shields up to protect his team here.
Very good, and I love the speed bump on top of this Shan, but it gets stunned.
Yeah, I mean, MADREAMDY is giving attention to the right unit. That Shan is extremely dangerous. But Squall is on a very low cooldown. I'm not too sure if this is built on Violent. It probably is built on Violent, though. Very curious if you're going to see something pop off with the Shan.
There's a little bit of greed. He didn't want to use the skill 3 to put it and get the heals from Juno, but I think it's risky because if this Oliver procced, that would have been awful. Right now, you can just go for skill 2, get those death breaks, the glancings, they're very important here, and you try to kill the Juno. And she finally doesn't stun someone.
Yeah, that was actually revenge coming out of that Fire Pure Vanilla, able to capitalize off that first skill, which does heal. We do have that third skill available, and we've got a Juno looking very low at the point of probably getting knocked out here.
Yeah, you want to throw that third skill and now try to remove a proc from the Shan. Can kill. Oh, it doesn't even need to proc. It's death break on the Juno. Oh, 1 HP. Kill her. Kill her. Die, ugly thing. Yes.
Juno's going to get dropped right there. A little bit of attack bar pushback on top of that. Oliver, we do have only second skill available. I would throw that right back onto the Sean to get that squall back up as soon as possible.
Yeah, I love what TRUEWHALE is doing right here, and I think everything comes back to a little bit of that greed of not resetting the Chungpung. Obviously, the Chungpung resisting, very difficult to see that, and we see the sustain from the Shizuka coming out, and the pure vanilla. Who would have thought, my friend?
Yeah, who would have thought that was going to happen here? This pure vanilla actually coming in very, very clutch for TRUEWHALE. More damage coming towards this Oliver. Once this Oliver does drop, I just don't see how MADREAMDY can turn this one around here.
Yeah, Chungpung just dominates this with 2 water units versus a very strong wind unit. The pure vanilla can just put those shields up, heal. The strip won't do much. You know, like we talked about, I think that the Hey Gang was a little bit hasty, a tad hasty in that pick and ban, right?
Definitely. I wasn't a fan of the Haging when I saw that hit the fields here. We've got additional turns that are popping up with Shizuka that don't even matter at this point right now. Skill 2's available. You can always throw that back onto Sean to get those really low cooldown things back up again. Of course, we've got that Squall primed, ready and available, and doesn't crit there on the Haging.
That sounds like that's a fast Hey-Gang because it didn't get the auto crit. Interesting. Now the pure vanilla kind of closing the match, and MADREAMDY's probably thinking, what did I do wrong in here? What can I adapt on my next game? Because when you lose, sometimes you're like, maybe it was RNG, you know, some details, but when your opponent has full HP on all of its units, there's some changes that needs to happen, right?
Yep, most definitely. Of course, everybody's playing it safe. Even though we kind of don't have to play it safe, you can just go with the skill 1, land that dot, and so using whatever he wants at this point here. And doesn't matter too much, but round 1, going to TRUEWHALE.
TRUEWHALE, previous legend, with a point on the board first against MADREAMDY.
Very dominant performance, Evan. His draft was super clean. The way he played it, you know, the Shizuka was just a great pick.
Yeah, Shizuka, definitely one of those problem units there. If you don't have, you know, everything on the field there to really hold it back, there Shizuka's able to do so much. That third skill is extremely impactful, and TRUEWHALE's able to really take advantage of that third skill for sure.
Yeah. And I love one of his strategies. So playing against Oliver is difficult with units that have high cooldowns, but when you have 4 units that need to be reset, even when the Oliver hits something, you're like, there's 2 other things you can reset too, but the 2 others are gonna destroy you. So great strategy from TRUEWHALE.
Yep, well, pre-bans locked in. There's that Hey Gang and Tian Lang. So with the Hey Gang pre-ban, we're probably going to see Laura Wadjet coming out for TRUEWHALE.
If his opponent lets him have it, and he says, no, sir, the Oliver and the Laura are on my side, but he does get the Webjet. That's a good question. What do you think is more important right here, getting that Webjet first pick or the Laura?
I mean, I feel like just because he laid down that Hey Gang, he should have probably picked that Laura as his first pick there. But either way, it's probably not going to matter too much right here. We'll see what happens. There's that Nikki coming out from MADREAMDY. Now, we had said we had seen the Nikki do a lot of work here for MADREAMDY, so I'm expecting this to be on high additional damage. I believe it was a couple of years ago when we first saw the crazy additional damage that Nikki was able to produce in an SWC. It was wild, so I'm sure we're going to see even bigger numbers now than we saw before.
All thanks to the artifacts, and I love the Volantis Juno. We called it. It is brought up. And the interesting thing right now, Stoic, is that he says, I'm fine with turn 2 because I have great recovery, sustain, strip, you know, stuns. The question right now is MADREAMDY gonna bring up some sustain on his side? Or will he just try to go for that turn 1, the classic Dumon?
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
I mean, I think Dumon's probably going to get the ban right here. I think Nikki can be handled, but let's keep in mind those heal blocks coming out of Nikki. That's going to be very, very powerful as we get into this match here.
You know what? I'm more afraid of the Nikki in this matchup. And there's another thing. Maybe he wants to ban the Laura to guarantee turn 1. Oh, he goes for the ban on the 33. Interesting. With 2 fire units, you know, I wasn't as afraid of Oliver, but he's the one up there. He's the Legend Tournament champion. He knows what he's doing. Let's see who takes turn 1. Probably that Moore and the Laura after. Sorry, Water Ryu.
Yep, here we go. We're going to see this big skill too. Looking to remove. Oh, only going for an attack break now. Interesting. Oh, he was trying to get the attack break.
Yeah, very, very interesting to avoid the Masha from killing someone, but it didn't work. Here goes stun just on the Juno and gives the turn back to the Volantis. Everything not working for MADREAMDY. There's finally the opening to throw the Curse of Death. Does glancing change that at all? Nope, it hits it.
Yep, nails that Curse of Death there. It's going on top of the Juno. Juno obviously being a problem unit that MADREAMDY is going to have to deal with here. Dude, this Masha refuses to get anything landed on her. She's just resisting everything. Looking for a big defense break. No additional turns going to be coming out here. I think he's got to use that second skill and remove all those attack buffs. And we got a very low Nikki, and this series matter is definitely going to put things away here.
I think TRUEWHALE has a dominant lead on this match. Nothing getting through on that Masha. And let me tell you, a Nikki finally getting something on them. They were resisting everything today, and the Masha's just so dominant on the way back. The Dumon won't have enough to carry the team to victory because there's no protection. The Chungpung still has other stuff coming, and to be completely honest, I think that beginning just trying to attack break the Masha, trying to stun the Masha, a couple risky plays on MADREAMDY's side.
Yeah, MADREAMDY's openers were just not working in his favor for sure, and I feel like that kind of led into it. Kind of like how if a segment goes in for a skill 3, doesn't land it, things don't bode well for that person. So things weren't boding well for MADREAMDY when things weren't truly working in his favor on his openers.
Yeah, he could have gone for the AoE strip with the Water Ryu, and TRUEWHALE taking game 2, a 2-0 right now. Backs against the wall, Evan.
And now match point. Yeah, that opener was a little too hesitant from MADREAMDY over there, Stoic. So what happened there?
Hesitant, resistant, either way, but it just didn't work out for MADREAMDY. That's clearly why he was not able to bounce back from that going up against TRUEWHALE. But let's keep in mind that TRUEWHALE's got a lot of quality behind those units. We saw a lot of additional damage, and we saw a pretty good draft coming from TRUEWHALE as well. So it was a great, clean victory in round 2 for TRUEWHALE.
Let's see if TRUEWHALE can keep it up. He might be trying to continue his streak of 3-0s in this tournament after all. There it is! The Bikini Zyros! Congratulations to our audience tournament winner. Guys, here we go. We're going into the next round. This could potentially be it. TRUEWHALE at match point against MADREAMDY.
Whoa. Back in the pre-bans on Wedjet and Laura, and the Oliver being secured as first pick.
Yep, we're back to that very first round here, and where I actually wanted to see that Oliver get a first pick, so MADREAMDY is going to be taking that unit. TRUEWHALE is going to be taking that Water Ryu away from him, drafting a Tian Lang as well, disrupting everything Oliver's trying to do today.
Yeah, I really like that pick. He's been super strong and decisive today for him. The Praha coming out, very strong pick as well. You don't want to go double on anything, so I appreciate the Nikki instead of going into a Chungpung or another water or wind unit.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, I feel like we're already saying this Tian Lang's probably not going to get let through, and I feel like TRUEWHALE might be able to take advantage of this moment right now. But Cigar or Wind and Bison's going to be hitting the field right now with that Masha as well. Masha obviously brings so much volatility with that second skill and all the damage he's able to produce so quickly.
Very strong against the Nikki, very strong against the Oliver. The Praha so far, a great pick, bringing the sustain, the speed buff. The question is, will MADREAMDY close it out with another speed lead and another AoE strip? Because so far he only has the Praha.
Yep, that's right. Well, Haegang's going to be coming to the table, and I think Haegang's a fine draft now for MADREAMDY to bring this in here. We've got one of the units going to be hitting the field, and it is going to be the Connell. I think Connell is pretty good. So we're looking at a strong bruiser team for MADREAMDY. He's got a lot of bit of sustain in the form of this Nikki and this Praha, and then of course the HP lead for the Connell, making things just extra thick for him.
Yeah, to be honest, I like TRUEWHALE's draft a little bit more so far. There's 2 water strips on that side, and if he bans one of them and resets the other one, he's pretty golden on this. He has the speed lead from Pontos still there. We generally see Pontos build on 100% res, so if he resists, that might be a lock.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I think the Pontos is quite interesting here for TRUEWHALE, but is it going to work out for him? We'll find out, guys. We're getting to match number 3 right here. Praha with skills up, of course, with the skill 2, landing a full team strip with additional turn.
Oh, what a proc from the Praha. We talked about the res. The Pontos doesn't resist. Does he want to go for it, or does he risk getting cut? He risks getting cut. If the Tian Lang stuns the Oliver here, this might be interesting. And he gets it. Tian Lang doing an amazing game again.
We do have Nikki with the cleanse. They're able to get a turn as well. We do have a skill 3. Let's see this kind of additional damage here. It should be quite the number.
2.2K.
That's pretty good. A lot of damage. A lot of stuff goes down to 50%.
The Masha cuts in, can reduce, and now the Wind and Bison can get the reset. Do you risk it or do you not? Knowing that the car note goes, what?
I was going to say, he's got to go for that reset, though.
Yeah.
The Praha's got those heals and everything. It's going to be a lot of trouble for him.
Wait,
goes in for a big skill 3 here.
Why did he skill 1?
What happened?
I am confused. I don't know why he saved that. Yes. I thought he was going to go for skill 3, at least on the Praha or on the Oliver. But with this, MADREAMDY bringing it back. it's going to be really difficult for TRUEWHALE to win this match.
Definitely difficult indeed right there, and I think that's why he's going to concede, giving first victory to MADREAMDY.
MADREAMDY stealing it away from TRUEWHALE and now out of harm's reach. For a second before we get into the next one, what happened that looked like maybe it was a missed input?
So I almost want to say this is one of those times where it's like take your time and use that clock up there, because I think he made a decision a little too late there. He really take it up, think about it right there, because I think that's all it really explains a moment like that, because I feel like it was very obvious to use that skill 3, was it not?
Yeah, I think a couple of matches we've seen that, maybe nervousness, maybe, you know, like Evan said, a wrong input, but the last match was in the beginning a little bit of a misplay from MADREAMDY, and now not using that skill from TRUEWHALE. So we're gonna see they gave one each one. You know, they're like, you take one, I'll take it back. Let's keep going with this, fair and square.
Yeah, they'll run it back later for sure here. So we got a Hagang, we got a Tian Lang getting pre-banned out here with a Laura first pick this time, not the Widget. And we've got MADREAMDY taking the Oliver and the Moore this time.
And now he gets the best of both worlds. The Widget is available and the Hagang is not in here, and when he picks the Juno early, we all know what that means.
Yep, we definitely know. We'll see what happens here if we get to that last round there with TRUEWHALE as he finishes up his draft here. But MADREAMDY bringing in some firepower in the form of Masha. We've seen this unit perform very, very well today, and Pra, I think, is an excellent unit for MADREAMDY.
I agree. I really like to see still the Volantis right here, and even though the match didn't work out to TRUEWHALE's favor, I think the Pontos is an amazing pick. It's a secondary speed lead, and it's a monster that brings a lot of, you know, immunity, invincibility, has the silence that can help out too, and that's what he does.
Yep. There's that Volantis getting locked in there. And of course the Pontos as well. Pontos bringing another speed lead to the table, and a lot of volatility. And I do like the Seimei. So the Seimei is a massive signal that he's going to be letting not only that the Volantis, but that Pontos through as well.
Tell people how powerful Seimei is so they understand what she does.
It's so powerful, it was a must-ban in that match there. It was just limiting everything TRUEWHALE was trying to add to his team on the Widget, the Pontos, everything he's trying to land, whether it was the Laura or the Volantis. Seimei was a must-ban in that case.
Yeah, to one turn. Great unit. Turn one goes to the Water Ryu. Let's see if he can reduce the Laura and interrupt this combo. Resisted on the Laura. She will have the opportunity to remove right here. Does she go for it? Yes, sir. Gets full removal.
No way.
And Brock into skill 2. Can he get some stuns? It's done on the Masha.
Man, that was incredible. Getting the full team sleep though, so MADREAMDY trying to, you know, bounce back and recuperate a little bit of what just happened to him.
Yeah, the key unit will be the Pontos resisting. Now, the Juno can even AoE to try to get some stuns. Gets it. The Pontos is reset, but he can have skills back in 2 turns.
Definitely can. And that's a beautiful decision there with that skill too. And if the spare stunning the Pra after waking it up as well. Let's see what happens with Masha, because we all know how volatile Masha can be. She's got that second skill available, does get that defense break. No additional turns going to be popping out to remove that unit from the field. And of course, Glanskin is going to get applied to the field. Lots of negative effects coming out of this Volantis. Now he does have skill 1, and I believe the target of focus has got to be the Masha.
It has to be. He doesn't go for it. You need a proc from the Pontos now to not let that Masha remove the Laura from the field, because the Laura is super important.
Wow, that's a caster's parasol.
Well,
Holy Ground comes out.
I would call that. Wait.
So Pontos still has skill 2 available, which is really good. So the immunity and the invincibility does stay up on the Pontos here. So that was a great little proc there coming out of MADREAMDY, but things are still kicking and alive for TRUEWHALE. So we do have just the first skill available here, landing asleep, getting the additional turn here.
Well, it is a Cold Girl day after all. The heal from Juno comes in. She keeps pummeling the damage on the Praha. A fire unit on a water one. The Pontos can try to finish this Praha up, and then the Sustainer's removed from the field. This is so important. She is dead. Silence lands, and it looks like a commanding lead for TRUEWHALE, Stoic.
It really does, and I think he has to put this damage into that Masha. I think he's got to get rid of that Masha as soon as possible, or at least dismount this unit, because I do think MADREAMDY's area where he wins is supposed to be the Masha, but he was not able to finish off that Laura, because Laura's about to do awful things with that 3rd skill.
Yeah, lots of damage. The Volantis finally will kill 2 units here and drop the Masha. TRUEWHALE looking very confidently onto his 2nd America's Cup Finals appearance. There we go!
TRUEWHALE is going to the finals! forward with a 3-1. What an incredible showing from these two players, Stoic.
It really was an incredible playing for both these players here. I feel like it just comes down to how much utility, and honestly, the drafting for TRUEWHALE was phenomenal in all of these matches. It really just came back to that misplays or that one small situation that we had there before.
It's time for our match, guys. For our winner, moving on to the finals, and we're moving on to the finals, and regardless. Will be representing us in Thailand in November. TRUEWHALE. Let's give a hand for MADREAMDY. Excellent game, excellent play. Alex, how you feel?
Feeling lucky.
Feeling lucky. Sometimes they say it's better to be lucky than to be good, and it's really good to be both. So you're playing really well and you're getting lucky. So it's got to be a good feeling moving on to the finals.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be back in the finals.
Well, regardless what happens, you'll be representing us. I know winning the actual America's Cup is very important to you, so good luck in your next match. But regardless what happens, remember, you are representing us, and we're happy to have you representing us. Congratulations. Once again, guys, TRUEWHALE moving on to the finals. Take it away, boys.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So happy to have TRUEWHALE representing us at the World Finals. No matter what happens, right? That was a serious treat of a match there, Seppi.
Great pick and ban from both of them, and TRUEWHALE just coming out with the consistency. You know, he knew how to play around units. He played around the domain when he had to. He banned it when he couldn't. You know, eliminated units like the Same. You know that would completely destroy his game plan. So I think he is definitely the best drafter today.
Yeah. For sure. Take a look at the draft here already. So when we look at that match one, we're looking at a Sean, we're looking at a Fire Pure Vanilla. We're about to get into the second match as well. And then again, look at TRUEWHALE's draft, because things again change up. Volantis, Juno, Masha, Chung Peng, and then changes up again. And then look at the third match again. And this is why I think TRUEWHALE has truly been evolving and just becoming even better and better as these tournaments go on here, because his drafts, his playstyle has been changing. So the ability to predict your opponent gets so difficult when you watch someone who has so much and so much they can offer in a draft.
True that. Yeah, and like you said, everything about TRUEWHALE's style of play exudes confidence. Like you said, Stoic, he looked down the barrel of a loaded domain and lived to see the next match, which was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that definitely has a psychological effect on your opponent. Once that super powerful unit gets through and you don't win the match, it's very difficult. And I appreciate a person that stands by their word. He says he farms players, and he's been farming players today.
Yeah, he has actually been farming players, and to his credit too, he almost had it in the 3-0, but it looked like something outside of our knowledge happened there, something we're not privy to. There we go. This is the result. We ended up with a 3-1 favoring TRUEWHALE, and now he's one of the 2 representatives that's going to the World Finals later this year. And we still get to figure out who the next one is, which is really cool. It's always a pleasure getting to see these 2 people fight, and it was awesome seeing them throw down together, because it felt like they needed each other to make themselves sweat, as it were, there, Stoic.
Yeah, most definitely. And I definitely appreciate, watching someone as great as TRUEWHALE make his way to the finals and lock in his position here going towards the World Final for SWC, because I love to see those great representatives who offer so much and can do so many things to maybe finally bring home a America's Cup representative but take home a world title.
Oh man, and how happy would TRUEWHALE be to have that under his belt?
That would complete all of the prizes in Summoner's War. You know, Legend Tournament, now the chance to win the America's Cup that kind of eluded him, a couple years ago, so.
And then the World Finals. I know that'd make that guy happy, but it would make anyone happy. And of course, he's got to have an opponent in order to get the title. So now, let's see who that opponent's going to be. The next match is going to be RHYS versus BIGV. This is going to be crazy, guys.
You know what? There's a favorite of the crowd in here. We've been hearing it all day, but I think in our hearts, we all have a favorite.
Yeah,
well.
Yeah, I think so. Whether or not you've been won over by RHYS's player profile like we were, I think you're going to enjoy the match that's coming up next. He's already accomplished his goal today, Stoic. He already won a game.
Yep. I mean, I think that's incredible so that this man could go home and still be happy with how things went because he's going up against, you know, it takes a big V to take down RHYS here, and I think that's incredible to like be able to say that you came to America's Cup and you got to throw down with the best. So he's got a really, really big match ahead of him going up against Big V, and who knows, we could see some insane surprises as we wrap up this one coming now.
Oh yeah, RHYS has really made a name for himself in his years playing Summoners War. You know, he says that it seems like he's been playing for 5 years according to his profile, which is actually the least amount of time amongst the players here. And he has done a lot with it to stand with the 8 greatest in the region, not just North America, but South America too there, Seppi.
Yeah, very good point. And what I like about him is bringing those, you know, interesting units that are borderline meta units, like the Teor that appeared in here, a lot of different responses. So let's see if he has one of those surprise units prepared for Big V.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We're ready with YKazamaG at the stage. Introduce us to our next semifinalists.
All right, guys, for our second semifinals match and to find out who else will be representing our Americas region at the World Finals in November, the first player who became a quick fan favorite, let's all welcome to the stage, RHYS. Definitely a fan favorite, guys. Keep the applause going. And let's welcome to the stage, RHYS. And to meet his opponent, it is a lot of people probably voted for him. He's probably one of the favorites, Big V. Keep the applause going, guys. He's not out of here yet, baby. Everybody, Big V. Gentlemen, take to your stations. Good luck. Are you guys excited for this one? Are you guys excited for this one? That sounds better. Take it away, boys.
I'm really excited for this one, Pat. Thank you so much. Now, we've talked about this a little bit now. RHYS doesn't have a whole lot to lose getting here. He's already accomplished his goal of winning one match now. However, Big V does. He's after that second America's Cup champ title, and he wants it bad, Stoic.
He definitely does, and he is the kind of person that can get that title. But he's got RHYS standing in his way, and we'll find out. Does RHYS have what it takes? I really would like to say so.
Yeah, I'd like to say so too. Seppi, what do you think? Does he have what it takes?
Ooh, you know what? The occult girls will have to answer that question for us in this match. So I'm very curious to see, but I do believe he has what it takes. This is going to be probably the hypest match of the day.
Oh, yeah. And Big V can't let this tournament first-timer take away his championship. Here we go. This is what RHYS was known for first picking before today. Stoic, do you want to tell us a little bit more about what we know about RHYS?
Well, what we know about RHYS is he is quite the person. This is someone that must be protected, guys. That's what we know about RHYS for sure. But we've seen the Raccoon. We know that's going to be coming to the table here. It's an excellent unit where a lot of people, honestly, today have been struggling with this Raccoon, trying to make that balancing act where you're trying to get damage down on one, so Raccoon's healing up that thing, but then there's another thing that you're trying to work on at the same time. This happens all the time in Summers where everyone's trying to make that balancing act with Raccoon. So we're probably going to see that. Lots of water replay coming from both players, to be honest with you. So we'll see what happens, guys. That's a very, very exciting match ahead of us.
Oh yeah, having a Raccoon in a game makes you think about things a lot differently. It adds in this side game of like, how do I interact with the enemy team in a meaningful way? Now, Seppi, the other half of this match is Big V. Tell us more about this previous America's Cup champion.
Evan, truly the favorite versus our underdog. We see that there's way more LD units in the most used. Once again, we saw a different RHYS in this previous matchup. He played a little bit more turn one, less sustained, so we're gonna see if he's gonna do the same into more known style from Big V. We know he likes to take that first turn, control lots of damage. We've seen the Occult Girls come out, the Nikki coming out more and more, and that segment that has been incredible today, maybe will continue there. And if by any chance RHYS pulls a lot of fire units, like, you know, the Rakuni you were talking about, the Juno, the Cardinal, that Water Monkey might be a key pocket pick from Big V.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Water Monkey. All that Shiho is so great to see. And also I like getting to see the Dark Pudding Princess Elena get used too. It's so rare that we get to see it on the ladders, but getting to see it here on the big stage, Stoic, that's pretty cool.
It's an excellent, excellent unit, a great pocket pick, something that Big V likes to wrap up his drafts with to make a lot of people have to worry about that. Obviously bringing Oblivion and pushing back attack bars with the slows being applied at the same time. An excellent, excellent unit there.
Yeah, it can be, it's a comparable to Tiana, but with Oblivion, which is kind of fun. That's a fun little side story there. Yeah, I really can't wait to see how this match plays out. We'll see if the David versus Goliath story holds true. We'll see, does David take it out, or does Goliath say, no, actually, I'm just bigger. I'm going to crush you. We'll see if that stands true here. Seppi, going into this right now, if you had to place your bets, would you err on the side of Big V?
You know, this time I will go with RHYS. I think he has the adaptability to go against Big V and try to surprise him. So I expect him to take this, but I think it will be a long match.
Yeah, I think so too. So Stoic, going into this game, now that these players have had a chance to see each other in a tournament setting, looking at the pre-bans here, what do you anticipate is going to be locked in on that first round?
I mean, I think everyone's going to be fighting over Oliver. I feel like you can't help but just see that unit in there and just like, who's going to take it? Is it going to make his way to the pre-ban? Because that's exactly where Oliver's been. He's been in positions where we had seen someone not take the Oliver to changing their first pick when it came back around to them being like, I'm going to make sure I lock in that Oliver now. But it's just such an impactful unit, and I'm expecting to see this thing go back and forth in the majority of matches today.
Yeah, I think so. Seppi, do you agree?
Yeah, I totally agree, and I'm expecting to see some pre-bans on the Laura on the side of Big V, because that's a very oppressive and fast unit.
Childish Plays in the audience. What's going on, Childish? See apps, I see Celtic growing. What's going on, friends? We have some awesome community members here today. It's so cool to have this thing live.
That's the best part about Summoner's War, man. The community, the friends we make along the way. Like, even the three of us, how long have we been friends for?
I know, it's been
because
like 6+ years. I know, the game has brought us together. I feel very blessed for it. It's awesome. It's very awesome. And yeah, now that we got the audience here, we can ask them too. Audience, who do you think is going to win this first round? The people have spoken. It sounded, I heard more RHYS than Big V.
Sounded confusing.
It was a little confusing. I signed up for that, to be honest, though. You know, I think RHYS really sold a lot of people in that player profile there, Stoic.
He really did. I mean, he earned me as well. Like, I went from going into this match thinking like, okay, I'm not going to talk down Big V. I think Big V's crazy. I think this guy can definitely take this big victory right here for sure. We know how powerful Big V is, but definitely he's got a place in my heart where I do want to see RHYS do well. So I just want to see him do so well.
So is that what the V stands for? Victory? That makes a lot of sense.
I was like, I thought it was something else, but victory.
Yeah, victory makes it great. Oh, let's go.
Let's go.
That's great. Awesome.
Cool seeing families over here. Look at that. Zadora's over there. Beautiful.
He says no.
Kiss Kim.
Kiss Kim. Hey, it's RHYS. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, Evan, how he adapts to Big V dominant style. Who's going to take turn one? Are they going to change their strategy a little bit? And is Big V ready for this? Maybe he was expecting someone else to make it through, and he didn't prepare for the matchup.
That's
against
something
RHYS,
that we talked about all the way back in the first set of this entire tournament today, about doing your homework and applying it. You know, there is that chance that Big V may have done his research on a different opponent. He may have not have expected to see RHYS here. One way or the other, he's seeing him right now. Folks, we're going into round one of RHYS versus Big V.
Pre-bands getting locked in right here, and we knew that Oliver was
called
definitely
it,
gonna
my
be
friend.
in there.
Oliver and Laura, no surprises. These these guys have studied each other. The question right now is for that first pick. Do you think it's the Water Ryu, the more coming out?
I do think it is going to be more. I think that's a unit that everybody can't help but take. It's a 24 speed lead. Got to lock that unit in there. We've seen Big V already take the Chiwu. Chiwu honestly seems to be the more comfortable unit for Big V to be drafting here, and he does take this with the Cigar as well. RHYS looking to respond to both these AoE units. There's a lot of things you could bring to react to these.
I agree with you. Does he choose, you know, the reactive style, or will he bring the Chungpung, you know, still sticking to the turn one? The Heigang is a great reactive unit, or double water early on can be something, you know, difficult to back up from.
Ooh, I love that he's still going to speed contest. I'm a big fan of that. So he brought in a reactive unit, and he also brought in a unit that he says, I may speed contest at the same time. But I feel like when you draft a Sekhmet, you're speed contesting. There's no way you take a Sekhmet and expect to go turn 2.
Very, very good point. Now, Big V having a couple options in Respond. The Ragdoll, 2 AoE units, a third one that has an AoE skill, and now the Nikki coming out. I love the Chungpung. So I wasn't expecting the Heigang as much, but the Chungpung and the Sean really fit the style that he's trying to play. The question is, if Big V brings another starter unit as the last pick, that is very, very dicey.
Definitely. I mean, we could also, there's a world that we potentially even looking at a Leo pick here coming out of Big V was disrupt. Oh, never mind. I thought the Sean was already locked in there. I don't think we see the Leo anymore.
Exactly. That's, you know what? You might have helped people right there, because a Leo sounded very, very strong against 2 water units, you know, speed depending unit, and you would have to take that Chiwu to the face, and we know the Chiwu is generally on Swift, very fast units. If the Sekhmet wouldn't be banned, the Chiwu is definitely taking turn 1.
Ooh, I love this, man. The double Oracle, we're seeing it again. It is very powerful when you're able to see a Nikki and Annabelle both go through.
Yeah, I think it's too dangerous to let them both through, and the thing is, if Big V bans this Heigang or the Sekhmet, he looks very, very comfortable.
But Ragdoll.
Well, I think the Ragdoll, like the Ragdoll's fine.
Now it's just, it's quite
it's
interesting,
fine
everyone.
in this here.
That
Like,
is
dude,
quite interesting.
the occult girls are so strong. Oh, the Heigang goes through. Oh, and the Chiwu doesn't. The thing is, I would have been one of the occult girls, because now he only has 1 reset into double occult girl. There's so much healing, so much sustain.
Well, let's find out, guys. We're going to our very first match here with Big V versus RHYS. Sekhmet's going to be kicking things off here. Let's see who's going to be resetting, potentially going towards that Nikki or the Cigar.
Yeah, the Cigar gets reset. Here we go. No strips from the Moore, but he does have the Heigang. The Heigang has to hit this. Oh, he doesn't risk it, interestingly enough.
I was actually expecting him to go with the skill 2 there and then capitalize with the kind of skill 3 right after that. Maybe he was thinking he was going to be pressing up the attack bars with the Ragdoll here, potentially here.
Yeah.
But what we're actually seeing is a Nikki going in front of Annabelle, where Annabelle's usually in front of the Nikki.
Exactly. That's a very good point, because now there's no death break for the Nikki to hit super hard, but we'll still have the damage from the Annabelle. Lots of damage. The Ragdoll might send someone to the grave.
Oh, that's an attack buff Ragdoll. Something's going, dude.
Oh, I heard a certain caster criticizing the Dark Dragon Knight that just one-shot someone, and in a very dominant fashion, no proc from the Cardinal.
Out here as well, looking very safe for Big V. Writing was on the wall, and that one, round 1, going to Big V.
Yeah, very, very strong draft, Evan. Couple of Coke girls, you know, the cleanse, the heal, and obviously Ragdoll over there killing people.
I mean, you all said it. You got to ban one of the occult girls. Letting them both through is really dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So back to this Ragdoll. So
this guy back to the Ragdoll.
We gotta go back to this, where you had thought the Ragdoll was it was okay. And I'll be honest with you, I thought the Ragdoll was a great pick going into this. Nice. I really did. That's remnants of some play style of myself that I like to take with Ragdoll double occult girls. But I wish I was at the speeds of Big V.
Now that would be something.
That would definitely be something.
Reckoned with. Round 2. Here we go.
It'll be interesting to see how RHYS adapts right now. The Raccoony pre-ban, very interesting from Big V.
Interesting.
I want to take a screenshot, because if you talked to Seppi 3 years ago, I would have never imagined this.
Yep, not at all. Laura is going to be the first pick that Big V is going to be locking into. I still want to say we're going to be seeing that more coming out of RHYS here. Could be more anything else after that, but I do think more is one of those units that we just can't help but lock in, where it's like turn 2, yes, turn 1 potentially, but Shizuka Juno, let's just flip the switch here.
He goes more reactive. I do like the change in pace. You know, he saw that the first thing, there's a lot of responses on BIGV side. He can bring the ragdoll. He has the Hey Gang available still, so a lot of stuff that he can use to respond. So he tries to shake up a little bit the pick and ban, and we are possibly going to see triple Occult Girl. How excited is that?
That's going to be a lot of, especially if it's going to go in the order of Annabelle, Nikki, or Laura Nikki. It's going to be absolutely insane to see something like that pop out. Laura is in front of that Annabelle.
Yeah, I love the Chunk Punk pick here. It's great against the Occult Girls, great against the Cigar, and then the Sekhmet threatens speed to reset one of the very fast units. We know that this Laura is on violence, so it's not a swift Laura, so the Sekhmet probably can't outspeed that.
Yeah, most definitely. We get a double reset coming out of RHYS, though. I love that Sekhmet, love that Chunk Punk. I think these are great picks here, but a triple Revenge Verd is absolutely terrifying when you lay down a Chunk Punk.
Yeah, there's not a lot of control, not a lot of damage to get rid of him, and triple Occult Girl. Let's hear it from the crowd.
Yep. Oof. They're big fans, man. A lot of Occult Girls coming out here. These are very, very powerful units, all of them.
Can I call it? I would like another source of reset, ban that Verd, and just deal with it. Or we can bring some sustain in here and take out the strip, right? The removal. I like the damage. This tells us, this smells like a Verd ban, right?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a Verd ban, I believe. We have great first turn units in the form of Sekhmet and Ethna. Both these units, if they do land true, we're talking about great synergy and his ability to really get things under control, because these Occult Girls, they can get out of control very quickly.
Yeah, the one advantage is that the Onyuji is very strong against them, because if you put the immunity up, then you start denying that. The thing is that you have to take care of this Cigar. You can't miss that reset. You can't miss the stun with Etna. So he has to be very, very careful on who he chooses as the targets of these first skills on turn one. Let's go. Turn one, gains attack bar. Here we go. Who's he going for? He sees that the Nikki is squishier, but resist! This Nikki hasn't gotten anything in a whole day. She resisted everything, and no resist on the Cigar.
That's terrifying. So in moments like this, we can't help but already know that the writing is on the wall immediately when you watch your turn
What is this?
Get absolute duds here. Beautiful. The spear stun will land on top of that Laura, though.
But the Nikki is untouchable. Nothing gets stripped, nothing gets reset, nothing gets stunned. No death break. Damage comes out. He can try to reset right now and gets it on the Shizuka. This looks like a wrap for Big V. A big proc. The Juno is going home and she's dead.
It's crazy how volatile these Occult Girls can be, able to produce so much damage so quickly.
And this Nikki must have 120 res.
Easily.
She's been winning every match.
Every single match. This Nikki won't let anything land on her at all. Big V now sitting at match point. Can RHYS pull it back?
Woo! Looking at someone that can be the first two-time America's Cup champion. What must going through his mind right now? Full focus on the pick and ban, full focus on the game, right, Stoic?
Yeah, 100%. He is still here. He's not thinking about his next match. He is right here, right now, trying to figure out how he wraps this one up here. We've got the pre-bans, which was, we already knew this was going to be happening. Laura and the Oliver getting the pre-ban here. First pick going to RHYS here. This is, in my opinion, this is a very important first pick here. It's got to be something that he's got to worry about with Big V, but he is going to be staying in his wheelhouse with a more.
Yeah, now the Masha coming out, that is an interesting change. I like that against these two units, remembering that the Chi was actually very good with skill 2 with a beneficial effect block on the Masha. And now the Rakuni finally coming out, which hasn't been doing amazingly well today, but has a chance for redemption. Yeah.
Not again.
Yep, double Occult Girls coming back. Double Occult Girls hitting the floor. We've got RHYS looking to wrap up his draft here. I think he needs to bring potentially another high volatility unit here to try to turn things around.
Yeah.
Because right now, I think Big V does have the damage when we're talking about a Nikki being left on the field and probably one other unit where he doesn't even have to worry about this Rakuni anymore.
Yeah, I would have liked a reset in here. There's a lot of high cooldowns, but not the Sekhmet. The Sekhmet didn't work out for him. Maybe a Chunk Pong, maybe a Genny, and Miles finally appearing. Interesting.
I think Miles is a great unit. I think this is totally totally fine to bring to the table. There's a lot of AoEs, so I think the Kinky is definitely justified in this position right now, but I think Big V just okay, all right. I mean, I think this is definitely fair. There's a lot of passes being left onto the field, but I was actually expecting one more high damage dealer coming out of Big V.
Yeah, I like the last pick though. I think that the plan from RHYS was trying to get rid of that cigar, but right now there's two very strong units. You know, the two dark units are so oppressive into this matchup, and the Oblivion does so much because there's everyone in the match has a passive.
It really does.
On his side.
Either we're going to be seeing a Kinky ban or potentially even a Masha that he kind of wants to stop all that damage and that volatility, and the Kinky's just going to get the ban here. That Doc,
the pure vanilla.
The pure vanilla getting the ban as well. Both of them have 24 speed leads.
I think it comes down to Rakuni. Can Rakuni resist the attack bar reduction, you know, from both the Chiwu and the cigar? Let's see. Gets reduced by the Chiwu, the cut in, but the glancing on the Morg.
Oh, man.
Nothing happens. Lots of damage coming out. Oh my god, now the speed tuning is correct, and this is a lot of damage. Can he bring it back? The cigar will just reduce attack bars and eat them up.
Yep, it's so difficult to bounce back from this. Even with those additional turns, he's in a lot of trouble here. He's going to throw that third skill back onto the Miles, pushing back all the attack bar here, and really it chose us to go for the reset onto the Rakuni.
Yeah, the Rakuni gets attack bar reduced, which is huge. Now he can go for skill 2 on the Masha or get rid of a unit. He opts for the kill. If the Masha procs, there is a chance to bring this match back.
He really has to get something going here, and that's not what happened here. He does get the additional turn. Keep in mind, this is glance still, so we're not going to see a ton of damage coming out of Miles.
Yeah, and even if he stuns right now, there's clans from both Occult Girls coming out. No procs from the Rakuni. The clans, the heal comes out.
Safe.
Yeah.
So safe with these Occult Girls. The additional turns rolling out, finishing off units here. Outstanding what these Occult Girls are able to produce in these matches.
Very dominant performance. Even with the Maja, she can't kill. She can't get the proc to get rid of this Chiwu. Now here we go. Can she send him home? Nope, she cannot. The Annabelle just continues. Great proc, and now the Nikki will drop her off the chair.
Yep, there it is, dismounted. Third skill's popping off, so much additional damage. I think I saw her 2.9 land on top of that Rakuni, and there you have it. Big V taking down RHYS.
Big V is joining TRUEWHALE and going to the finals!
Congratulations. Wow, what a dominant performance.
Really was a dominant performance indeed. Both of these players are actually our two players representing the Americas in the World Final.
Man, the double Occult Girl proving to be real difficult there, guys.
And you know what? The chat was completely right. Those were the two with the most predictions.
All right, guys, how's that for a match? You learned something about double, triple, Occult Girl, possibly 4 in the future. That's a nice round of applause for the fan favorite RHYS. And of course, the winner, our other representative at the World Finals in November, Big V. Okay, nice handshake, guys. Great sportsmanship, guys. Great match. Excellent, excellent play. And again, I'm awaiting how to feel, man. Is that right? Yeah. Too many Occult Girls?
Yeah.
Too many Occult.
Too strong.
Big V's too strong, he said. Thank you. All right, Big V said he would get revenge for Falling Flower, and he did in 3-0 fashion.
听说你要为花落报仇，你已经把这仇报了，现在有什么感觉？
And Thompson, for Thompson.
Revenge for Thompson also. So we're very excited to have you represent us in Thailand in November. Are you excited to be there?
非常的激动，你会代表我们11月出征泰国，现在是遗憾期了。
Of course. I want to get a world champion for American Cup.
Thank you. He wants to be a world champion for America's region. Now the last question is, it's probably going to be the most anticipated match of the night. When we come back from break, we're going to have Big V versus TRUEWHALE. Either way, both of you will represent us in Thailand, but do you think you have what it takes to beat TRUEWHALE for the finals and be America's Cup champion a second time?
即使你们两个人已经确定了一定会去泰国比赛，你现在觉得你能不能第二次获得美洲杯的冠军？
One more win, and I will be the special one.
You heard it here. It would be a great match, guys. Again, congratulations, baby. Thank you. All right, guys, he sounds confident. Take down TRUEWHALE in the finals. Hope you guys voted for these two, because the proof is in the pudding, guys. Take it away, boys. Thank you.
Well, it seems like most folks did. These were the two favorites, and I couldn't think of a better way to conclude today's America's Cup than with a finals between BIGV and TRUEWHALE. That's going to be truly awesome. But looking at this one, right? RHYS versus BIGV, guys. This was quite the game there, Seppi.
Yeah, very, very interesting game. Once again, the kiss cam. I hope we get a couple of friends again. And the Occult Girls came on top, triple in one of the matches, Evan. So, you know, I called it. We said Occult Girls. They've been defining the day. They've been so clutch. The question is, does TRUEWHALE have the answer to the triple Occult Girls?
Well, I mean, he also has these units as well. So at the same time, he could be taking the Nikki and synergizing a team. You know, this is just the utility of, like we keep talking about with TRUEWHALE, that he has all of these units as well. So I think he has everything except that Pudding Princess, Alenda, I believe, that BIGV's able to draft. So I think that's the one unit that I think TRUEWHALE actually has to worry about.
Very good point.
All right, yeah, the Occult Girls are going to be difficult to overcome, but if anybody can do it, I'm confident that TRUEWHALE has what it takes here, especially once you've seen it out there a lot. BIGV has been presenting a similar strategy each game, so there's a way to adapt to that. There we go. That's how we got to this 3-0 finale right here. Set 1 through 3. Congratulations to BIGV. Really a dominant game from a previous America's Cup champion.
Yeah, Evan, the experience really showed in there, the preparation, and there was no answer for his strategy. When he went against Joseph, I think through the matches, he was realizing what strategy he wanted to use. And then on the last ones, he really understood it. And now for this one, he looked way more comfortable with that strategy, and that showed off. 3-0 instead of 3-2. Very, very dominant.
Yeah, it's been fun witnessing the evolution of that team comp over the course of these games today. It seems like BIGV has really settled on what he wants to take into the next round.
He really is, but I do think he did prepare for this. I think BIGV definitely saw a world that he was potentially seeing TRUEWHALE here in the final, so I think he has something prepared for TRUEWHALE, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing like whatever he prepared for him.
Yeah, that credit is absolutely due, because if there's a favorite, it's BIGV. We talked about that at the top of the show. We showed the crowd predictions, and he was carrying nearly a third of the votes on his shoulders. So the region should be thrilled to have these two players representing us. There we go, everybody. Our second code for the day. Ready to bam champ. Right there. Look at that. Get your very thematic fire scrolls. Maybe Seppi's Juno is in there.
Yeah, I love how you read it. It sounded like why 'cause I mag. You know, I think they tried to do ready to be America's Cup champ.
Ready to bam.
Ready to bam
I'm
champ
ready to
is
bam.
like why 'cause I mag.
Why 'cause
I'm a G.
Why 'cause he mag. Yeah, get those scrolls and get the SWC emblems, because I think I promised that we'd be summoning some legendary scrolls at the end of this several prelims ago. And I'd really like to hold true to that. I'd love to do a summon session with everybody here and get something really cool. I could use a Shizuka, to be honest, because I already have a Juno. I'd like to pick them back to back.
You had to rub it on my face. Okay.
I too would like to get a Shizuka. That's something that I desperately could use, and we've seen some great performances out of that unit today, and I'd like to be able to do that too.
Shizuka's all around. Everybody, I can't believe it, but we still have the finals after this, and it's a big one, and we'll be right back after this short break for that.
Hello, everybody. We're back here outside the arena. Just want to grab some more of the community feelings. We got this nice family here. They've been here all day. Family of 4. Say hello. You want to get some names?
Trevante. And this is
Regina.
Simone.
And baby.
Gia. And Gia.
Baby Gia. You guys excited to be here?
Absolutely.
Yes, first time.
First time. Most importantly, having a good time. Yes, awesome, awesome. And is your pick still alive?
Yes, Big V.
Big V still in there. Not bad on the choice. Who's your second pick, though?
TRUEWHALE.
Oh, so you're doing good. You're doing good. You have a good chance to clear the board. Awesome, awesome. So it's good to hear. Anything that we could do for you?
Maybe get a shirt or something.
All right, I'll see what I can do. Thank you, guys.
What's up? Simba.
This is Simba. And where'd you come from today, Simba?
Jersey.
All the way from New Jersey out here to beautiful LA. Are you having a good time, most importantly?
It'd be better if I was inside, but I'm having a good time.
Bet if you're inside, I can make that happen.
Very good.
Jasmine.
You guys together?
Yes.
How'd that happen? Just joking. This is Simba, guys. Is your vote still alive?
My vote?
Did you vote for the winner? Don't ever trust the coin again. It's okay, but most importantly, even though MADREAMDY's out, you still having a good time?
Yeah, I'm having a good time, Graham.
You having a good time?
Yes.
Enjoying LA?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you all for coming out and being here with us. We got a gentleman here with the sign that says Buff LND rate. Where? How many
Please.
LND scrolls have you summoned?
Not enough.
How many LND 5s you have?
3.
You have 3, and you said you didn't summon enough, and you're still complaining.
Absolutely.
That's fair. Everybody complains about how many you get. Are you having a good time?
Absolutely.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for you.
You voted for me. That's very sweet, but who'd you actually vote for?
TRUEWHALE with Big V in second.
TRUEWHALE with Big V in second. All right, so it's still alive. Your dreams are still alive. You haven't.
It could be the other way around. Could be.
Could be the other way around. It very well could be 2 very strong players, but regardless of which, we have 2 very strong representatives going to Worlds. So we should all be very excited for that. But thank you for coming out. Thank you for hanging out.
Thank you for having me too.
Hope you're having a great time. Thank you. See you soon.
This is it, the finals of the America's Cup. We have our 2 representatives for the World Finals, but we still have to figure out who is our SWC 2023 America's Cup champion. I'm still Evan, and I am so blessed to be here, joined by Seppi and Stoic. Guys, what'd you think of the semifinals?
That was an incredible semifinals for both of the representatives that we have here in the finals. It was excellent play, excellent drafting. These are potentially 2 of our best representatives to represent Americas going towards the World Final.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that, and very dominant performances, Evan. I think in the first round, we saw a lot of close matches. You know, BIGV and DRMZJOSEPH, that was very close. But TRUEWHALE has been destroying everyone the whole day. He has only lost 1 match in the whole day versus 5 in the prelims. So he definitely made some adjustments, prepared very well, and has a very consistent draft. Then on the other side, BIGV, the former champ, has beaten right now the crowd favorite 3-0 to go to the finals. Like Stoic said, the 2 best players definitely that could represent us. Now the question is, who comes out on top? Who takes home the $10,000 and that gorgeous trophy?
Oh yeah, and it's going to be so fun to find out. This one may actually go to 5 rounds this time because these players are going to have to learn how to dance around each other right now. They got to feel each other out a little bit here, Stoic, before they can actually get a hold on each other.
Yeah, they definitely are going to have to feel things out here because I'm definitely expecting a Game 5. I think that's what we're going to see. History being said, I do believe when they have seen each other before, it was a 3-0 in the favor of BIGV before in the past. So we'll see what happens. It might not have been a 3, it might have been a 3-1 if I'm wrong. But it was very, very dominantly a BIGV victory in the past.
Knowing TRUEWHALE, he's not going to let that happen again. YCuz is down there on the stage right now, here to introduce our players for the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. This is our America's Cup 2023 World Finals, America's Cup Finals. The first competitor I want to bring on stage is this probably means the most to him. This is honestly, besides World Finals champion, the one accomplishment he's missing. He talked about it to me for a year. Help me welcome TRUEWHALE. Here he is, guys. Keep the applause going for TRUEWHALE. And now for his opponent, the 2021 America's Cup champion. Time to see if he can repeat. Help me welcome to the stage, BIGV. BIGV coming out looking super confident. Again, guys, keep the applause going. These are our representatives for Worlds, BIGV. Good luck to both of you. I'm super proud, and everybody in the crowd is super proud. Everybody back home is super proud to have you 2 representing us. May the best man win. Good luck, guys. All right, casters, keep killing it up there.
Thank you so much, Pat. Man, these 2 representatives, Stoic, you are so right. I'm honored to have them representing the region.
Definitely. This is one of those where we have a great pair going towards World Finals. We are trying to take home a World Championship here and bring it to Americas, and we've got 2 great representatives to do that.
Oh, yeah. But Seppi, there's a lot on the line just here today. $10,000 to be exact. The biggest part of that $20,000 prize pool.
Yeah, half of it, and it comes down to these 5 matches and the way these guys draft, adapt to each other, and the choices that they make inside of the game. Right now we're seeing TRUEWHALE that's been using very well the Wedget, the Laura. He has only gotten to use them together once because people have been pre-banning them very well. And then he's also adapting, bringing that Juno, the Volantes, a lot of sustain, you know, more mid-range comps. And I agree with what Stoic said earlier. The best players today have been using those type of comps that can go both ways. You know, there's effectiveness in going turn 1, but they also have some sustain, can go turn 2, a lot of debuffs being applied, and we're gonna see something pretty similar style-wise from Big V, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like we were saying with TRUEWHALE is able to bring so much things in different compositions. What we saw throughout the day, where he was being very, very difficult to predict, I would say, for his draft style. And Big V's able to do very similar draft style with him, not having as many LD Nat 5s as TRUEWHALE may have here, but Big V definitely brings a lot of talent, brings a lot of interesting drafts to the table where he's making his opponents work to try and figure out what the draft's going to be. You know, utilizing, of course, Volantis and the Doc Pure Vanilla, Elena, I'm working on it. We're getting there, guys. But the Doc Pure Vanilla being an excellent unit, and something I'm pretty sure we are going to be seeing that going up against TRUEWHALE.
Oh, yeah, but I got to tell you, something I really value about doing this whole thing live is you get to see how each player is feeling, how they're emoting, how they're walking on stage. And, you know, Big V seemed pretty sure that he was going to be taking away the champion title from TRUEWHALE, but if there's one thing that TRUEWHALE's really good at, Seppi, it's finding someone's weakness and exploiting it.
Very good point. I agree with you, man. And what's going to come down to is, have they prepared enough for each other? And are they surprised by any of the strategies that have surfaced here? Because we've seen both of them adapt and become even better and stronger through the course of this day. And right now, I'm very excited to see these monsters that at the beginning of the day we didn't expect to see, you know?
Yep.
Did we wake up today and think that we're going to see a lot of occult girls?
Double, triple occult girls?
Yeah, I didn't think so. It's super cool to see that changing, looking back in the past when we saw a lot of Ganny, Hathor, then we had, you know, the Okeanos meta, we had the Beast Riders meta, and now, is this the beginning of the occult girl meta?
I mean, definitely, we saw these units wake up and choose violence is exactly what we were definitely seeing here, because there's been a lot of violent procs throughout the day, been a lot of additional turns. Those occult girls are highly volatile with that first skill, and of course, all of them being runed up on violent as well. It's insane. Pre-bans getting locked in right here. Chiwu and Laura going to be the pre-bans to get into this first match between TRUEWHALE and Big V.
Welcome to the finals, my friends. Here we go. TRUEWHALE with first pick is the Wedget hitting the field, or will he prefer an elemental monster like the Cigar or the Wind and Bison in this case?
Yeah, super interesting first pick here coming out of TRUEWHALE, bringing the Wind and Bison to the draft here. Big V looking to draft 2 units, and sometimes we see this alongside of, you know, potentially not Vanessa, I'm sorry. The Chiwu is what he would bring. So it was like Chiwu into Wind and Bison. So it looks like this might be a take pick here coming from TRUEWHALE. We've got an early Annabelle coming out of Big V with that segment.
I love seeing that monster coming into the meta. You know, like I said, it feels a little bit like EU Cup. More bruiser comps love bringing the Annabelle, 100% res, a monster that brings so much to the table. Death break, slow, cleanse, heal. And now, yes, finally, the Wedget hits the field, and then the Sean. Do you feel like the Sean being in there gives an opportunity for Big V to just pick comfortably, you know, Occult Girl, then maybe he can even bring a Ragdoll, something like that, and then last pick a Leo if there's an opening for it?
I feel like I still want to see a AoE strip coming out of TRUEWHALE before I saw that Sean hit the table here. But that being said, I think Sean and Wedget, obviously great picks to be bringing into a draft, so I'm totally fine with that. Big V bringing that Dak, putting Princess Elena, and of course this Fire Monk King, which we know can be pretty insane to draft. This definitely signals that the Sean's going through, though.
Yeah, I love the Mayho Wang pick, and reminding people at home, this is a monster that can't be controlled. Inability effects don't apply to him. The only way to kill is you got to Death Break it, you got to kill it some other way, but you're not going to stun him. And here it is, rounds it out, very consistent draft, double speed lead, double reset, double attack bar, double everything. And then a Kinky to close it out, so very good units against AoE. The only thing is, it looks like this Annabelle will need to pray for either resist or, yeah, I like that better. I called the Leo very early, you know? I think it's a very strong unit in this matchup and maybe a must ban.
Yeah, I think when the Leo comes in there, Leo's 100% going to be that ban here. Let's keep in mind that there is no speed lead on the side of Big V as well, and we know how fast the Sekhmet can be. So are we going to look at a similar situation where we get a 24 speed lead? Is TRUEWHALE taking turn 1 away from this Sekhmet? Because how fast is it going up against TRUEWHALE this time?
Yeah, if he bends one of the resets, I like that choice because now the Anavel only has to resist the Chungpung to bring this game back. If you let the double resist through, the double reset through, that would be too dangerous. Here we go, Stoic.
Wow.
Turn 1 for the Water Ryu.
There it is, a little bit of attack bar pushback as well, and we've got the
Wet Jet.
No,
Tyke in turn 2 will boost his whole team. Gets that extra attack bar. Now, does he choose to just reset or go for the strip? I would go for the strip because he has the Sean following closely through, but he plays it safe.
Yeah, look
now,
at a lot of additional damage, though, coming out of that Serious Matter as well. Of course, we've got skills available. Gets only 2 stuns because he can't stun up that Fire Monkey King. I would probably go for an attack break on that Fire Monkey King, try to keep that unit back from doing a little bit of damage.
Totally agree. Either way, this Anavel will probably just heal and cleanse the whole team because she resisted, she kept that immunity, and now he wants to bring it up, but remembering that he has a lot of attack bar. He's gonna play with his whole team ahead of Big V's.
Yep, there it is. So it does go for the big cleanse. Everyone is back to full health. And of course, we've got that first kill. Looking to push back attack bar. I don't believe it did anything on that segment, though.
If Death Break lands, there's a lot of options for Sean to try to kill someone right now. Who is he going for? Is it the Anavel? Is it the Pure Vanilla?
Oh, it's a Pure Vanilla, but with additional turn. There is no cleanse, though, to stop that unit. It is going to be dropping here. TRUEWHALE putting Big V on the back foot, removing Elena from the field.
Everything is landing on this monkey. No Death Break. He needs to bring the match back. Now, there's so much space for this Sean to do damage. If he keeps proccing like this, he'll have skill 3 next turn. Right now, he can try to remove this Anavel!
Oh,
look at that damage! TRUEWHALE looking dominant right here. There's gonna be a lot of praying going on. He resists!
Resisted, he still gets his third skill.
Yes.
Going off here. Big skill 2, a lot of additional damage hitting the table right now. We've got Woodjet with a skill 2 as well, speeding up this team. Woodjet, Chungpung looking to push back a little bit of attack bar here.
Yeah, sincerely, I love the playstyle from TRUEWHALE so far. Very careful. He didn't risk anything. You know when players make risky plays? This match, he said, I'm not doing any of that. I'm just going full care.
Oh, wow.
He gets a big proc, can get this monkey very, very low, but remembering that on his skill 2, he heals, so, you know, he needs a proc.
Well, I think Big V needs to see a stun here to keep this unit alive with an additional turn on top of that. And I think Big V's in the realm where he's in that 27% chance looking to proc here and still not procking with that unit.
Didn't proc with Mei Hoang. This might mean the end of the match, and Big V starts thinking about what he can do in the future in match number 2 because the oppressiveness of this comp, the Wedjet together with the Sean has been so effective, and the ban on the Leo was on point, Stoic.
Yeah, it really was some absolutely flawless play in this round 1 between TRUEWHALE and Big V. TRUEWHALE taking a commanding lead as we finish up that round 1 right there.
TRUEWHALE with the first point on the board. Huge first point from TRUEWHALE. Very dominant game. Like you said there, Seppi, he's playing like he has everything to lose.
He's being extremely careful. We even saw in that turn 1 with the Chungpung. He could have risked it all.
Bikini Zara.
Could have risked it all and used skill 2 to strip, but he didn't go greedy. He just used skill 3 to push back and reset, and he knew that the Anavel could have only heal and cleanse, but he would have his whole team playing ahead because of Wedjet.
All right, let's see these pre-bans get locked in here. Pre-bans are going to be Woodjet Laura getting pre-banned in this second round matchup.
I really like that. I think that the Wedjet definitely left an impression on Big V, and he doesn't want to deal with it again.
Yeah, well, Big V has that first pick here. A lot of things that could happen here, but he is going to be taking that Cigar. So Cigar, definitely a unit that Big V's trying to go back to where TRUEWHALE took it in that first round.
Good point, and now he has access to the Chiwu, right? So will TRUEWHALE do something about that, or just continue with his consistent play style? The Sean coming out, that kind of telegraphs answers that might come out over here later on, Ragdoll, Leo, stuff like that. Do fire units like show up for you right now? What are you thinking that's going through Big V's mind?
Interesting. Well, he's drafting in this Chiwu and taking in this Nikki. I can't help but feel like TRUEWHALE's trying to bait out a Leo. I feel like that's kind of what's happening with that. Locking in the, of course, additional damage by speed in a speed scaling unit, just like that Sean. We'll see what happens here, because I think there's a world where TRUEWHALE goes turn one, starts bringing in more, units that are taking advantage of that, where we're looking at a potential Leo ban here, or Leo last pick here for Big V.
Ooh, I like stealing away the segment, because now you're not that worried about another fast unit. Now Big V has to pick another quick unit and a speed lead, or he just sits back and gets turn 2, can bring the Kinky again, that kind of stuff. Interesting question is about this Ryu. We've seen how fast it is. It was even faster than the Wedjet. Is this a Swift Water Ryu? That's what I believe
that,
yeah,
it
right?
feels like a Swift Water Ryu for sure, because that was very, very quick. He was able to outspeed the segment, who didn't have a speed lead. You know what? I was going to say, I have a feeling that the Anvil is going to be dropping onto the field, but I kind of don't want to see the Anvil at the moment, because I feel like that's not the unit to hit the field when we have what already has been drafted by TRUEWHALE. But Anvil hits the field, we are looking at a Leo ban.
You know what I would love? A triple revenge Verd into this. There's so many units that it counters right now, and like it plays that mind game with the Leo, right? Do I let the Leo through? But he chooses the safe choice, goes with another speed lead on Pontos.
I think the Pontos is a little bit of a mind game as well, because playing that Pontos says, I might be banning out your Cigar, I might be banning out your Chiwu at the same time.
Good point. Yeah, if he bans the Chiwu and the Cigar either misses or can't do anything, the Pontos outright wins this match by itself.
Yep, that's right. Let's see what happens. I mean, there's a lot of options that that could happen here in this ban. We've got 3 seconds to find out what these options are going to be here. And it is going to be the Leo. It is going to be the Sean. So Big V definitely knew that Leo was going to get banned out there. Sean's going to get the ban.
He goes for full speed, though. I think that TRUEWHALE has the upper hand with a segment right here. Will he manage to outspeed turn 1 as the segment? Can she get a reset on this Chiwu, or this won't happen? Does he go also? He has the option to go for the Cigar. He goes for the Chiwu. Resisted! I like the choice. Now he needs the cut in from the Water Ryu, but the reduction comes in on the 2 other units.
Yep, there's that strip. Not being a full strip either. We're going to see a ton of damage coming out of this third skill here. Pummeling in this additional damage. Some really big numbers in there. Some units are looking very, very low right now. We're going to see that third skill with the reset, landing those provokes on top of that. Looking at a defense break coming with the second skill from Cigar.
Yeah, that's why I was afraid of the Pontos, because when you miss something like that, the Pontos is just stuck in there, can't do much. The Vertihill would have given you an opportunity to come back, and TRUEWHALE concedes 1-1. Big V takes game 2.
So this goes back to exactly what we keep saying before. When Sekhmet goes to set the tone, if Sekhmet doesn't land that, the likeliness of you losing that match is so great.
Yeah. So much tempo is lost with that first opener, and Sekhmet misses it. And she's had a pretty good streak today.
Yeah, there's one good thing though. He got information on this Chiwu. You know that the Chiwu might come back on the table, right? So you see that the Chiwu is off of Will, and you know that your segment is faster. So if you have another unit that can do that and not miss, like a Swift Ganny, you can bring it instead of the segment to counter him. So not all is lost with this. He got some info.
Yeah, well, Swift Ganny is definitely something you had to have pre-thought of and prepared. And I'm not too sure. A lot of people always have this. I think Swift Ganny is an excellent thing to bring in.
At this level, like, I would be surprised. I remember Daniel Carioca, also that played in the America's Cup a couple years back. He always used to have the Vio Ganny, Swift Ganny. Very powerful unit, but let's see what TRUEWHALE does to adapt or just to stay in the comfort zone.
Well, if you look at the pre-bans down there, Chiwu and Laura are the ones getting pre-banned out here. We've got the Cigar once again being a priority unit for both of these players. We have a 33 speed lead with the very fast segment. So that is Big V 100% claiming turn 1's mine. Yeah. We'll see if the segment's more consistent for Big V than it was for TRUEWHALE. But of course, we're going to be seeing definitely a swap of pace here, and it is going to be Jet and Juno coming in.
I really like that change, actually. He could have gone with, you know, the Water Ryu once again, but he went with the Juno, which tells you the opening for the Volantis, for the more reactive playstyle. He can even bring a Hey Gang, other stuff like that. So he's waiting. He's not making a decision, and Big V now has to decide where he goes. He brings the super strong Vanilla right now to put the Oblivion on 2 of these very powerful units.
And then also the heal blocks as well, coming from the Nikki. That's going to be stopping the Wajet's passive. They're healing up everybody as well. So those are definitely some great picks that Big V just laid down on
and
the
the
field.
Juno as well. Very good point, Stoic.
Yes, yeah, exactly, with the Juno as well, of course.
Very good counters. The question right now is, does he set on that first turn? Does the Volantis come out? The Sean has been a priority pick. Chungpung, but noting this is the first time he doesn't pick double speed lead because that Water Ryu is not present.
Yep, exactly, yeah. Let's see what Big V is going to be last picking here. This is definitely a Big V turn 1 playstyle because there is no speed. There is 1 speed lead on for TRUEWHALE side of the field there, but definitely nothing on that field is fast enough to outspeed that segment if the segment does.
I love the Verd. I was going to say that. Verd, ban Wedjet. That is such a strong pick because there's 2 wind units. AoE, the Vertihill has so many chances to counter, and now there's only the Sean as a big threat to remove stuff from the field, but you got 2 chances for the Verd to counter, and you still have the Sekhmet plus Speedly turn 1 if it doesn't get banned.
Yeah, we have a very interesting match ahead. Sean is going to get the ban. Oliver is going to get the ban here. Very interesting.
I don't know. I would have preferred the Wedjet ban. I think Wedjet is so dangerous right here. It was a little bit of mind game, so since he didn't ban the Verd, the Wedjet getting through is super strong, and Wedjet takes turn 1, my friend, and outspeeds the Sekhmet.
That's crazy because we know how fast that segment actually is. With skills available, he could go with 3, but ends up getting go with skill 2, getting the glancing on top of that Verd heal as well.
Super important, Stoic. Great note. Now he can get the strip and reset and gets it. The Juno, lots of damage. I love this draft out of TRUEWHALE. So aggressive, so oppressive. And the big thing is the Chungpung will maybe get a chance to reduce everyone if there's no procs. The Nikki proc can be huge in this matchup.
You can tell how big of a priority it is to get rid of this Verd heal because he's going in it, even though it is revenging here, he's really trying all he can to get rid of this unit. Does have 3rd skill, he's got to use that 3rd skill.
He has to, gets the resets. The Verd is countering every time. This is crazy. He needs to go for the Nikki probably and control her. The Vanilla is also a fine choice. He just goes for the Verd. This is so dangerous. He wants to kill this monster more than everything.
Yeah, 100%. I think he needs to go for the attack or pushback on top of that Nikki though.
Yeah.
Opting not to, still getting the revenge here. This should be enough to kill though. He's got to take that unit out. Does away with that unit. We do have skills available on top of this segment though.
I would just go for full AoE, Death Break into this, and then the damage from the Nikki, and that's what he does. He needs to be a little bit riskier right now and pray to not get stunned by this.
Wow, he got the attack bar pushback through that glancing as well. So pushing back the Nikki, everything that TRUEWHALE has is going to be going in front of the Nikki now.
Yeah, that's very important because now if he lands a provoke, that might be huge, misses it because of that glancing.
Yep, definitely does. Going with that 2nd skill, pushing up his team here. He's going to be looking for some Despair Stuns. I don't think he has to go for a desperate skill 2 here. I think he can hold on to it. Going with the skill 1s for sure. Getting a little bit of attack bar push gain from this Juno.
Very good point, and now the Nikki has the opportunity to sleep nor proc.
So there is 2 defense breaks on the field though, so this can be a lot of damage that Big V's looking for.
He has to think about it. Does he want the heal or does he want the damage? He goes for the safe choice of the heal. I would have gone for the damage like you suggest.
Oh, he did get the only defense break that he needed, and it was on the Nikki. Oh, the Despair Stun on top of that. Looking very good right now for TRUEWHALE.
It is the first time this Nikki gets anything, Stoic, in the whole day. The first death break that goes through resist. He has to land and remove her off the field. If he kills the Nikki, this might be the match.
Yep. Well, he does have the Oblivion with the 2nd skill, and he's got to put this on any of these units. Never mind, there's no Oblivion here.
The Chungpung, what a pick. I told you, I love the Wedjet not getting banned.
3.5 through the
such an oppressive pick. And TRUEWHALE drafting very consistently. Big V not respecting the Wedjet might have cost him game number 3.
Yeah, there's that defense break landing on that deck. Pure Vanilla looking for an attack break to keep anybody back from doing more damage there. But you know what? The writing was on the wall for that one. TRUEWHALE taking round at number 3.
Whoa, very impressive, Evan.
There's TRUEWHALE, now at match point. Potentially going to become America's Cup champion with 1 more win. Big V needs to bring it back. Like you said there, Seppi, that Wedjet, really the MVP. We've seen it. It usually ends up being a more even match if the Wedjet is out of the picture.
Yeah, the Wedget just made the whole team go behind it and not have to deal with the trouble of the segment resetting someone. That is so powerful. If the Wedget was off the table, then that segment would have been extremely impactful or had a chance to be impactful, right?
Yep. Well, there's your pre-bans that Dr. Vanilla and the Wedget are banned out. Not taking the Cigar this time and going with the Laura, taking that away from TRUEWHALE.
I like that choice. I still like the Cigar on his side, but he swaps and goes for a bruiser mode. He did this before and it worked out, but instead of Wusa was Shizuka Ragdoll. So let's see how Big V responds to this. Very interesting. TRUEWHALE playing some mind games right now.
Yep. I can't help but think a little early for the Ragdoll person. We've got a Ragdoll, we got a Wusa on the field.
I think it's earlier for the Wusa, my friend, because he can bring reset with Cigar and later on even a Chunk Pung. Let's see. Or maybe he wants to bake that out, right? Maybe he's thinking of that Leo gameplay.
Potentially. We'll see what happens here. Annabelle gets locked in. Annabelle being such a clutch, great pick for Big V. Obviously, the Cigar, something that Big V likes to have in his wheelhouse, and now he has it again in the second round of his draft. TRUEWHALE looking to respond, taking Nikki himself. Oh, the Julian.
He prepared something specifically right here, Stoic. This does not look like chance. And let me tell you something, either a Vertihil or a Leo last pick looks extremely mean. Super impactful.
Let's see what happens. Big V probably going to take his time after seeing something like that because we haven't seen a Julian. We did see a Julian later on this day, but that's the first time we're seeing Julian right now for TRUEWHALE. We've got Oliver. We've got Chung Pong hitting the field. We have double wind units. I feel like you can just drop in a Douglas and you're like, dang,
a Douglas is a must ban. A Verd, a Juno, any fire unit is almost a must ban right here. The question right now is, what is the ban? Do you not want to deal with this Oliver right here? A Leo would have been fine as well, but yeah. What is
I mean, it's probably the Laura, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I feel like Laura's, well, out of the resets are coming through no matter what. There's 3 of them on this field.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's happening, so you got to get rid of something that can be extremely volatile. And it is probably the Laura, to be honest. It looks like Annabelle's going to get the ban.
He takes out the only sustain. So he says, I don't think you can kill me fast enough. That's the proposal. Let's see what happens. Ragdoll gets through. If this Nikki is as resistant as Big V's Nikki, he might have a shot.
Let's find out, guys, because we've got match point for TRUEWHALE. Big V looking to stay alive, and he's got Laura going first.
Ooh, resistance on the Wusa, probably 100%. And look how much attack bar. This Julian gets a chance, but now he can only go for the Laura because everyone else has immunity. Does he go for it? Yes, sir? Yes.
Oh, looking for the stun, gets that stun as well. A little bit of damage coming in there. Obviously, the Julian looking a little low, but not too worried because we've got shields and we've got that passive keeping him alive.
Yeah, you definitely want to heal right now. No, he goes for the damage because there's no heal on the other side, so he doesn't care about healing. Gets the full strip. And ooh, no death break. That is so hurtful. The reduction right now, and the Oliver will get some turns. I don't know. This is very dangerous. Gets a reduction, gets a reset, doesn't even use it because the Chunk Pung has a 3rd skill coming. It's so much
despair
control.
Stuns, despair Chunk Pung getting double despair stuns right there on the Julian and the Ragdoll. Ragdoll's in a really bad place right now. He is in torrent range. I can't remember if he has that skill up or not, but he's not. Definitely doesn't have that skill up anymore here. Wow.
I don't know, Stoic. I think that the Chunk might have just won the match. That AoE strip hitting on everyone, as a Chunk Pung user, I haven't seen that in years.
Yep. Well, we've got more oppression coming here from Big V. Big V's got the provokes that can land on this field, keep any of these units back. There does land true. On top of that, Wusa has that 3rd skill, soaking up that attack bar. That's on top of Julian. Julian is in kill range right now. No additional turns coming out of that Nikki. Writing is on the wall for sure. And this one, guys, we are going into a Game 5.
Woo. Big V tying it up, taking us to Game 5 for your SWC 2023 America's Cup Finals.
Ooh, we got what we asked for, boys.
We did.
I mean, we knew it was going to come down to a Game 5.
It had to.
These two guys, both these players are so insane that it's just what it takes. It takes a Game 5 to get through everything these guys want to draft.
Yeah.
Exactly. These two players are fit for each other in these finals right now. There's so much on the line, and there are representatives. Of course we're getting a Game 5.
Oh, that is a beautiful way to end the day. And let's see what the last pre-bans on the day are going to be like. Are we seeing a Laura pre-ban here? What do you think, Stoic? And is Oliver making its way back to the chopping block?
I mean, I do think TRUEWHALE is going to be taking the cigar here. I think TRUEWHALE is that's going to be his first pick, so I don't think it makes its way in here. Chiwu, I think definitely fair pre-bans. TRUEWHALE with the cigar first pick. I think he takes that away from Big V.
Yeah, good point. Cigar has been very decisive. The Chiwu, even though it didn't appear on the other one, still a priority for TRUEWHALE, and I felt like he was very comfortable playing with this game plan, right?
Yep, for sure. There's the unit. He's going to be taking that away here. Big V definitely going towards what was he taking before? No, the Chiwu's banned here.
Yeah, he normally would go for the Chiwu, but when these were banned, he opted for a couple different ones. On the first one, he brought the Annabelle, but he was completely controlled with it because the thing was TRUEWHALE brought on the second round the Wedget. So now he's trying to fight for speed and bring the Oliver. I like that option better with a segment, but the segment needs to hit that reset. That's what happened when TRUEWHALE lost that game too.
Yep, well, let's see what happens if the segment can stay true for Big V, because he's got the 33 speed lead and the segment. He's demanding that turn one.
I like the Wedget, and I really like that Moor. We saw how quick that Moor was. The Water Ryu, is he going to bring it back up again, or does he go for the Juno / Volantis? The Volantis feels early if the Juno's not on the field, so Sean, I like that better.
Yep, definitely. So it takes that Sean here. Big V, does Big V take the Volantis? I don't even know.
Let me tell you something. The Verd as a last pick, it still feels super strong for Big V, so now he has to decide, do I want to bring more contest or reactive gameplay? He brings the pure vanilla, very good unit into, well, so far only one passive, but he knows that TRUEWHALE loves using more passives right here, and then the Nikki taken away.
Yep, I think the Nikki is a great pick. This is something that Big V is able to utilize to its full extent here. I love this here. TRUEWHALE looking to wrap up his draft with a lot of things. I don't believe we could see, there is a world we see a Juno Volantis drop in here. There is a world that we do see this.
Yeah, I like that. I like the Moor that we talked about, and I like the Chungpung. The only problem with these two picks is if we see something as a last pick, like a Juno is really strong into this right now. I don't know if there's enough damage to kill her, or a Vertihil if you're thinking of banning that Wedget once again. But he played mind games last time and didn't ban the Wedget, so we know how hard it was to kill that Vert. It countered like 6 times.
For sure. Now, is the 33 speed lead enough for segment to go in front of the 24 speed? Because I think we're potentially banning out the Oliver right now.
Yeah, I think that an Oliver ban is fine. The thing is, does he remember that the Moor was the fastest unit on the field and bans that to try to outspeed, or not risk it and ban the Wedget in case something happens?
I think that's the play.
Yeah, I agree. I prefer that. It's a safer ban. Let's see what happens. The most important ban of the day goes to the
Sean
expected Oliver. I don't know the Sean.
$10,000 last game.
Yeah, on the line. I think Wedget looks very strong in this matchup.
The last game of the day!
Hear the crowd. The Moor takes turn one, as we said, and the Wedget closely following. Can he get strips right here? Or does he not risk it so the Volantis doesn't counter? That's what he does. Goes for the safe play. He doesn't want to risk anything. Been playing super consistently. Can Chungpung do the same he did last match on the other side? Misses right now, but he has a second opportunity with this Wind and Bison.
Oh,
and gets it, but
the cleanse is coming out from the Nikki. That's so well timed, though.
The passive from Wedget will bring so much attack bar that this can move in front of the segment. He reduces, and that guarantees that the Chungpung has the reset.
Oh, that's a really big opening right now for TRUEWHALE. Pushing back the attack bar of the segment. I think segment might remain one of the units that he's trying to take out. It's a very easy unit to take out on this field right here. But it looks like he's going to opt to go for the Nikki instead. Serious Matter is going to hit this field, putting TRUEWHALE at a very big advantage right now. But the one word we're looking for right now, there was some resistance there.
Yeah, increased cooltime on a couple of units, but a couple res. Now you need to control the Nikki. The Nikki's so dangerous. Keep pummeling at her. She has a death break on right now, so maybe with all of the monsters hitting her, you can drop her. But this stun on the Chung is super important.
It really is. I think he's got to keep those stuns on that unit too. Keep that Chungpung back as well.
It's looking like a comeback right now from this segment as she manages to land a lot of debuffs. I wouldn't even go for the reset right now. I just want to see Oh, goes for the
does
reset.
Go for the reset here.
Yeah.
We're going to
Guaranteed.
see more damage coming towards this Nikki. TRUEWHALE's got to take units out. If they're going to be low enough to kill, you got to take them out right now.
She can even put the slow right now, and that's what she opts to, so his team is back. You need to remove the Nikki before she takes a turn because the slows are so important right now. She refuses to die. Can he throw this on the Wedget, or does he go for the more?
I think he's got to go for the skill one to get the heal onto the Nikki as well, so he's going to be looking for a stun with this Volantis. If he does get a stun with Volantis, that could actually turn things around, because I think he needs both the Water Ryu and the Moor to go in to keep this Nikki alive.
Yeah, everything depends on some glancings right here landing, because like Evan says, glancing is healing, but he doesn't land the glancing on the Moor.
He does have the slow, though, so it's going to lower the additional damage here. That should be enough to finish off the Nikki, though.
Nikki will be going home. She is out. It's a 4v3. The question right now is how much damage can Big V deal on 2 units with Death Break?
Yeah, we'll see, because I think TRUEWHALE is going to be trying to shake that off here.
Yeah, let's see if he can get some control out the door. Does he save it? Just go for skill 1 and tries to stun the Chungpung again. Oh, he gets a double stun.
Yeah, that was a lot of stuns coming out there.
Yeah, it's a big opening right now because the Dark Pure Vanilla can throw that Oblivion finally. And she opts for the wedge, but misses it.
Wow. I think he's got to go for skills. I think he still does. I know he has the glancing on him. I feel
you know
like
what? I would wait for it. I like his choice of being careful. He's been super consistent with the care, the extra.
Also, keep in mind, I feel like we missed it. The Wedget was able to heal so much. All these negative effects that are laid across this field, Wedget's healing off all that.
We've called it. Wedget is the key unit that's been showing up in this matchup, and once again, he's been doing so much. The silent killer resets the Chungpung. The Pure Vanilla needs a big proc right here to be back in the match. Doesn't get it. The attack bar reduction can come in, and the Wedget is finally on his feet and using his skill 2 to give a lot of attack bar to his team members. Now, once again, the Wind and Bison. Can he land it? No!
Absolutely nothing, but
the damage. The damage.
More.
Yeah, look at that more! Look at that more! The damage coming out from him! TRUEWHALE looking very unstoppable right here. Even with a strip, stun, you can do what you want. The additional damage coming from these units. The Wedget, the Moor,
And that's
killing
it.
it.
You have it, man. TRUEWHALE taking down Big V, and he is our America's Cup champion.
Congratulations, TRUEWHALE.
TRUEWHALE is our America's Cup champion!
Wow. What
Very
a great
well
match.
deserved. Very
what
well
a great
deserved.
match it was. It was so well deserved. Everything was so thought out. It was an incredible performance from both these players here. The draft and everything. There was no misplays, in my opinion, when it came to any of the gameplay here. Incredible.
Everybody, let's hear one more time for our champion, TRUEWHALE. He said he wanted to be America's Cup champion. He came, he saw, he conquered, he accomplished his dream. TRUEWHALE, can you please step over here with me? Before I get back to TRUEWHALE, let's get a nice round of applause for Big V. And remember, he's also representing us in Thailand. What a great match, and they gave us a Game 5, guys. One more time for our America's Cup champion, TRUEWHALE. How does it feel? I know you don't want to talk right now. I know you have no words to say. You're nervous, you're excited. I don't know what it is, but give us the best thing you got. How do you feel, brother?
I don't know what to feel. It's another milestone.
Another milestone. I'll tell you, I'll help you out here once again. One of the few milestones Alex is missing, TRUEWHALE is missing, is in fact the America's Cup champion. He's talked to me for a whole year about how this is the one thing he wants. It's the one thing he's gonna work for. Now he's here, he's accomplished it. One more time, how do you feel?
Feel great. Thank you.
Thank you everybody for your support, guys. Let's send. Hello? Let's send it up to our casters.
TRUEWHALE at a loss for words. He truly deserves every bit of it. The dude played so well. Like he said, this was one of the milestones he was missing. Came here, and he got it.
Yeah, he farms the ladder, my friend. So if you're at home, you know, don't waste all your time farming dungeons. Go to the ladder, train, and he showed it. He picked and banned so well, extremely dominant, very secure. He didn't risk anything, guys. Did you see in that last match? He had turn 1 with the Moor, and he didn't even use it. Didn't use the AoE, so he couldn't risk.
Yeah, look at this gameplay though. Excellent play style coming from TRUEWHALE. He really did a phenomenal job with everything that he brought to the table there. It was so wild to see the different, the levels, and honestly the preparation homework that he put into playing BIGV as well.
My man dropped the coldest line in SWC history and then made true on it. That was awesome. He farms the ladder, he farms the bracket. He did a great job.
And he farmed SWC America's Cup.
Now on to the World Finals, my friends. It's amazing to have 2 representatives like these to be in there and try to win it for the first time. For America, for us.
Yeah, 2 representatives of this caliber. We would have been lucky to have any of the participants who were here today. It's great to see BIGV and TRUEWHALE headed to the finals to represent the entire region there in Thailand. And they've got their hands on a little bit of the prize pool today, but there's a lot more waiting for them over there. And today it was $10,000. TRUEWHALE has a lot to be excited about. I don't think I could muster up the words either, Stoic.
No, it's so crazy to see that kind of emotion. You can just tell how invested we are into Summoner's War, in the game, in the community, and all of it here. You know, the emotion's so great to see in moments like this.
Oh yeah, 100%. BIGV played a good game, took us to a best of 5, which is exactly what we wanted. That's how I like to have the bookend to such an incredible bracket, is 5 matches with our 2 representatives. Now we've got our America's Cup champion, and we got BIGV, our runner-up, headed to the World Finals in November, Seppi.
Yeah, very excited to see how these 2 are gonna do against the best in the world. You know, we know that APAC has won it already. We know that China has won it as well. So now is the time for America and for Europe to try to prove themselves and go in there and show what they're made of.
That's right. There's stiff competition over there. Look at this. The results of the finals. A full 5 rounds, guys.
Yeah, full 5 rounds.
Awesome.
That's the best way you could see that right now, where it goes back and forth. What an excellent performance from both these players here.
What a treat.
Just give and take, and man, that wedge out, let me tell you. He really does
yeah, he really does take.
I loved it. It felt like such a treat watching all 5 of those games. I can't wait to see more of both of those players at the World Finals. And guys, for everybody at home, we want to say thank you for watching with us today. So here is the 3rd coupon code of the day. EU, coming up in October.
AKA my 3rd chance to get Juno tonight. Thank you, everyone in chat, everyone at home. You're amazing. That's the reason why we do this. The community, the people, we love you.
And thank you to Stoic for putting them all in Discord for us later. This was great. Why? Cuz, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Guys, audience, was that a great show today? Did you all have a great time? You can thank these gentlemen to my left. So let's congratulate our 3rd place finishers first. MADREAMDY. Our other 3rd place finisher, RHYS. And our runner-up, and also representing us November 4th in Thailand, BIGV. And look what's being summoned to the stage. This unit showed up quite a few times in today's matches. You'll see it all the way when you're playing in the ladder. We have summoned on stage a Raccoony. And what is Rikuni holding? A check for $10,000. Once again for our SWC 2023 America's Cup champion, TRUEWHALE. Give it up once again for your finalists and our winner, TRUEWHALE. All right, guys, thank you for everybody who came to join us here today in person. Everybody watching back home, hope you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to support the Europe Cup, the APAC Cup, and of course, the World Finals. Thank you, everybody. Stay safe.